I have the strongest sect. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 726 True and False. The Alliance confrontation in the Tiansheng Sect's Blackwater platform has made the role of the Blackwater platform increasingly important, and it has also allowed the Blackwater platform to obtain a large amount of resource support. Over the past 100 years, the scale of the Blackwater platform has expanded 3 or 4 times, and its status and power in the sect has also risen a lot. During the Alliance confrontation, both sides sent spies to each other, and at the same time they were also checking the spies around them. Only half of the thousands of spies lost by both sides each year were killed, and the remaining half were basically caught. In the 100 years of confrontation, they have all honed a very high level. On this day, the Blackwater platform prison sent several more suspicious people to the big guys. Lin Xiao interrogated them with several Blackwater platform disciples. Lin Xiao is a core member of the Blackwater platform. 200 years ago, he stood out from the disciples of the sect and was included in the Blackwater platform. After entering the Blackwater platform, Lin Xiao was praised by the Commander-in-Chief Zhu Wei for his meticulous mind and cold heart. Soon, he was trained in the Blackwater platform because of his outstanding performance. At the age of less than 400 years, he has broken through the spiritual light period. Manager Lin, here are the information of these 7 people. Deputy Commander Lin requires that they must get their confessions within 7 days, and they must confirm whether they are true or not. They are from Shenmue Sect, no wonder. Okay, got it. It doesn't take 7 days, just 3 days. Get ready. Yes, Manager Lin. Several disciples of Hishite agreed, and then they tortured the 7 people severely. For ordinary captives, there is no need to use complicated methods such as locking them in a small dark room or repeatedly interrogating them. They can't stand the physical pain. Only those monks who have undergone rigorous training or are extremely loyal need to use big tricks. Sure enough, within 1 day, the 7 people with torn skin and flesh confessed everything, and the confessions appeared on Lin Xiao's desk. Lin Xiao looked at their confessions and his heart moved. Someone, come here. Manager Lin, what's the matter? Are these 7 people sure they have confessed everything? Well, Manager Lin, they will soon be unable to bear the torture, so they should have confessed everything. Lead the way. I will go and ask them one by one. I don't think it's right. Yes, Manager Lin. Lin Xiao said so, and the disciples of Hishite did not dare to refute. The manager was serious about his work, so it was normal for him to check again. Lin Xiao came to the dark cell and questioned one by one. When he came to the 3rd person, Lin Xiao suddenly became angry and said that he did not confess all the information, so he had him dragged out and tortured again. Stop fighting, stop fighting, I'll tell you, I'll tell you. Okay, you tell me, who are you, and what are you doing in my Tiansheng Sect? I'll tell you right away. I'm from the Bohemia Hall of Shenmue Sect. I came to Tiansheng Sect to pick someone up. Quick, record it down. Who are you going to pick up? I don't know. I only know that the higher-ups asked us to explore the way. They said that a very important person is coming to Shenmue Sect, and they asked me to explore the way, build channels, and lead the way for the important person. That's all. You're looking for death. What else? Tell me quickly. Nothing else. That's all. Really? Take good care of it. Don't die. I'm going to see the Commander-in-Chief. Lin Xiao said to the people around him, and then went to see the Commander-in-Chief Zhu Wei, and played the photo-taking talisman he had just cast. Zijingtang, they are from the same industry. How come I don't know who they are picking up from Tiansheng Sect? Sir, now our 7 sects are extremely united, and our strength is integrated into one place. This Shenmue Sect is so mysterious, I don't think it can be one of our own people. Are you talking about the north? Yes, I can't think of any other explanation except this. Lin Xiao, do you know that this is going to destroy the alliance of the 7 sects, so you can't talk nonsense? Sir, Lin Xiao knows the consequences, but if Lin Xiao is not wrong, this is also a matter of life and death. Please make the decision, sir. Lian Fu said with a stiff face. If the Shenmue sect has ill intentions, it is not a small matter. The Shenmue sect is one of the backbones of the Immortal Alliance. I really dare not underestimate this matter. It seems that I need to activate a few hidden players. Zhu Wei nodded. He didn't dare to ask the Shenmue sect about this matter openly. If he made a mistake, he would be charged with destroying the alliance, and they would not be able to inherit the family, so the Blackwater platform must activate the hidden players lurking in the Shenmue sect. The 7 sects infiltrated each other. That was an old tradition. Everyone did it, and only after the alliance was established did everyone stop doing this. But the previous hidden agents continued to lurk, and did not withdraw. Only a few people like Zhu Wei knew about these hidden agents. Zhu Wei went to contact the hidden agent of Tiansheng Sect, and a few days later, the hidden agent replied with a message that surprised Zhu Wei, because at this time there was a message circulating in Shenmue Sect, that is, about the Immortal Alliance. A high-level cultivator said that the supreme ancestor of Shenmue Sect was a demon from a spiritual wood with an incalculable lifespan and protected Shenmue Sect for hundreds of thousands of years. But the supreme ancestor of Shenmue Sect did not have a close relationship with Shenmue Sect. Because of the characteristics of his spiritual wood becoming a demon, he did not need to be supported by Shenmue Sect at all, and there were no disciples left, just like an outsider. Now the supreme ancestor of Shenmue Sect no longer wanted to protect Shenmue Sect. The reason for saying this is that the supreme of Shenmue Sect wants to ascend to heaven. Otherwise, why would Shenmue Sect form an alliance with the other 6 sects? Isn't it just to grab the secrets of the ascension of Kunlun, Penglai, Wengsun, Heodi, and King Di? Once successful, the ancestors of Shenmue Sect will ascend and leave. This makes Shenmue Sect consider the pros and cons of the alliance with the other 6 sects. From the perspective of these disciples, the disadvantages outweigh the advantages. Once the ancestors of Shenmue Sect ascend to heaven, and there is no new supreme in Shenmue Sect will become a second-rate sect. These rumors are widely accepted in Shenmue Sect, and both high-level and low-level cultivators are discussing them in secret. In fact, this is also one of the reasons why the internal contradictions of Shenmue Sect are exposed. To put it bluntly, the cultivators of Shenmue Sect do not believe in the supreme ancestor who became a demon from a spiritual wood, and their active participation in the Immortal Alliance this time is also the reason to cultivate a true supreme cultivator for Shenmue Sect. Commander-in-Chief, these rumors are not credible, and they are not the first time they have appeared. They are just rehashing old rumors. I remember that there were similar rumors about 5,000 years ago, but they were stopped after the high-level officials of Shenmue Sect dealt with a group of people. Zhu Wei did not dare to act rashly, and first consulted with the 2 deputy commanders of Hishite. One of them said, "Commander-in-Chief, I think this may be a conspiracy." Conspiracy? Lang Yu, what do you mean? Commander-in-Chief, the confrontation between the 2 alliances is getting more and more severe. Our Immortal Alliance is integrating its forces faster than the 5 Continents Alliance. Maybe they are anxious, so they deliberately set a trap to frame the Shenmue Sect and stir up our suspicion. This is also possible. We must be cautious about this matter. The secret forces of the 5 Continents Alliance are stronger than us, especially that Night Owl. He is elusive and has been planning for a long time in advance. We must have their people in our Tiansheng Sect. Commander-in-Chief, are you suspicious of Lian Fu? This is the sharpness required for our profession. We learned it from Night Owl. Anyone should be suspicious. Okay, I will check myself again, but Lian Fu should be fine. He is a native of Tiansheng Sect. Lang Yu nodded. Lian Fu's father was also a disciple of Tiansheng Sect. He had good aptitude and good opportunities. He was helpless and cultivated to the Daogang period, but he stopped there. On the contrary, Lian Fu had better aptitude and better luck, and was cultivated by Hishite. You will need to check everything, including the monk from the Bohemia Hall. Check everything. Whether this is a trap or not, we can't just sit there and wait for death. Yes, Commander-in-Chief, I will personally check this matter. Lang Yu nodded. It was related to the Shenmue Sect, so it was no small matter. There were only 7 main branches of the Immortal Alliance, and any problem with any of them would be a loss that the Immortal Alliance could not afford. Lang Yu then gathered people and secretly investigated the matter. After more than a month of investigation, the matter was probably clear. There was no problem with the Blackwater platform, and the identity of the monk from the Bohemia hole was also confirmed. The Shenmue sect already knew about his disappearance and came to the Tiansheng sect to ask for him. However, the Tiansheng sect did not give it to them and was still arguing and shirking responsibility. In response, Zhu Wei once again contacted the Tiansheng sect's undercover in the Shenmue sect and got another crucial news. That is, the head of the Shenmue sect's Bohemia hall and an 8th level monk in the sect left the Shenmue sect to deal with something unknown. They had not been seen for half a month. This made Zhu Wei confused, and he didn't know what to do. Should he notify the sect? Should he notify other sects? After a series of inferences and entanglements, Zhu Wei told the matter to Chen Kaixing, the chief ancestor of Tiansheng sect. After hearing this, Chen Kaixing was terrified. If Shenmue sect rebelled, the Immortal Alliance would immediately lose its strength and be crushed by the Five Continents Alliance. Zhu Wei, this matter must be stopped. Regardless of whether Shenmue sect wants to rebel or not, we must make Shenmue sect stand firmly on the side of our Immortal Alliance. What does the ancestor mean? Activate the more important secret agents. Even if Shenmue sect wants to reach an agreement with the Five Continents Alliance, it will not be possible to reach an agreement in 1 or 2 times. Find out where they meet and send people to kill the envoys of the Five Continents Alliance. I don't believe they are so generous that they will continue to talk even after someone dies. Yes, after killing people, I will create a false impression and say that it was done by Shenmue sect, completely cutting off their retreat. That's right, do it. Remember, you must do it perfectly and there cannot be any flaws. Ancestor, rest assured, Hishite will live up to its mission. Zhu Wei nodded. After returning, Zhu Wei asked the secret agents to collect information, while asking Lan Yu and others to prepare. Hishite selected elite troops and secretly went to various places to inquire about the news. Shenmue Gate is not far from Tiansheng sect, and it is between them and Kunlun Penglei. The secret meeting place of the two sides is most likely near Tiansheng sect. A month later, the Tiansheng sect spies sent news again that the Shenmue sect's ancestor had left the sect again. This time, Hishite used the power of the sect to send experts to secretly lurk nearby to check on the passing experts. Privately, they also used various excuses to send countless people to collect information. A day later, Lan Fu, the manager of Hishite, sent news that they had found suspicious people in a place called Moya Mountain. Zhu Wei personally led the elite of Hishite and the sect's top leaders to rush there. Chapter 727 We are real. Moya Mountain is not located in the territory of Tiansheng sect, but in the territory of a vassal force of a second-rate force. It is an ordinary 5th level spiritual mountain with weak strength. However, it is a transportation hub and is about the same distance from Yuxinmen and Tiansheng sect, and is not far from the territory of the Five Continents Alliance. Kunlun monks set up an intelligence base here, but now the intelligence base has been evacuated, and Yunanyu and Kunlun high-level officials are here instead. Kunlun agreed to Yunanyu's plan, and it really turned the fake into real. This time, not only did they want to blacken the Blackwater platform, but they also wanted to find a way to alienate the relationship between Shenmue sect and Zion Meng. Even if they couldn't win over Shenmue sect, they had to create a rift in their relationship. In the history of Shenmue sect, there have been supreme monks, but only 2 of them. These 2 people also broke through to the supreme realm because of great luck. Unfortunately, Shenmue sect's foundation is too weak. It cannot have a stable inheritance like the other first-class sects to allow supreme monks to continue to come. So far, Shenmue sect has not produced a supreme monk for more than 10,000 years. If it were normal, Shenmue sect would naturally not care, because they have a supreme demon clan who has become a demon from a spiritual wood to support them. Although they are weaker in strength and status, they are still a first-class sect. However, it is different now. The supreme ancestor of Shenmue sect has joined forces with the other 6 sects, obviously aiming for ascension. Once the ancestor ascends, what will Shenmue sect do? Will it become a second-rate sect, or will it rely on the other sects to sincerely support Shenmue sect to continue to maintain its strength as a first-class sect? This is something that the top leaders of Shenmue Sect are very hesitant about, so Kunlun threw them an irresistible bait to target this contradiction of Shenmue Sect. You, Shenmue Sect, want to have a supreme monk, right? In terms of foundation, can the other 6 sects compare with Kunlun, Penglai and Wengsun Sect? For hundreds of thousands of years, they have not only continuously cultivated supreme monks, but also have monks who have ascended to heaven. Although their reputations are not as loud as those of King Di and the other 3, they have truly ascended to heaven. The other 6 sects can only cultivate 1 supreme ancestor at most, but Kunlun and his sect have more than that. At their peak, there were 5 or 6 supremes in one family. Even now, they have 2 supreme ancestors in public, and no one knows whether there will be more supreme ancestors in secret. Therefore, in terms of the ability to cultivate supremes, the 6 sects cannot compare with the 3 sects. When this condition was thrown out, Shenmue Sect was not calm, so even though they knew that they might be regarded as traitors by the Immortal Alliance, they secretly met with the Kunlun envoy. So far, they have met for the 5th time, and every time they meet, they have to argue for a few days over the conditions of both parties. Kunlun's main request was to let Shenmue Sect rebel against the Immortal Alliance, and join the 5 Continents Alliance, and then attack several small sects in the north of the Immortal Alliance, and connect the territory with the 5 Continents Alliance, and agree to the 5 Continents Alliance army to enter the Shenmue Sect's territory, to suppress the Immortal Alliance, so that the 8th level cultivators of Shenmue Sect can go to Kunlun for enlightenment. As for the old ancestor of Shenmue Sect, it doesn't matter whether he agrees or not, because it will have Kunlun Supreme to solve the problem at that time. Shenmue Sect obviously will not agree to this condition. Shenmue Sect's request is that Kunlun should show sincerity first, and send the treasures of the Supreme to let the 8th level cultivators of Shenmue Sect break through. Only after that, Shenmue Sect will change its flag and openly surrender to the 5 Continents Alliance, and send troops to attack and connect the territory. As for letting the 5 Continents Alliance army enter, it is even more impossible. In fact, Shenmue Sect wants to be neutral. The first meeting was about this. After the quarrel, both sides reported to the 8th Realm Patriarch. Then the 2 ancestors met and talked again. Kunlun told Shenmue Sect that the treasures for breaking through the Supreme cannot be moved, so they cannot be sent to Shenmue Sect. However, Kunlun can agree to let the ancestors of Shenmue Sect come to comprehend the breakthrough first. But the 8th Realm Patriarch of Shenmue Sect did not dare to go to Kunlun easily. If the negotiation was successful, it would be fine. If it was not successful, wouldn't it be a dangerous place? So Shenmue Sect made an excessive request, that is, to let an 8th Realm Patriarch of Kunlun enter Shenmue Sect as a hostage, just in case. Kunlun was not willing to agree to such a humiliating condition, so the negotiation collapsed. After the intelligence leaders of both sides tried to save the situation, there was a subsequent negotiation, but they still could not reach an agreement on this issue, even though Shenmue Sect had made concessions, such as taking out important treasures for mortgage. However, Kunlun did not agree, and accordingly asked Shenmue Sect to send hostages over. However, Shenmue Sect was in a dilemma again. Shenmue Sect had more 8th level cultivators, a total of 6 people, but there were only 6 people. 2 people were missing all of a sudden, and the reason for retreat was not enough. If the 6 sects found out, Shenmue Sect would be worried about being exterminated, and it would be a difficult problem to explain to the Supreme Ancestor of Shenmue Sect. The 5th meeting was still the same. The 2 sides were arguing, but no one was willing to give up the negotiations easily. As long as the stalemate continued, who would give up first and make concessions in interests? My lord, ancestor. The negotiations continued, and suddenly someone from both sides whispered a few words in front of the 2 ancestors. The faces of the 2 suddenly changed. This kind of secret talk was a very confidential matter. They put their guards very far away. As soon as the Tiansheng Sect's large group of people arrived at the outer layer, they received the news. Ancestor Lu, what do you mean by leaking the news? Ancestor Mu, you are crazy. This is your Immortal Alliance's territory. If we leak the news, we are courting death. You suspect that we leaked it? Nonsense. Who else could it be? I still suspect you. You, that's enough. There is no need to argue about this. Let's talk about what to do. What else can we do? We must retreat. We must not let the Blackwater station catch us red-handed. Okay, let's talk about it later. Next time, let's go to another place. How about going to Nansao? We'll talk about it then. The ancestor of the Shenmue sect was furious and immediately called the entourage to retreat quickly. They also had a retreat plan. Before the Blackwater station arrived, they evacuated Moyao Mountain. But Kunlun deliberately took it slow and bumped into the Blackwater station. The Blackwater station didn't want to betray the Shenmue sect and wanted to kill the Kunlun envoy, so without saying anything, they attacked Lu Liyuan and his group directly. This time, the Tiansheng Sect dispatched more than 100 people, all of whom were elites, and the lowest level was Lingguang period. However, there were only a dozen people on the Kunlun side. Although their cultivation was also the lowest level, they were too few, and fell into danger all of a sudden. Retreat, retreat to the north, Uje shouted angrily. Lu Liyuan had already fought with Liang Wendao. The two consciously entered the void to fight. This was the territory of the Immortal Alliance. If they were defeated, the Immortal Alliance would suffer. A dozen people fought and retreated. The Tiansheng Sect monks chased them closely and surrounded them. Soon, some people began to suffer casualties. The Kunlun monks also evacuated a few hundred miles away. Fight with them, kill them. Seeing the place agreed with Yinanayu, Uje did not retreat and led the crowd to fight back. The Tiansheng Sect monks were overjoyed. They did not run away, which was to seek death. But not long after the fight, a light curtain was propped up. In the eyes of outsiders, these people disappeared directly. This time, the Tiansheng Sect monks were extremely shocked. The formation. It is the formation that holds up the barrier. There is an ambush. Fight your way out, Kunlun monks. Follow me to kill the Tiansheng Sect monks. Panicked, and the ambushed Kunlun monks rushed out, and the two sides fought in a group. While outside the barrier, Zhu Wei and Lan Yu were running around in a hurry. They did not follow the monks to rush in, as they were high-level officials of the Blackwater platform. They were used to standing in the position of commander and controlling the overall situation. So when the barrier appeared, they were isolated outside. This is a trap. This is a trap, Night Owl. It must be Night Owl's doing. We've fallen into a trap. Hurry up. Send a message for reinforcement. The message has been sent. Reinforcement will arrive within half an hour. What should we do? Break the barrier from the outside. Quickly, Zhu Wei and Lan Yu reacted very quickly, sending messages for reinforcement while preparing to break the barrier to rescue the elites of the Blackwater platform and the masters of the sect. However, at this moment, several bottles exploded around them, and puffs of pink smoke expanded instantly. Zhu Wei was horrified. It's poisonous. The powder is poisonous. Put up the protective shield and retreat quickly. They knew that the smoke was poisonous, but their reaction was too slow. They only inhaled a small amount of smoke and felt dizzy, and their Zuan Qi circulation was many times jerky. Cartilage powder. It's cartilage powder. Retreat, Commander-in-Chief. Look, it's Yinanayu. Yinanayu of Night Owl. Disperse and retreat. Each one accepts his fate. Yinanayu appeared with Arking and more than 10 others. When Zhu Wei found out, he immediately knew that he was really trapped by Night Owl. Without saying a word, he activated a teleportation talisman and left. Zhu Wei was in the golden body stage, and he had tempered his meridians. He had a strong resistance to the toxicity of cartilage powder and could escape. But the others didn't have this ability. Several high-level officials of the Blackwater platform were weak in their hands and feet, and their speed was much reduced. Lan Yu was stronger, and he also wanted to activate a teleportation talisman to leave, but he didn't expect that. As soon as he took out the teleportation talisman, Lan Fu saved him and said weakly, "Commander Lan, don't leave us. Take me away, please, Commander Lan. Save us." The few people left behind were all Lan Yu's confidants. Looking at their weak appearance, Lan Yu couldn't bear it. "You guys go quickly. I'll stop them. I can stop them for at most one stick of incense, thank you, Commander." Several people were overjoyed, exerted their greatest potential, and rushed out, while Lan Yu turned and faced Yinanayu. "Catch him, go!" Yinanayu gave an order, and Arking and others each took out a net-like magic weapon, obviously wanting to catch him alive. "You want to catch me? No way. Xiangsu Zengful Lan Yu used his desperate big move as soon as he came, trying his best to suppress the poison gas in his body and fight with Yinanayu and others. Lan Yu kept moving, and the net magic weapon couldn't catch him, and our king was not his opponent. Yinanayu was furious, and he took action himself, cooperating with our king, and injured Lan Yu in a few moves. Lan Yu, if you dare to self-destruct, your wife and children hiding in Bay Mountain will all die. Once Lan Yu was injured, the poison gas could not be suppressed immediately. Lan Yu wanted to self-destruct, but Yinanayu's words stunned him, his face full of disbelief. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 728, Lan Yu is captured. Bay Mountain is an insignificant sacred mountain on the territory of Tiansheng Sect. It is only of the 3rd grade, and is a vassal among the vassals of Tiansheng Sect. Even 90% of the Tiansheng Sect monks do not know about this place. However, this place is extremely important to Lan Yu, because it is the secret place where he places his wife and children. Since the confrontation between the alliances for more than 100 years, both sides have been fighting on the front line. As the deputy commander of He Shite, Lan Yu is naturally the key target of the 5 Continents Alliance, so there are countless conspiracies and tricks against him. For the safety of himself and his family, Lan Yu carefully selected Bay Mountain and let his wife and children live there incognito. No more than 20 people in the Tiansheng Sect know about this. So when Lan Yu heard Yinanayu's words, he was shocked, and his mind went blank. He never thought that this matter would be exposed like this. Yinanayu took advantage of his moment of daze to seal his Danshan meridians, to prevent him from self-destructing, and then a group of people quickly disappeared. Boom. We succeeded. Retreat. The people who maintained the formation barrier saw Yinanayu retreating, and they immediately ran away. Without anyone to maintain the formation, it was quickly broken by the Tiansheng Sect monks. The Tiansheng Sect monks didn't know how many ambushes the other side had, so they didn't dare to entangle. When Kunlun saw that Yinanayu succeeded, they immediately retreated. Idiot. Lan Yu was captured. Go and rescue her. However, Liang Wendao saw this incident clearly, but it was a pity that he was entangled by Lu Liyuan and couldn't free his hands. Lu Liyuan's cultivation was a few points higher than his, so he could only protect himself. The monks who were originally preparing to evacuate below were dumbfounded when they heard it, especially the monks of He Shite, who were even more terrified. The deputy commander was captured. Is this the end of He Shite? The deputy commander has been captured. Blackwater Station is finished. You and I are going to die. Go back and save them. If the deputy commander can't come back, we will die too. Kill. Several Blackwater Station managers looked at each other and rushed back with murderous intent. Most of the cultivators from the Tiansheng Sect also rushed back and began to chase the troops from Kunlun. Don't worry about them. Let's go to the border. Someone will naturally pick us up. The leading cultivator from Kunlun yelled, asking everyone not to fight and to retreat quickly. They had arranged for someone to pick them up. As expected, a warship appeared thousands of miles away from the border and was fighting with the cultivators from the Immortal Alliance. The cultivators from Kunlun were overjoyed and quickly rushed into the battle zone, killing their way back to the warship. Then the warship retreated while fighting. On the border between the two sides, the hundreds of thousands of troops of the 5 Continents Alliance were already on full alert. The pursuing monks had to stop. Both sides were confronting each other and calling for reinforcement. Soon, teams of monks gathered here. The two sides added up to more than 1 million people, and the battle line was hundreds of miles long. Liang Wendao, how about today's decisive battle? Lu Liyuan also got rid of Liang Wendao's entanglement, entered his own battle line, and stood there and laughed loudly. Fight if you want. I'm not afraid of you. Disciples of the Immortal Alliance, listen to my order. Prepare for war, Ancestor Liang. No, without the order of the leader of the Immortal Alliance, you can't start a war. Likely the Immortal Alliance has changed its leader every 100 years. At this time, the leader's sect is no longer the Tiansheng Sect. The hundreds of thousands of troops here come from multiple sects. Liang Wendao has no power to order a war, and these people are unwilling to fight a decisive battle in such a muddle, which makes Liang Wendao's face black. The two sides continued to confront each other. Liang Wendao sent a letter to the sect, asking it to put pressure on the leader of the alliance, Su Yuzhang, and let Su Yuzhang order that no matter whether there would be a decisive battle or not, they should fight first and capture a few important monks and demand to exchange Lan Yu. The leader of the Immortal Alliance is Su Yuzhang, and the person in charge of Su Yuzhang is Tang Xuwen. Tang Xuwen's golden bones were shattered by Li Yuanzhen's palm, and it takes hundreds of years to recuperate. It's just right for him to deal with things while recovering. After receiving the letter from Liang Wendao, Tang Xuwen suddenly felt a headache. Avoiding a rash decisive battle is the consensus of both sides. On the premise of defeating the other side, they must also keep the basic base of their human race, rather than madly perish together. Therefore, Tang Xuwen dared not agree to this request. Both sides were not ready for a decisive battle. Tang Xuwen had no choice but to ask Yu Pingcheng to come, and then sent a message to the other first-class sects, asking them to go to the front line together to solve the problem. Tang Xuwen and Yu Pingcheng went ahead and arrived at the front line a day later. The two sides were on the verge of a war. Ancestor Liang Tang Xuwen, why don't you order a war? Ancestor Liang, you have to know that no one is ready for a war now. Once a war starts, it will be a mutual destruction. They just took a fancy to our weakness, so they are unscrupulous. If we don't fight this time, they will dare to bully us next time. Do you understand? I understand, but the demon clan is eyeing us covetously. I can't take this responsibility. If you are the reason, the leader of the sect will be handed over to your Tiansheng Sect immediately. You can give the order. You. Liang Wendao was furious, but he really didn't dare to respond. He was not qualified, and Tiansheng Sect was not qualified either. Without the support of the entire alliance, Tiansheng Sect declared war alone, which was no different from seeking death. Our supreme ancestor has already discussed with your ancestors. Just wait. Tang Xuwen said lightly, not wanting to pay attention to Liang Wendao. Although Liang Wendao has a high status in Tiansheng Sect, he is a naturalized cultivator after all, and does not hold power, so he does not know the difference. On the other hand, Yu Pingcheng has already met with the supreme ancestor of Tiansheng Sect. Both of them are extremely helpless about this matter, but they are more worried about Shenmu Sect. Mulaogi of Shenmu Sect is too special. His super long lifespan makes his strength unfathomable. Once Mulaogi turns against them, the Immortal Alliance will definitely suffer. Yu Pingcheng, how about you come with me to Shenmu Sect? Let's go. There's nothing to say. This time Mulaogi must give an explanation. Okay, the two nodded, and did not go to the front line, but went directly to Shenmu Sect. There is a Shenmu mountain in the territory of Shenmu Sect, with a radius of 3,000 miles. There are towering spiritual trees here, and countless spiritual trees grow here. There is also the only 9th level spiritual vein in the territory of the Immortal Alliance. This is the forbidden area of Shenmu Sect, because the body of the ancestor of Shenmu Sect is on this Shenmu mountain. Mulaogi, come here. The two ignored the rules of the forbidden area of Shenmu Sect, and wanted to break in and threaten Mulaogi, but before they arrived, a voice transmission entered their ears, and the two turned and walked into the mountain gate of Shenmu Sect. As soon as they entered the hall, they found that the higher level cultivators of Shenmu Sect were kneeling on the ground, and several 8th level ancestors were lying on the ground groaning, with injuries all over their bodies. The Supreme of Shenmu Sect transformed into a human form, and sat on the first seat of the hall. His face was as hen. Master Mu, why are you so angry? Yu Pingcheng pretended to be shocked. He still had to give some face in front of everyone. HMPH, old ghost you, why are you pretending? Aren't you here to call for punishment? Ahem, Venerable Mu, there is nothing happening. I just came to ask what the people from Shenmu Sect talked about with the North. Look for yourself, these are the records of their 5 talks. The Supreme of Shenmu Sect threw out 5 jade slips. The two men took them and scanned them with their spiritual sense. After reading all the records, they finally understood why the Supreme of Shenmu Sect was so angry and even punished the cultivators of his own sect personally. It turned out that he was kept in the dark, and it was all these people who acted on their own. Master Mew, this I have protected them for hundreds of thousands of years, and this is what I get in return. Tell me, should I be angry or not? Do you people still have any sense of shame? Without me in charge, Shenmue Sect is nothing. The Supreme of Shenmue Sect cursed loudly. He was indeed a little heartbroken now. Ascending to become an immortal was the lifelong dream of all living beings. Humans wanted to do it, and so did the demons. Why couldn't he? He did not abandon Shenmue Sect. In the cooperation with the other 6 sects, he won great benefits for Shenmue Sect. But these people actually met with the North behind his back, and even sold out his interests. How could he not be heartbroken? Master Mew, please be patient. There is still a standoff on the front line. We should resolve this matter now. Yes, Master Mew, the matter is important. I was wrong. Just punish me a little. Your Suyu Sect is the leader of the alliance. It is not the turn of my Shenmue Sect to deal with this matter. Master Mew, you can't say that. This matter is related to you. Then what do you want to do? I think that, since the cultivators of your sect have connections with the North, they must solve this matter. I don't care how it is solved, but Lan Yu must come back intact. Okay, I agree. Let them handle this matter. If they don't handle it well, the Tao foundation of all the cultivators in the Dongsuan period will be cut down. Ah, please spare my life, Ancestor. Ancestor, we were wrong. Ancestor, please have mercy. Several 8th level cultivators of Shenmue Sect were immediately terrified. Dao Foundation is their foundation. If their Dao Foundation is cut off, they will not die, but they will never reach the Supreme Realm in this life. Their lifespan will be greatly reduced, at least 10%, at most half, and even their combat effectiveness will be greatly weakened. It can be said that this is a punishment worse than death. Now that the matter is done, there is no need to punish me. That's it, get out of here. Shenmue Sect's Supreme Master ignored their pleas and shouted angrily. The high-level cultivators of Shenmue Sect carried several 8th level ancestors away one after another. I'm sorry to embarrass you, a bunch of bastards. Disciples should be loyal and trained by ourselves. Old Ghost, what have you been doing all these years? Humph, weren't these all trained by me? Aren't they a bunch of ungrateful wolves? The 5 Continents Alliance is getting bolder and bolder. It seems we need to give them a warning. What do you want to war with? If you ask me, just go to war. How many people are there in the Wengsan Sect in the south? Altogether they are less than 5 million. We will mobilize 30 million cultivators, 20 million to block the north, and 10 million to sweep the south. Let's take down one family first. Old Ghost Mew, things are not as simple as you think. Once the Wengsan Sect leaves, the task of guarding the Juai will be on us. Don't you know about those monsters in the Juai? Once we relax a little, they will definitely come out to wreak havoc on the world. Yu Pingcheng smiled bitterly. The Wengsan Sect was indeed alone, but they still had the Juai behind them. Without someone to keep it down, something big would happen, and the foundation of the human race would be overturned. Chapter 729, Pulling out the hidden pawn. There was a confrontation ahead, and Yinanyu took the captive Lan Yu and returned directly to Kunlun. This kind of big thing could not be handled by the Tiansheng Sect alone, so it had to be handled by Kunlun. The people of the Nanzhao Alliance were overjoyed when they learned that Yu Zhao had captured Lan Yu, the deputy leader of the Blackwater platform. They sent people to Kunlun one after another, wanting to admire the heroic figure of leader Lan Yu. In the confrontation over the years, Lan Yu had killed many people from various sects. However, Kunlun was also afraid that Lan Yu would be beaten to death, so he did not let anyone see him at all. He just sent a message to each sect, asking them to be aware that whoever dared to disappear recently was the hidden man of the Tiansheng Sect, and asked them to capture him as soon as possible. Not to mention, many people immediately felt guilty when they heard that Lan Yu was captured and prepared to abscond. Some succeeded, and some failed. The secret struggle of the Immortal Alliance was immediately destroyed, and was at a disadvantage. This was the consequence of the capture of the core figure. Lan Yu, confess, so as to avoid physical pain. You know what we night owls are capable of. Once we start to torture you, it will not be a joke. Yinanayu, do you think people at my level can talk nonsense? I know there are restrictions in your consciousness. This is not a problem. Kunlun has asked the Supreme to take action. He can definitely remove the restrictions in your soul. Don't worry. I also swore an oath of Tao Heart. The oath of Tao Heart is not scary. There are many ways to escape. Besides, you will not die immediately. You can still live for many years. Your lifespan this year is less than 1,000 years old. With your cultivation, living to 2,000 years old is not a problem. How about it? Consider it. If you want me to say it, tell me the hidden man around me. I want to know how I fell. Lan Yu said lightly. Until now, he has not figured out how he fell. Why Shenmue Sect would cooperate with Kunlun to frame him. Could it be that Shenmue Sect has also betrayed him? Lan Yu, friend Yu, don't be fooled. The Blackwater Terrace must have spies in Kunlun. Be careful until they are found. Yeah, I'm sorry Lan Yu. How can you let me say it without any sincerity? Haha, okay, I'll give you some sincerity. The Shenmue Sect is actually a member of our 5 Continents Alliance. They deliberately spread those rumors about the Shenmue Sect, and we deliberately leaked the information about Mo Yaoshan. Haha, Yinanayu, do you think I'm a fool? If you don't believe me, forget it. That's all for today. Let's go and have a rest. Yinanayu said with a big laugh, and then had Lan Yu taken away. He didn't torture her, or do anything else. Yinanayu, are you sure you don't want to torture him? It's useless to torture a person like him. My head said that there is a kind of person who can ignore any criminal law with faith. Tiansheng Sect is his faith. Faith. I don't believe there is such a person. No one can stop him under torture. Forget it. I didn't believe it at first. In fact, we have only seen a few such people in all these years. If you want him to talk, you must first break his psychological defenses. How to break his psychological defenses? This is something you are good at. Try slowly. There is always a soft spot in his heart. Yinanayu shook his head. He didn't understand Lan Yu enough, so he couldn't hit him in one shot. He could only try slowly, and bit by bit. A few days later, the confrontation on the front line continued, but both sides calmed down a lot. No one dared to take the first action, and Shenmue Sect took over the matter with full authority. The ancestor of Shenmue Sect sent a message to Lu Lian, saying that he wanted to exchange Lan Yu back, and was willing to pay any price. Lu Lian agreed on the surface, and the two sides continued to argue. Meanwhile, Night Owl's men quietly went to the White Crane Mountain of the Tiansheng Sect, and captured Lan Yu's wife and son. This was done at the same time as the capture of Lan Yu, but the White Crane Mountain was a little far away, so it took some time to bring the people out. The moment Lan Yu saw his wife and children, his face was as hen, and he looked at Yinanayu with extremely resentful eyes, saying, "You will be punished for not bringing disaster to your wife and children, Yinanayu. Maybe, it's okay, I'll bear it. Anyway, I only have one wife, and I don't plan to have children anymore. If you have the guts, go and capture my wife." Yinanayu was a bachelor, and Siki was also about to enter the Shengsu period. The higher the cultivation level, the more difficult it would be to give birth to an heir. They were no longer going to have children. As for Siki herself, Yinanayu believed in Siki's ability, and would not be easily captured. Shameless, you beast, do as you please. Go on, fellow Daoist you. When will the supreme ancestor of your sect arrive? Soon, fellow Daoist you. In fact, I think, just let the ancestor search your soul, and everything will be fine. Soul searching and confession are two different things. It's useless to simply memorize some things, such as a number. This number is about a secret. I deliberately downplayed the content of the secret, and strengthened the number. It's useless even if you get the number. You don't know what the number means at all. In addition, there are hidden agents. Lan Yu only needs to know who the other party is, and what the code name is. Everything will be conveyed and picked up by a special person. Is it useful if you know the code name? Now I tell you, you have a Tiansheng Sect spy in the upper echelons of Kunlun, named Laoshu, but I don't know his appearance or name. Can you find it out? He can even use enhanced memory to mislead you, and frame you. Thank you for this. Yu bowed to Yinanayu. Night Owl's level has always been higher than Th's, but many people couldn't tell exactly where it was higher. Now Yu knew something. Just based on what Yin and Yu said, if they were asked to study it, it would take at least 100 years. This is professionalism. Night Owl's ability is really amazing. Yin and Yu, I admit defeat to you. Don't worry, take your time. The Supreme Ancestor will be here soon. Let's play slowly. Yin and Yu replied. One day later, Kunlun's ancestor came to the prison and cast a spell himself to remove the restriction in the Lin Xiao Stone Sea. This restriction was only the arm of the Dangsuan monk, which was not difficult for him. Now it's slowly starting. Lin Xiao, let's talk about Tiansheng Sect. We don't have much to talk about. It's okay, then just listen. Tiansheng Sect now has. Yin and Yu took out a jade slip, which was the result of Night Owl's infiltration of Tiansheng Sect for hundreds of years. It recorded all the information of Tiansheng Sect, including the number of disciples, the basic information of the Supreme Ancestor, the factions of the mountains, the number of cultivators of each level, their cultivation, their potential, etc. It even included the privacy of Tiansheng Sect, such as who took away the position left by Ren King Guyan after his death in the battle, and what means were used, and who divided up his wives and concubines after Ren Han died. Even the top leaders of Tiansheng Sect might not know all this information. Lin Yu was extremely shocked when she heard it, and Yu Jie on the side was so surprised that his mouth could not close. To what extent did Night Owl infiltrate Tiansheng Sect that he even knew such things? Was the Blackwater platform of Tiansheng Sect just for free? Why did the sect not react, even when it was infiltrated like a sieve? He Shite, there must be a spy among the top leaders of He Shite. Who is it? Yin and Yu, tell me, who is this person? I won't accept it. I won't accept it. Lin Yu's face was grim, and he let out a shrill roar. Only He Shite would investigate and collect this information, and the top leaders of the sect would never know so much. There was a problem with He Shite, and it was the top leaders of He Shite. Thinking of this, Lin Yu panicked, very panicked. The enemy had infiltrated the other side's top leaders. This was unacceptable. The entire sect was in extreme danger. I won't tell you, but I will tell you that we will continue to support him. Maybe after a few thousand years, he can become the chief ancestor of Tiansheng Sect. Ha 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 you. Don't worry, I haven't finished reading yet. Fellow Daoist you, take good notes. What I'm going to tell you next is the news that Tiansheng Sect has planted spies in various sects. Okay, I told you that Tiansheng Sect has 13 spies in Kunlun, namely. Don't say anymore. Don't say anymore. Lin Yu was very upset. The achievements that He Shite was proud of, which took hundreds of years to achieve, were destroyed by Yin and Yu. Lin Yu's psychological defenses have been on the verge of collapse. Yin and Yu has slowly figured out where his weaknesses are. Lin Yu is an extremely proud person, and what he identifies with most is his career. Back then, King Nian was also a proud person. He was domineering in He Shite and even ignored Zhu Wei. He occupied most of the power of He Shite, but Lin Yu did not agree with King Nian. In his opinion, King Nian's approach was very rough, and there was a strong sect set. He believed that cultivation and strength could settle everything. So in the years when Taishi fell into the hands of He Shite, Lin Yu learned a lot of skills from Taishi. As soon as King Nian died, he showed his level and replaced King Nian. In recent years, He Shite has been thriving under Lin Yu's management, and its level has greatly improved. It ranks first among the 7 sects, especially in the past 100 years, when Tiansheng Sect has been the leader of the sect. They have been guiding the dark line of the entire Immortal Alliance, and have carried out large-scale internal deployment and anti-infiltration in the 5 Continents Alliance, and have achieved remarkable results. All of this is Lin Yu's pride. Even if he was caught by accident this time, he didn't think he was wrong. He thought that there was a problem with Shenmue Sect, and he was pitted by his pig teammates. But now Yin and Yu ruthlessly told him that it was not his teammates who pitted him, but he himself. Yi Xiao had already infiltrated the Blackwater platform, and had achieved a high position in it. Any secrets of the Tiansheng Sect were no longer kept secret from Yi Xiao. This was also the part that Lan Yu was most proud of, which was strangled by Yin Yu, and he told him that the confrontation between the two alliances was because of their mistakes, and the Immortal Alliance was going to lose. His psychological defense line collapsed. We can talk about other things. Yin Yu looked at Lan Yu's state. His psychological defense line was broken, but how to get more secrets from him would require a lot of effort. Chapter 730, Escape. Interrogation is a very profound knowledge, and different people have different mentalities. In this regard, Lin Xiao has very mature techniques and rich experience. What they fear most is people who refuse to speak even if they die. They are not afraid of your torture, but they just refuse to speak, or they hypnotize themselves directly. Now that Lan Yu's psychological defense line has collapsed, Yin Yu will hollow out his secrets bit by bit. Although Lin Xiao's spy in Tiansheng Sect has a high status, he still has no way to master all the secrets. After all, Hishite is also a mature intelligence organization that knows how to use the system to keep secrets, so Lan Yu still plays a very important role. As Lan Yu was broken through, the various sects in the 5 Continents Alliance began to receive news from Kunlun, and removed the spies in their sects one by one. The identities of many spies made the various sects very frightened, because many people have already mixed into the level of their core personnel. In time, these people don't know how much harm they will cause to them. As the spies were removed one by one, Hishite immediately responded, and took many measures, the most important of which was to find out the spies in Tiansheng Sect. Zhu Wei had escaped a disaster before, and his own level was not low. Especially after knowing what was happening in Shenmue Sect, he realized that there were also problems in Hishite. For this reason, Zhu Wei specially went to find Qin Kaixing, hoping to get support from the sect. Zhu Wei, have you locked on the suspect? No, it's very difficult now. Night Owl has been planning for us for a long time. I suspect that it has been planned when Iron Lion fell into our hands. So it has been more than 400 years. How many disciples have we recruited in 400 years? Many of the disciples back then are now in the Lingguang period. They are the backbone of our sect. If we conduct a large-scale investigation, I'm afraid that it will hurt the disciples' hearts. Zhu Wei replied. This is the power of the hidden man. As long as you don't have enough evidence, you don't even dare to investigate openly. What if you hurt the disciples' hearts? You have to investigate them for no reason. What's more terrible is that Zhu Wei is worried that someone will use this incident to exclude dissidents, create some false cases, and attack the people of the hostile faction. If it is expanded, the sect may be destroyed. This is not Zhu Wei's groundless worry, but it is very likely. More than 100 years ago, the 7 sects fought against the Yi family of Emperor Hao. Ren Qinggan died in battle, Ren Han died in battle, and more than 900 Dao Gang and Lingguang period cultivators died in battle. Not many escaped. Many of these people were middle and high level members of the Tiansheng Sect, and held a lot of power, especially Ren Qinggan's faction. If they fell directly, their interests would be divided up. It took Tiansheng Sect decades to stabilize, but some people from Ren Qinggan's faction were not killed. What if someone killed them all, and took the opportunity to destroy them? You must always come up with a set of rules. You can't let the spies get away with it. I know. That's why I want to ask the sect to build a high-level heart-searching array. Then, under the pretext of discovering disciples and supporting talented disciples, we can search the hearts of disciples at all levels. In this way, we can investigate and punish a group of people. As for whether all the spies can be found, I don't know. According to the information we know, some forces have done a lot of research on this. The heart-searching array is not omnipotent. Okay. Although the heart-searching array is valuable, it is far inferior to finding spies. I will communicate and build a 7th level heart-searching array to check all those below the golden body stage. Thank you, Elder Chen. I will be the first batch to search the hearts of Blackwater Terrace. Okay, the heart-searching array will be completed within a month. You must be ready. No problem. Starting from the top of Blackwater Terrace, no one will be left out. Zhu Wei nodded. In fact, his ultimate goal was to find out the spies of Blackwater Terrace. Only by keeping Blackwater Terrace safe can they effectively carry out counter-infiltration. A month later, Zhu Wei summoned all the high-level officials above the level of deacon in Hishite on the pretext of a meeting, and brought them to the trial field of the sect. The trial field was heavily guarded, and there were high-level monks in charge. Even if they were found out, they could be taken down immediately. Everyone, you know about the matter of Deputy Commander Lin Xiao. I can tell you that there must be a traitor in Hishite. I don't know who this traitor is, but it will be revealed today. As the sharpest knife of the sect, Hishite must not have any problems. So starting from me, everyone must accept the test of the heart-searching array. Let's start. Zhu Wei stood in the heart-searching array and said loudly to the group of people. Then he was the first to let Chen Kaixing open the heart-searching array and conduct the heart-searching. As the array was opened, Zhu Wei felt the world spinning. He did not resist, and his soul soon fell into confusion. The monk guarding the array asked Zhu Wei many questions, including some private questions. The conversation was invisible to outsiders, but the high level knew it clearly. After an intense stick of time, Zhu Wei woke up, sweating all over, as if he was extremely tired, but he still forced himself to stand aside, and ordered the next one. The next one was another deputy commander of the Blackwater platform, and then more than 20 stewards. Stewards were the senior officials second only to the deputy commanders, which made Lian Fu in the audience feel frightened. Boss Ye, I hope your method is effective. Lian Fu held a long needle as thin as a cow's hair in his hand. This long needle was either a magic weapon, or made of ordinary iron. In the training of Night Owl, there are many ways to deal with such things. The most common one is to take medicine in advance, which can keep oneself awake and resist the confusion of the questioning heart array. You can also wear some treasures on your body. However, all these methods must be prepared in advance. It is impossible to do a surprise attack like this, so you can only take the risk to try emergency methods. When Zhu Wei called Lian Fu's name, he deliberately tidied his clothes and took the opportunity to pierce the long needle into his chest, directly into the heart. The spiritual light monks have not tempered their internal organs, but their internal organs are still much stronger than those of ordinary people, and they will not die immediately. Lian Fu greets the Grand Commander and all the ancestors. No need to be polite, go in and don't resist, otherwise you will be treated as a traitor. Yes, Grand Commander. Lian Fu bowed and then entered the heart-searching array. As the heart-searching array opened, Lian Fu felt a dizzying sensation and his soul entered a moment of confusion, but he immediately kept his body tense. The severe pain in his chest made him regain a little bit of consciousness. Lian Fu, are you loyal to the Tiansheng Sect? Yes. Lian Fu, have you ever done anything to let down the sect? Have you ever done anything to let down the sect? I once asked Deputy Commander Lin Xiao. Lian Fu, are you from the Five Continents Alliance? No. Lian Fu answered more than a dozen questions carefully. He did not make himself innocent, but deliberately revealed some shameful things in Tiansheng Sect, such as he once relied on Lin Xiao to suppress competitors. These things are certainly against the rules of the sect, but it is not a big deal. It is impossible for cultivators, to be honest, after practicing for hundreds of years. It is normal to violate the rules of the sect more or less. For such things, as long as they are not deliberately looking for trouble, most of the senior officials will turn a blind eye. Zhu Wei, what do you think? Lian Fu should be fine. His father Lian Feng is also a disciple of the sect, and was born and raised here. That's it. Pause, let him come out. Yes, ancestor. Then the questioning array agreed, and Lian Fu came out sweating profusely. This was the reaction of everyone. Even if Lian Fu sweated a little more, it was nothing. Commander-in-Chief, I still have some things to do. If possible, I would like to go back and take care of things. Okay, take a rest. Go to the storehouse to get a bottle of Mi Shendan to restore your spirit. Thank you, Commander-in-Chief. Lian Fu is leaving. Lian Fu showed a grateful look, then respectfully left the trial field and flew back to his residence. Lian Fu carefully took off his clothes, then took out the long needle, and a drop of blood appeared on his chest. You can't do anything within a year. Once you do something, there will be a risk of being exposed. Moreover, the Tiansheng Sect is becoming more and more dangerous. I must send my father and the others away. Lian Fu took a magic pill to stop the injury, but the heart is still a vital point. Lian Fu can't do anything now. If he does something, he will be discovered. 3 days later, Lian Fu made a suggestion to Zhu Wei. Previously, the focus of the Immortal Alliance was on Zhang Zhao, while the work on Zizhao, Nanzhao, and Bizhao was extremely slow. Therefore, Lian Fu suggested that the Blackwater platform increase investment in these places and plant hidden stakes. At that time, they could destroy the support of these places for the Five Continents Alliance, or even directly instigate rebellion, and make these places turn against the Alliance. Especially in Nanzhao, there are many countries in Nanzhao that have close relations with the Tiansheng sects. Although they are not as deep as those of Tiansheng Sect, they are more or less connected. Although these forces have joined the Five Continents Alliance, they may not refuse the recruitment of the Immortal Alliance. Now many forces in the world of cultivating immortals are coerced and forced to stand in line. What they really want to do is to be neutral and do not want to be involved in this kind of right and wrong. These forces are what the Immortal Alliance wants to fight for. Even if they do not join the Immortal Alliance, it is okay. They don't even need to be neutral. They only need to not cooperate and reduce their support for the Five Continents Alliance. This is considered a win and their work is effective. This suggestion won the approval of Zhu Wei. This was not only true for the Five Continents Alliance, but also for the Immortal Alliance. Many people joined the Immortal Alliance out of fear of its strength. Their lack of effort made the integration of the Immortal Alliance extremely difficult. If they took the initiative to join, it would not be the case. The Immortal Alliance naturally hoped that such things would happen as little as possible, while the other side needed as many as possible. So they agreed to Lian Fu's suggestion and let Lian Fu preside over such things. Lian Fu then drew up a list of some old monks in the sect who had no hope of advancing, pretending to be casual cultivators, and sneaking into various places. In order to show his loyalty, Lian Fu specifically asked his father and several relatives to participate in this plan. After all, this was an extremely dangerous thing, and letting his relatives take action was enough to prove many things. Chapter 731 Overall Planning. In Xianyang City, Yunanyu came back, and was scolded by Lin Xiao as expected. For a minor injury, he went to capture Lan Yu. What a big trouble this would be. If the leaders of both sides were not calm enough and really fought, it would be a catastrophe for the human race, and Yunanyu would be infamous forever. Master, how can it be so exaggerated? The Blackwater platform has become more and more presumptuous in recent years. I just want to kill their prestige. Get out. You dare to talk back. Believe it or not, I will beat you up. I dare not. I dare not. Take the pill and get out. If you can't break through to the golden body stage within 10 years, let me see how I deal with you. Lin Xiao was furious, but he still threw him a brocade box with 2 pills in it. 1 7 souls pill for Siki, and 1 3 souls and 7 souls pill for Yunanyu himself. Thank you, master. I will go to Zhangzhou first and leave the matter to our king. Nanzhao will be left as Yanfei. Get lost. Get lost. I'm leaving now. Yunanyu ran away with a grin on his face. It was not the first time that he was scolded by Lin Xiao. He also knew that Lin Xiao was very soft-hearted towards his own people and would not really do anything to him. Lin Xiao rubbed his head. He was worried about such a subordinate. Lin Xiao returned to his seat. In front of him, there was a huge map with the distribution of forces in the world of immortal cultivation, including humans and demons. At present, the Five Continents Alliance and the Immortal Alliance are evenly matched, especially after the contradictions between the 5 major academies in Dongzhou and the Haoyang sect were exposed. Once a war broke out, the 5 major academies would definitely go to war with the Haoyang sect to regain their territory and consolidate their rule in Dongzhou. This means that the 5 major academies are also staunch allies of the Immortal Alliance. The Demon Clan. The one I'm most worried about is the Demon Clan. After millions of years of hostility, no one has really defeated anyone, Lin Xiao said with a sigh. The Demon Clan is very complex and mysterious. The depths of the wilderness are a forbidden area for humans. No one knows how many demon beast armies they have, or how many supreme demon kings they have. Especially in the dragon abyss of the western continent, it has been said that there is a real dragon lurking, but no one knows whether it is true or not. The key is whether the Demon Clan can unite. If the Demon Clan acts on their own, it is not a threat. But if the Demon Clan Alliance takes advantage of the human race's serious injury to attack, can the human race still resist? Even if a human emperor like the King Emperor, Hao Emperor, or Jade Emperor appears, can they resist? Team Unity. Lin Xiao silently recited 2 more words in his heart. There are countless masters in the 5 continents alliance, but Lin Xiao does not trust them. It is not because of their inability, but because of Lin Xiao's personality. Lin Xiao can be regarded as a hero, and any hero has a suspicious character. If they are not his own people, they will not trust them 100%, no matter what they do. They hope to make any decisions related to life and death by themselves, so heroes are unwilling to lag behind others, and hope to coordinate the overall situation. This is the same for Lin Xiao, but Lin Xiao does not have this kind of prestige now. If you want to be the leader of the 5 continents alliance, you must have strong enough strength, at least on an equal footing with the Supreme, so that others will listen to you, and then you must have enough people. Tiansheng Sect plus 4 branches. Lin Xiao directly controls more than 400,000 people. This force is already very strong, but compared with the current situation, it is nothing. If a fight really breaks out, it will be a battle of tens of millions of people. What is 400,000 people? So Lin Xiao needs to unite more forces. Lin Xiao is confident that he can mobilize the millions of cultivators in Wuguo, but what about allies such as Qian Luoguo and Siluoguo? Will they listen to him at that time? Lin Xiao is not sure. Bu Yunshan here, Master Lin Xiao called out, and a disciple walked in. This person was called Bu Yunshan, and he was one of Lin Xiao's many registered disciples. Lin Xiao had accepted more than 100 registered disciples, and more than a dozen of them were considered to be talented. They had reached the Daogang cultivation level in recent years. Lin Xiao and several of his direct disciples brought them to their side and let them follow them. They could give them some pointers from time to time, and they would be treated much better if they followed Lin Xiao and his people. This was considered Lin Xiao's support for them. Go and draft a letter and send it to Nanzuan, asking him to send the prepared Lingming pill materials, and tell your senior sister Xiangxiang that she will not be allowed to refine the Lingming pill for the time being. I have my own ideas. Yes, Master, go down. Yes. Bu Yunshan left quickly. He was now equivalent to Lin Xiao's secretary. Lin Xiao would also teach him how to handle things and let him learn the art of management. Bu Yunshan wrote the letter, then found another person, stamped it with Lin Xiao's seal, and sent it to the sect and Yu Xiangxiang. One day later, Nanzuan received Lin Xiao's letter. Hey, the master has changed his mind again. Someone, go and tell Bei Lao Zhu that the master has made his own arrangements for the Lingming pill. Yes, Nan Xiao Zhu, the master has his own channels to refine the Lingming pill. This should be a good thing. Now many disciples in the sect are waiting to break through the spiritual light. It's a good thing, but it adds a lot of challenges to our work. The efficiency of the large factory will be reduced this year. Does the master have any opinions on the large factory? Several elders of the General Affairs Hall also frowned. They knew the reason for the reduction in the efficiency of the large factory. The alliance confrontation and the slowdown of the activities of the monsters made the people of various countries and sects begin to hoard supplies, which greatly reduce the purchasing power of various countries and sects. After all, there are already many things in the sects, and their disposable funds will be reduced. Although they knew the reason, they did not have a strategy to deal with it. Originally, there was one, which was to start a war, first to reduce inventory, and second to obtain cheap materials, so as to ensure the efficient operation of the large factory, and obtain a lot of benefits. No, the previous suggestion was severely rejected by the leader. If you don't want to die, don't even think about it. Master Nan, I know the leader refused, but what if someone wants to start a war? What do you mean? Qin state in Western continent. Now that the demons in Western continent have slowed down their activities, all the countries in Western continent have had a chance to breathe. However, the situation in Qin state is not optimistic. The king of Qin state in Western continent is running out of time. The king of Qin state has hundreds of children, but only 3 sons and 1 daughter are legitimate. The most capable of them is Princess Mingyu. She is the best choice for both commanding her subjects and for her personal qualifications. However, Her female body has become the biggest trouble. Several princes are mediocre in ability, but they have always coveted the throne. For hundreds of years, they have been fighting openly and secretly, and they are as hostile as fire and water. Once the king of Qin state passes away, Qin state in western continent will probably be hit by a civil war. Stupid, to have a civil strife at this time, is just courting death. Master Nan, from our perspective it is courting death, but they may not think so. Although the Qin state has joined the Five Continents Alliance, it has never been keen on sending troops. They only need to fight for power and profit. What does the war have to do with them? Said an elder. Not everyone is keen on the alliance's confrontation. For Zhao, the impact is not that big. Zhao is very weak and cannot play a decisive role in the overall situation. They don't really want to get involved in this matter, so they are the ones who really don't care. So our company has become the key to the outcome of the war. What is the attitude of the princes and princesses of Qin? According to the company's feedback, the princes and princesses are accumulating power and expanding their men, so they are in urgent need of resources. They can't provide so many resources and hope to buy on credit, using Qin's minerals as collateral. The terms are almost the same. Has the company replied? How dare we reply without your and the head's orders? They keep dragging it on, but it won't be long. They won't stop. Once the king dies, the fight will have to start. What I mean is, we can't stop this kind of thing, so we might as well support one family. How long does the king of Zhao have left to live? I don't quite understand this, but it will definitely not be more than 100 years. It may be within 50 years, otherwise he would not be unable to control the domestic situation. I remember that there is a king Qin in Zhao Qin who is also in the golden body period. Yes, but the king Qin doesn't have much power, and his ambition is not power. It is said that except for the 3,000 personal guards, there are no other men. He should not participate. The king Qin is the cornerstone of Qin. Put this matter aside for now. Tell the company that no one is allowed to make promises easily, otherwise all the company stewards and above will be severely punished. I said this. No matter who it is, if they intervene in this matter without the order of the sect, they will be treated as traitors. The elder was speechless. He originally wanted to lobby Nan Xuan to support one of them, but he didn't expect that Nan Xuan was unwilling to support anyone, which made it very difficult for him. Half a month later, Nan Xuan sent the materials for the Lingming pill to Xianyang City. The true spirit grass on this level is the true spirit grass produced in Xianyang Mountain. After hundreds of years of accumulation, Tiansheng Sect finally has its own true spirit grass, and it can continue to produce continuously, which is extremely important for training disciples. Lin Xiao got the materials, arranged things, and went to Zhongshan Sect again. Li Muxu was not there, and Yu Xiangxiang and Basix's rate of refining Lingming pills was too low. Lin Xiao didn't want to waste it, so he could only let Lan Lingayu take action. By the way, the two of them also needed to meet. A few years ago, Lin Xiao was refining the 3 souls and 7 spirits pill in Tiansheng Sect. In fact, it was prepared for Lan Lingayu. She also got one because of this. After the retreat, she successfully broke through the golden body stage. When Lin Xiao came, Lan Lingayu had just come out of retreat. Lan Lingayu did not hold a promotion ceremony. She did not like this kind of scene, and was not suitable. Tiansheng Sect was sandwiched between 2 alliances, which made them very uncomfortable, and needed to keep a low profile. Tiansheng City has become much more depressed. Lan Lingayu received Lin Xiao's message, and joined Tiansheng City. Compared with the prosperity of the past, Tiansheng City was more than a little depressed. Lin Xiao estimated that at least hundreds of thousands of people and a large number of merchants had left. The alliances are in opposition, and the materials needed by Tiansheng Sect cannot be imported. Moreover, Tiansheng Sect has received a large number of orders from the alliances. Without enough pills to produce, the attraction to cultivators and businesses has decreased. Now the sect leaders are very anxious. Lin Xiao, do you have any solution? Lan Lingayu nodded. Tiansheng Sect began to lack financial resources, which had a great impact on all Tiansheng Sect disciples. Lan Lingayu was also very anxious. Chapter 732, 9 Dragons Fight for Succession. As the number of monsters slowed down, the pressure on the wild fronts of the countries in Zizhao was reduced a lot. They were not ungrateful people, so they stopped fighting and rested. After decades of recuperation, the national strength of each country has greatly increased, and the generals guarding the border of Qin State and Zizhao have returned to Kyoto. Because Kyoto has the most expensive spiritual vein in Qin State, the mysterious energy here is the most abundant, which is very beneficial for the practice of high-level cultivators. For example, the border is short of mysterious energy and needs to refine mysterious crystals to practice. It is not something that ordinary people can afford, and money is not spent like this. As the center of Qin State, Kyoto has entered many princes, including royal children. Suddenly, political struggles have been set off, fighting openly and secretly, and you come and go, which feels like a nine-dragon fight for the throne. In this struggle, Beicheng merchants played an extremely important role. Beicheng merchants have money and resources. It can be said that the power represented by Beicheng merchants has exceeded the royal family. Whoever the merchant supports is the winner. This also made the person in charge of the company a guest of honor of all major forces. He was invited to banquets every day, which also gave the person in charge Lu Chuan a headache. He kept cursing Tishi for throwing this mess to him. Master Lu, this is a letter from Lin Xiao to you. Please take a look. Got it, put it down. Lu Chuan nodded, then opened the letter and read it. Nan Xuan's words were extremely harsh. Lu Chuan was not allowed to interfere in Qin's internal affairs, and things like credit were not allowed to happen, otherwise there would be severe punishments waiting for them. Come on, summon the deacons and managers at all levels to come to discuss the matter. Yes, Master Lu. The disciples of the company went to notify the middle and senior management to come to discuss the matter. After an hour, dozens of people arrived. There is only one purpose for calling you here. The head of Nangxuan has sent a letter that the company is not allowed to interfere in the internal affairs of Qin. Therefore, from today on, all managers of the company are prohibited from attending the banquets of the Qin forces. Remember, everyone will be supervised by the Qinglian Hall. Those who violate the rules will be punished for corruption. I know that many of you have relatives and friends in Qin, and even have children, but remember your identity. If you don't want to die, stop it, understand? Lu Chuan's voice was loud and his expression was serious. Beicheng Company lived a very good life in Kyoto. After all forces had something to ask of them, so there were constant banquets of all sizes, and even many people gave gifts and women. Some guys who were not so determined in their Taoism would have children, after working in Qin for decades. When they rotated back to the sect, they would be a large group of people, big and small. The sect would not usually care about such things, but at this time, he had to emphasize it, otherwise someone might take advantage of it. All the people agreed, but many people were dissatisfied or even dissatisfied. The business in Zizhao was independent of the Beicheng business in Nansao, but it was linked to the big factory in Wu State. Therefore, the income of the big factory was also linked to their personal treatment. In recent years, the income of the big factory continued to decline, and their treatment was also reduced. Everyone began to be dissatisfied. They cooperated with the Qin forces, which was also for the sake of the sect. Is it wrong? In the Kyoto Palace in the Qin state of Zizhao, Princess Mingai was walking with her father. The flowers in the imperial garden were in full bloom. It was a good time to appreciate the flowers. The king had many children, but there were only a few legitimate children. The treatment of the other children was not very good. It was just the treatment of ordinary royal family, and they had no chance to compete for the throne. Mingai, what do you think of the current situation in the world? Father, are you referring to the Qin state in Western continent or the entire world of immortal cultivation? Of course you are referring to the Qin state. The world of immortal cultivation has little to do with us, said the king with a smile. No matter who wins between the 5 Continents Alliance and the Immortal Alliance, the monsters in Western continent will not disappear. If the monsters want to counterattack, the Qin state will have to resist, and they must also support and join the 5 Continents Alliance. It's only because of geographical reasons. If it weren't for this, they would not have joined the 5 Continents Alliance. So, in his opinion, who wins or loses, it won't be a big deal. It doesn't matter. Everything is fine in Qin. There is no alarm on the border now. The princes are recuperating. After decades of recuperation, our kin is now strong in men and horses. Unless the demons come to attack with all their might, it will be no problem to stop them. Mingayu, what you said seems a bit insincere. Father, there is no one else today. I want to hear your truth. The fight between you and the eldest prince has become increasingly fierce in the past 2 years. I want to know what you think. Since father asked, Mingayu will dare to ask father, what is the situation in the world today? In the world of immortal cultivation? The trend of great contention, since father knows, he really thinks that our kin can still be safe. No matter who wins or loses in the 5 continents alliance, it will be a miserable victory. If the demons come to attack with all their might at that time, they will still have the strength to support us. Zhangzhou is the base of the human race. What if they ask to retreat to Zhangzhou? What should we do? Mingayu, what does this have to do with the country? How can it not be related? Father's death is not far away. According to the ancestral system of the Qin state, a new king must be determined 30 years before his death. Among the royal children, there are only 4 of us, but Mingayu dares to ask father, in terms of ability, can my elder brother and others compare with me? I, Mingayu, have led troops to fight on the border since I started from Zifu, for hundreds of years. During these hundreds of years, I also dealt with several princes who were growing stronger and had evil intentions. During these hundreds of years, enough, I know your achievements, but being a king is not that easy. I know what father wants to say. Isn't it because I'm a woman? Shut up, Mingayu, you disappoint me so much. There have been 3 empresses in the history of Qin. How could I be so pedantic? Your qualifications are the best among my many children, and you have the greatest hope of breaking through the golden body, or even the 8th level. Cultivation is the foundation of us cultivators, not power. What I hope is that you break through the 7th and 8th levels, and protect my Qin state. Do you understand? If it were in the past, Mingayu would have obeyed the decision of the emperor, but now, it is not appropriate. Why is it not appropriate? The trend of great contention is surging and changing. This requires extremely high ruling ability of the king. The talents of my elder brother and others cannot cope with these changes. Letting them be king is a wrong decision. Then how can you be sure that you can cope with it? Of course I have my confidence. Where does your confidence come from? Nansao Wugo? Don't you know the harm of Nansao Wugo to Qin? Of course I know, but Nansao Wugo is also the key to Qin survival this time. I think it is very important that Wugo actively participates in the alliance opposition. How can we not fight in the trend of great contention? Princess Mingayu answered firmly. The development of Wugo's large factories directly destroyed Qin's ability to refine low-level resources. The high-level officials knew about this harm, but no one could refuse Wugo's products. They knew this better. For Princess Mingayu, crisis is both a danger and an opportunity. She admired Lin Xiao's daring mentality and despised Qin's current conservative strategy. She felt that, if Qin continued like this, something bad would happen sooner or later, and she must not let Qin end like this. So she needed power, and needed to integrate the power of the entire Qin to deal with this crisis. Hey, you've become too powerful. I can't even say that, right? Mingayu doesn't have such thoughts. Mingayu is thinking about Qin. Princess Mingayu replied. She dared to be so tough. Of course, she had her confidence. After hundreds of years of fighting, she already had a large number of troops under her command, and it could be said that she had become too powerful. With them as a team, Princess Mingayu could boldly fight for her own interests. Mingayu, have you ever thought about what will happen to our Qin state if the 5 continents alliance is defeated? The 5 continents alliance will not fail. Why are you so sure? Because of the Wu state of Nansao. I have studied all the history of Lin Xiao, and he has never missed a major event. Now Lin Xiao is in charge of the Nansao alliance, and has millions of troops under his command. Mingayu, you are simply ridiculous. You actually made such a decision, just because of the Wu state hundreds of thousands of miles away. Since the Wu state is right, why should I object? You father, I hope you can make the right choice for the Qin state. My elder brothers are ambitious but incompetent. They are the kind of people who only care about maintaining the status quo. The life and death of the Qin state must not be left in their hands. Princess Mingayu said coldly. The king stopped talking because of this sentence. Not long ago, several of his sons also said that his children were actually not weak in ability and were extremely arrogant. It could be said that each of them had a promising future. Of course, Mingayu is the one who performed the best, but the biggest problem is that Mingayu is a girl. Now she has not married yet, but once she gets married, how to solve the problem of foreign relatives? Qin has not had the problem of foreign relatives for many generations, because the kings, queens, and concubines of all dynasties cannot be the daughters of the princes' families, and must be from small families. If his son takes over, this rule can continue to be implemented, but can Mingayu? Mingayu is such a proud person. Will she look down on those mediocre men? She must find an excellent man. There are not many men who are excellent but not ambitious. Father, Mingayu has something to do, so I'm leaving first. Mingayu saw that the king was lost in thought, so she didn't stay for long and left quickly. Anyway, her thoughts had been made public a long time ago. Qin must have a fourth empress. This is not only for her to fight for, but also for her subordinates. If she loses power, what will happen to her subordinates, and who will guarantee their interests? Princess Lu Chuan, the head of Beicheng Trading Company, has replied and rejected the princess invitation to a banquet. What's going on? Did my brother and the others take action? No, it is said that a message came from the Wu Kingdom, forbidding them to interfere in the internal affairs of the Qin Kingdom. All the deacons and stewards also rejected the prince's invitation to a banquet. What a keen sense. There are indeed masters in the Wu Kingdom. Huh. Princess, what should we do? Notify the military intelligence department and ask them to check where Lin Xiao is. I want to go and see Lin Xiao. Princess Mingayu said coldly. She already knew that Lin Xiao was in charge of everything in the Wu Kingdom. If she wanted to gain the support of the Wu Kingdom, Lin Xiao's opinion was the most important. Chapter 733, A Pillow for Those Who Feel Sleepy. In Tiansheng Sect, with Lan Lingayu's current alchemy skills, it only takes 1 month to refine 1 furnace of Lingming pills, which is much shorter than before. It only took her 2 months to refine 2 furnaces of Lingming pills, with only a half-day rest in between. Lingayu, what arrangements does the Tiansheng Sect have for your breakthrough to the 7th level of alchemy? There are no arrangements. The sect simply can't provide the resources to support me now. The cheapest 7th level low-grade elixir costs more than 10 million Zuan crystals. Assuming 2 furnaces per year, even if I can maintain a stable 30% elixir output rate for 20 years, it will still cost 400 to 500 million Zuan crystals. And this is not just about the Zuan crystals. Li Muxu told me the same thing. The training of alchemists is too expensive. There's nothing we can do about it. I'll find a way to deal with this. No, Lin Xiao, I don't want to owe you too much. You say that, but you don't treat me as your Taoist partner. Bah, who is your Taoist partner? You're shameless. I'm not kidding you. I'm not kidding you either. Although I, Lan Lingyu, am not a great man, I don't want to owe you a favor. Huh. Lan Lingyu replied. Favors are not easy to repay. Lin Xiao is so powerful. If she owes him too much, what if he flirts with other women in the future? Will she still have the courage to quarrel with him? Okay, you are the best. I will give you the money for refining the pill this time. I, Lin Xiao, am a man of great stature. I can never owe anyone anything except my wife. Fortune Green Lotus Pill. Lin Xiao, are you crazy? Lan Lingyu took the brocade box from Lin Xiao and screamed in surprise. 100 Lingming pills could not compare to 1 Fortune Green Lotus Pill, not to mention the cost of refining the pill alone. Keep your voice down. Lin Xiao, where did you get this pill from? I remember you used it up a long time ago. Don't worry about that. Just think of it as if I stole it. Then tell me where you stole it from. I want to steal some too. In your husband's heart, you can steal as much as you want. Lin Xiao, you stop joking, okay? I'm not joking. I won't talk to you anymore. I'm leaving. Stop. Take this pill back. It's useless to take it back. I've taken 3 pills and they don't work. Take it back, even if it doesn't work. Okay, I'll go to Dongzhou and give it to Yimi. Stop. What's the matter? Give me the pill. Don't you want it? throw it away, and feed it to the dogs, rather than give it to her. Lan Lingayu stomped her feet. If she gave the creation green lotus pill to Yimi, she would have to marry him in return. Absolutely not. She would rather throw it away and feed it to the dogs. Ha ha ha, I'm leaving. Lin Xiao handed the pill over, and when Lan Lingayu took it, he suddenly attacked, pulled her into his arms, kissed her fiercely, and flew away, before she ran away. Rogue, big rogue. Lan Lingayu wiped her face, stamped her feet, and her face flushed. After scolding, she burst into laughter, and flew back to the mountain gate. She was going to retreat. It would be better to digest this kind of treasure as soon as possible. Maybe she can complete the membrane level soon. Lin Xiao returned to Xianyang City with 18 Lingming pills. Lin Xiao had not told Nan Xuan about this news. Although Tiansheng Sect could consume these Lingming pills alone, Lin Xiao had a bigger strategy. It was useless to rely on Tiansheng Sect alone. Lin Xiao needed allies, strong allies. Only with many allies could Lin Xiao have a greater say in the meeting of the South Continent Alliance. Many things are indeed decided by powerful countries, but sometimes voting is needed. At that time, one country has one vote. Lin Xiao needs these votes, not to mention that Lin Xiao wants to become the real leader of Nanzhao. Not to mention that the utilization rate of Lingming Pill is also a problem. If the 18 Daogang monks of Tiansheng Sect take Lingming Pill, according to the average success rate, there will be about 11 or 12 people. In other countries and sects, there are many Daogang monks with a solid foundation. They only lack one Lingming Pill. If they can make full use of it, they may reach 15 or 16. Master, Princess Mingayu of Qin State Nzizhao wants to visit you. She said she will come in 3 days. Princess Mingayu, what does she want me to do? It should be related to the situation in Qin State Nzizhao. It seems that I have missed some things during this period. Reply to the people in Nzizhao and wait for Princess Mingayu in 3 days. Bring the information related to Qin State. I want to see it. Remember, it is all. Yes, Master Bu Yunshan replied. Soon, he moved the information about Qin State. Lin Xiao read it carefully and knew what was going on. Afterwards, Lin Xiao sent a message to Yu Xiao, asking them to analyze the other 3 princes of Qin and the powerful princes, from power to character. 3 days later, before Princess Mingayu arrived, Yu Xiao's information was delivered to Lin Xiao. After reading it, Lin Xiao had a more detailed understanding of the situation in Qin. Mingayu has met fellow Daoist Lin. No, it should be Elder Lin, fellow Daoist Mingayu. Why do you have to be like this? Just call it what it was before, and it is still the same now. Rituals cannot be abolished, Mingayu replied, her heart full of envy. It was only more than 200 years ago that Lin Xiao and Lan Lingayu went to travel in Nzizhao. At that time, Lin Xiao was only in the Shengsu period, but 200 years later, Lin Xiao was already an ancestor of the 8th realm. In the history of the entire Qin state, there was only one ancestor of the 8th realm, and that was more than 10,000 years ago. In the following 10,000 years, the Qin state became increasingly weak, and there were not many people in the Golden Body period. Now there are only 2 people in the Golden Body period in Qin state. One is his father, and the other is the King of Qin. His father has a short lifespan, and maybe only one person will be left in the Golden Body period in a few decades. This is a very painful thing for the entire Qin state. Okay, let's call each other. Daoist Mingayu has come all the way to Nanzhao to find Lin. What is the purpose? I came to talk to Patriarch Lin about the overall situation of the world today. Daoist Mingayu, please speak. Lin Xiao laughed in his heart. As soon as he came, he raised the matter to the level of the whole world. His methods are very familiar. He is indeed a brilliant politician. Ancestor Lin, the human race is divided, the alliance is in confrontation, and the demon race has stopped fighting, but has no good intentions. The alliance has not taken action for 100 years. I believe that the top leaders of the 2 families are also afraid of the demon race. However, the contradictions between the 2 families cannot be reconciled. There will be a war in the future, maybe 10 years, maybe 100 years. In short, there will definitely be a war. Once the war starts, the human race will suffer heavy casualties. What should we do if the monsters take advantage of the situation at this time? There are 4 continents: Zhangzhou, Nanzhou, Zizhou, and Bizhou. Among them, Zhangzhou is a place of war, and the demons in Bizhou cannot tolerate high temperatures, and are not threatening. Only you and me, Nanzhou and Zizhou, are the most difficult. Nanzhou and Zizhou are adjacent to each other and support each other. If one continent falls, the other continent will be unable to escape. Does Ancestor Lin agree with Mingai's opinion? I agree, especially you, Langyuan in Zizhou, have always been very strong. You were afraid of Kunlun before, and did not dare to attack with all your strength. But once something happens in Zhangzhou, it will be easy for the demons to sweep across Zizhou. Since Ancestor Lin agrees with Mingyu, why not take precautions? What's your plan, fellow Daoist Mingyu? Lin Xiao answered according to her words. Lin Xiao knew that Princess Mingyu was going to show her true colors. Among the 32 countries in Western continent, 5 are the strongest, and my Qin state can be ranked in the top 3 in Western continent. There are no less than 3 million cultivators and horses, which are the backbone of the human race in Western continent. We only need to integrate the power of Qin state to make great contributions to the human race in Western continent, and at the same time it can also serve as a barrier for Southern continent. Daoist Mingyu, isn't Qin state doing well now? No, Elder Lin, my father's lifespan is only 40 or 50 years. Once my father dies, Qin state will immediately fall into civil strife. By then, tens of thousands of cultivators will have died in the battle, and Qin state may never recover from it. Why is that so? Elder Lin, the situations in Western continent and Southern continent are different. Only the throne can command the world, and this position is extremely important. So what does Daoist Mingyu mean? Please ask Elder Lin to help me seize the throne. Mingyu will be grateful. This is an internal affair of Qin state in Western continent. It's not a good idea for Lin to intervene. This is Mingyu's request, so it's naturally different. Okay, but I dare not rashly agree to it, fellow Daoist Mingyu. I need to discuss it with the senior leaders of the sect. I just need to go back to Wu country. Would fellow Daoist Mingyu be interested in visiting my Wu country? It's Milna. The next morning, Lin Xiao took Princess Mingyu and her group from Xianyang City and flew all the way to Wu country. Everyone was not fast, so that Princess Mingyu could appreciate the scenery of Nanzhou. Compared with Zizhou, the biggest feature of Nanzhou is that it is stable and prosperous, and there is a safe environment for cultivation. Therefore, in terms of the level of cultivation, Nanzhou is also higher than Zizhou, whether it is high-level combat power or overall advantages. There are cities or markets for cultivation in various countries, which is even more incomparable to Zizhou, as if there is a city in the countryside. Nanzhou is too rich. Princess Mingyu's eyes were red with jealousy. The human race in Zizhou paid a heavy price to resist the demon race. Even mortals had to practice some modified exercises, use blood and life as energy, and participate in the war. Therefore, there were few mortals in Zizhou who were over 60 years old, and most of them died in their prime. As for the living standard, it was even lower. Zizhou was often threatened by the demon race. The young and strong mortals were transferred to the army. How could there be enough labor to produce? It was even more impossible for cultivators to help with production, so famine was also a common thing for the human race in Zizhou. In fact, this was also due to Princess Mingyu's desire to compete for the throne. Zizhou was poor and lacked resources, so only by obtaining the throne could she mobilize the greatest resources to advance herself. If she was just an idle prince, she might not have enough resources, and it would be easy to break the road. A month later, Lin Xiao and his party arrived at Wu Kingdom. Nanzhou should have become weaker and weaker from north to south, but in the southwest end of Nanzhou, there was a freak called Wu Kingdom. Now the overall strength of Wu Kingdom has already surpassed that of medium-sized countries like Song Kingdom, and is second only to Kikin. It is like a pearl in the southwest end of Nanzhou. Everything that Wu Kingdom showed made Princess Mingyu feel extremely shocked. Chapter 734. The greatest benefit is not necessarily the right answer. Lin Xiao hadn't inspected Wu State for a long time, so this time he took Princess Mingyu to inspect all the way. The first stop was Chunhyang Palace. After Li Changqing's development, Chunhyang Palace is now as powerful as Luoyang in the past. However, there has not been a second Lingguan cultivator in Chunhyang Palace so far, which is also led by Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao must outlast the group of cultivators in Lu State in the past, and integrate the future generations of cultivators before supporting them. Of course, it's almost time now. Princess Mingai, who is a cultivator in the Shengsu period, solely Changqing naturally welcomes her warmly. As a major sect in Wu State, Chunhyang Palace is equivalent to the princes of Qin State in Zizhao. Princess Mingai will not be arrogant, and appears to be very polite. After Chunhyang Palace, it's time to go to the Wu State factory. The Wu State factory has more than 100,000 troops, and the masters of various levels of Dunfukism have 50,000 to 60,000 troops, as well as tens of thousands of standing troops. Everything about the Wu State factory makes Princess Mingai very curious. The Wu Go factory is a very mysterious thing in the Qin State of Zizhao, because in the past 100 years, 70% of the low-level resources used by the cultivators of the Qin State of Zizhao were produced here, and countless people have passed it down as a treasure land. Please look, Elder Lin, this is the warehouse of the factory. This is the material area. Here is the black iron, over there is the refined copper, and in the back is the spiritual medicine. The manager of the factory took Lin Xiao and others to inspect the entire factory. When Princess Mingai saw the warehouse area, her eyes widened, because there were too many resources. There were more than a dozen large warehouses for materials that had not been refined, and there were more than 30 warehouses for finished products. There were densely packed things of various kinds of pills, talismans, and arrays, which were estimated to be worth more than tens of billions of black crystals. This is also the reason why the big factory is not efficient, that is, too many goods are pressed. In the absence of a war, the purchasing power of various countries is limited, and production has not stopped, so they can only continue to pile up goods. Lin Xiao didn't feel anything. The Wugo factory was not owned by the Tiansheng Sect alone, but by hundreds of sects. No matter how much money he had, it was not his. Afterwards, Lin Xiao went south again, and took Princess Mingai to see the sacred mountains in various parts of Wu State. Because of the stable environment, Wu State was developed very thoroughly, and the utilization rate of the sacred mountains was very high. There were endless sacred fields everywhere, on which countless sacred rice, sacred trees, sacred fruits, and various low-level sacred medicines were planted. After seeing almost everything, Lin Xiao returned to Tiansheng Sect and arranged Princess Mingai in Gangming City. The stable Nansha was much better than Zizhao in cultural undertakings, and many things in Gangming City made Princess Mingai feel very curious. Now Princess Mingai has come to me to confront me, and wants me to support her to seize the throne of the Qin Kingdom in Zizhao. What do you think? Master, didn't you say before that we would not interfere in this matter? Well, I thought so before, because doing so is in our greatest interest. If Lin Xiao popularized the thinking of arms dealers to Nanzuan, what is the situation in which arms dealers can make the most money? Naturally, it is a war of equal strength. No one can do anything to anyone, and the war can continue. However, arms dealers can make money on both ends. In the case of the Qin Kingdom in Zizhao, once Princess Mingai and several princes go to war, Lin Xiao can sell resources to everyone, and even manipulate the process of the Qin Kingdom's war. Whoever is strong will be attacked, and whoever is weak will be supported, so that the war will never end. Then the Qin Kingdom will be hollowed out by the Wu Kingdom in a very short time, and the Wu Kingdom can control the lifeline of the Qin Kingdom in Zizhao. This move is a manifestation of maximizing the interests of the Wu State, but why does the leader want to change his mind? Nanzuan reacted after hearing Lin Xiao's words. He was extremely terrified about Lin Xiao's plan. Unknowingly, Lin Xiao could control the lifeline of the Qin State in Zizhao without even spending a single soldier. This method was too terrifying. Because of the overall situation, Princess Mingai may not know that some of her words actually touched me. Civil war among the human race is inevitable. How to prevent the demon race from taking advantage of the situation is a problem we have to consider. A weak Qin State can certainly bring us short-term benefits, but it is not in our long-term interests. Once the demon race takes advantage of the situation, we need a strong Qin State to stand in front of the demon race. You must know that after Zizhao's Kunlun, the demon race is very likely not to bite the hard bone of Kunlun. They may turn to the south and attack Nanzhao. When the demon race from Nanzhao comes again, it will be a pincer attack, and Nanzhao will be in danger. What the sect leader said makes sense. We have to guard against this situation. However, how does the sect leader determine that Princess Mingyu is the best ruler of Zizhao? Lin Xiao has infiltrated Qin State for many years, and Beicheng Commercial Company is not just doing business. Princess Mingyu's brothers are indeed talented, but their methods, character, and courage are weaker than Princess Mingyu. This woman is as good as men. She is a hero. Lin Xiao nodded and replied, there are many female cultivators shining in the world of immortal cultivation, such as the little phoenix of Penglai, Yi Meiya of the Hao Emperor Yi family, the King Emperor Li family, and Lin Xiao's beloved disciple Li Muxu, all of whom are famous. Although Princess Mingyu cannot compare with their cultivation and achievements, her foundation is weaker. She can do this, and her means are actually better than the others, which is really rare. Since the leader has taken a fancy to Princess Mingyu, then we should support her and let her quickly seize the throne, integrate the power of Qin in West Continent, and serve as a barrier for South Continent. That's right, but how to cooperate is a problem. We can help, but not for free. How to negotiate this requires you, the chief elder, to take action in person. Is that okay? Of course, no problem, but I'm busy. I'll find a few people. Don't worry, leader, we will never suffer any loss. Okay, I will stay in the sect for about a month. You deal with these things as soon as possible. 1 month is enough. Please invite Princess Mingyu to the mountain gate tomorrow. I'll meet her first and feel her quality. Nanzuan replied. There are not many things that Lin Xiao can appreciate, and Nanzuan is also very curious about how capable this Princess Mingyu is that Lin Xiao praises her so much. On the second morning, Princess Mingyu brought a few of her followers to visit Tiansheng Sect. Lin Xiao led a group of high-level officials to greet them. They gave them enough face in terms of etiquette. Generally speaking, even a monk in the golden body stage would not be able to meet Lin Xiao. This move also sent a signal that Princess Mingyu had convinced Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao did not participate in the subsequent talks. Lin Xiao had a lot of things to do. Nanzuan and Princess Mingyu talked for the first time, and the two exchanged ideas on various issues. Nanzuan had to admit that Princess Mingyu was an extremely powerful person. Her emotional intelligence, eloquence, vision, and means were all first class. She was definitely a qualified leader, much more powerful than many people Nanzuan had met. Princess Mingyu also admired Nanzuan very much. No wonder Lin Xiao could stay in Zhong's house for a long time before. With a person like Nanzuan in charge of the sect, everything was worry-free. It was a pity that her staff did not have such powerful people, otherwise her burden would be much lighter. Talents who were good at internal affairs were also in short supply. The first day was spent chatting. Both parties prepared materials overnight. On the second day, they officially started negotiations on cooperation. What support Princess Mingyu needed, what support Wugo or Tiansheng Sect could provide, and what Princess Mingyu could give in return, all needed to be negotiated. Just a Nanzhao barrier was not enough. It was just a reason, not a condition. Both parties were masters of negotiation. They exchanged words and fought countless rounds. It took 7 days to finally reach a consensus. In the agreement, Wugo had to provide Princess Mingyu with no less than 1 billion resources to arm her troops and support her in high-level monks to help her defeat her brothers and seize the throne. She also needed to have enough financial resources to appease the princes of Qin and help her integrate the power within Qin. And these supports are not in vain. Once Princess Mingyu achieves her goal, she will have to repay the loan 8 years after she seizes the throne, with an annual amount of no less than 10 million zuanjing. She will also open up all markets in Qin to Beijing merchants and provide them with policy support, such as land for opening merchants, taxation, and security protection. At the same time, Qin's resources must also give priority to Beijing merchants. For example, at the same price, the resources they produce must be sold to Beijing merchants first, and the resources they need must also be purchased from Beijing merchants first. There are more than 300 such clauses, and it took the two sides another 7 days to establish statistics. Then the two sides swore with their Dao hearts that they would never violate these clauses within any scope. When Princess Mingyu left, she took away the strategic resources of 5 Daoji pills, 2 Lingming pills, and 1 Kapo pill. When Princess Mingyu returned to Zizhaoqin, Beicheng merchants responded by closing all the merchants within the power of the 3 princes of Qin, and announced a substantial increase in prices. However, secretly, Beicheng merchants still provided resources to Princess Mingyu at the previous price, and the quantity was very large. It only collected part of the deposit, and the rest of the balance was all on credit. This move by Beicheng merchant directly stirred up the situation in the entire Qin state. The princes in the Qin state naturally saw the situation clearly. Many forces that followed the 3 princes turned to Princess Mingyu, and Princess Mingyu's power suddenly increased. With the increase in power, Princess Mingyu began to seek more political status and interests, and intervened in the rule of Qin on a large scale. At this time, let alone the 3 princes, even the king of Qin had a tendency to be sidelined by Princess Mingyu. This was also related to the lifespan of the king. If he was in the prime of his life, naturally no one would dare to object, but he didn't live long, so his control power declined, and this was not an outsider seizing power. He didn't even dare to take action against Princess Mingyu, otherwise Qin would be finished, and he could only acquiesce to Princess Mingyu's behavior. But the 3 princes of Qin were unwilling to accept defeat. They put aside their past grudges and worked together to resist Princess Mingyu in an attempt to reverse the defeat. The 3 princes were not bad in ability, and they fought against Princess Mingyu, which also brought her a lot of trouble. The civil war in Qin was about to break out. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 735, Queen of the Moon. The 3 princes of the Qin state in Zizhao were unwilling to fail. They quickly put aside their past grudges and united together. They were also a strong force. Each prince had his own fiefdom, 30,000 personal guards and his own private staff, with a total of more than 100,000 people. This group of people could not compete with Princess Mingyu openly, so the 3 princes privately won over many princes and kings, made promises one after another, and dragged Princess Mingyu's feet in the affairs of the Qin state. Even if Princess Mingyu was powerful, she could not do everything perfectly. It was easy to find faults. The 3 princes kept finding faults in government affairs, trying to defeat Princess Mingyu in public opinion. At one time, many criticisms came in, making Princess Mingyu extremely angry. Many things were not really her fault, but she had to take care of the interests of many parties. It was normal to be criticized. Who can't talk nonsense? Princess Mingyu was at a loss for a moment, and many princes began to doubt her. They were all discussing whether Princess Mingyu had the ability to take power and lead the Qin kingdom to a more glorious level. Princess, we can't wait any longer. We must cut the Gordian knot and deal with the 3 princes. Otherwise, the throne of Qin may change. In the midst of the chaos, Princess Mingyu's staff decided to advise Princess Mingyu after private discussions. So when Princess Mingyu was once again irritated by the 3 princes, they said to Princess Mingyu, "They can't make any waves." Princess, that's right, but if it drags on, I'm afraid the soldiers of the 3 armies will be unhappy. Zooch, what did you say? Princess Mingyu was furious when she heard this. The Qin monks were organized into 3 armies, which were the foundation of Qin. When she heard that the foundation was going to be in trouble, Princess Mingyu could not sit still. Princess, I'm not exaggerating. Princess Mingyu's staff replied calmly. Most of the monks in Qin were organized into 3 armies. One army was the Imperial Guards, which was mainly composed of the children of the Qin royal family. They guarded the capital and had the best equipment and treatment. The other 2 armies were called Fenghe and Langteng. Princess Mingyu was in charge of the Fenghe army, and the King of Qin was in charge of the Langteng army. In addition to their own guards, the princes of Qin also held important positions in the 2 armies. These two armies were stationed at the border all year round. When the war was tense, the Imperial Guards would also send most of their troops to support them. Now Princess Mingyu has won over most of the generals of the three armies to override the king. But it is useless to rely on promises alone. If they can agree to you for a while, they may not support you for a long time. The best way is to give them benefits, and bind them with benefits. To put it in a vulgar way, it is to be promoted. And what is the best merit for promotion? The merit of following the dragon. The so-called greatest merit is to follow the dragon. Only when they support Mingyu to ascend the throne can they be promoted legitimately. What to do after being promoted is to divide the benefits, but Qin has only so many benefits. Where do they come from? They naturally take them from the enemy. Who are the enemies? It can't be the king, but the three princes. The princes have fiefs and control a lot of property, including some mines, real estate and land in Kyoto, etc. Only by seizing these benefits can Princess Mingyu reward her subordinates. Otherwise, how long can she hold on with the support of Wu state? Now the three princes are aggressive and looking for death. The soldiers under Princess Mingyu have long disliked them, so they want to overthrow the superiors and force Princess Mingyu to get rid of them, completely solve the stumbling block for Princess Mingyu to ascend the throne, and get their due benefits in advance. Zooch, you are right, but what about father? He hasn't passed away yet. Princess, now is not the time to be soft-hearted. The king has no hope of breaking through the 8th level. He only has a few decades left. We all think that letting the king become an emperor and enjoy his last years is the greatest loyalty to him. Zooch, you. Princess, this is not Zooch's idea alone. It is the idea of many soldiers. The human civil war is about to break out. No one knows whether it will sweep across Zizhou. More strength means more peace of mind. Everyone is afraid. But what about the emperor's uncle? The princess needs to go and communicate with him. I believe that the king of Qin is a man who understands the overall situation. There is no one in the world more suitable to be the queen than the princess. I understand. I'll think about it. Then I'll take my leave. Zooch bowed and left the room, leaving Princess Mingyu alone in deep thought. In fact, Zooch's words have already persuaded Princess Mingyu. In recent days, the actions of the three princes have disgusted her. These people have attacked her indiscriminately, which has put Princess Mingyu under pressure in many things. Getting rid of them will be very helpful for Princess Mingyu to integrate the power of Qin. 3 days later, Princess Mingyu secretly visited the King of Qin. The King of Qin is the only golden body cultivator in Qin, and he will soon become the only one. If the King of Qin does not agree to her, then she can only find help from outside, which is dangerous to invite wolves into the house. So Princess Mingyu really needs the threat of the King of Qin. I understand, Mingyu, go ahead and do it, but I have a request, uncle. Please speak. The royal family is the cornerstone of the Qin state. I don't want the royal family to split, so please spare the lives of the three princes for the sake of our common family. Mingyu never thought of harming their lives. Uncle, rest assured, Mingyu will definitely take care of them until they die. That's good. You can go. The King of Qin nodded. He was not keen on power, and even the Lanteng Legion was just a nominal leader, but he was still very clear about the situation inside the Qin state. In hundreds of years of performance, Princess Mingyu seemed to be more shrewd and capable than the three princes. Princess Mingyu was more suitable to be the king than them, so he would not obstruct Princess Mingyu's plan. Princess Mingyu got the support of the King of Qin, and her heart was immediately settled. Then she began to convene her staff, to discuss and prepare to plan for Mingyu's ascension to the throne. After dozens of staff members discussed, they decided to take 3 steps. The first was to place people loyal to Princess Mingyu in the court, and occupy important positions. The second was to actually control the 3 legions, and control the local areas. The third was to collect evidence of the 3 princes' crimes and completely eliminate them, before ascending the throne. After the staff members determined the strategy, they immediately began to implement it step by step. They sent people from the military intelligence department to spread the news and publicize the deeds of Princess Mingyu to take the initiative in public opinion. Then they mobilized officials in the court to repeatedly advise the king to promote Princess Mingyu and eliminate the dissidents and completely suppress the people of the prince's faction. The military intelligence department was a very important force in the Qin state, but most of the military intelligence department was controlled by Princess Mingyu, which made it impossible for the three princes to turn over. After more than half a year of planning, Princess Mingyu began to exert her strength. First, a major case was launched. Officials sent by the princes were imprisoned one after another on the grounds of corruption, dereliction of duty, unfavorable combat, violation of regulations, etc., even including some people like Marquis. Princess Mingyu's people took their place, took over most of the power in the court, and forced the king to confer the title of Princess Mingyu. The king had no choice but to confer the title of Moon King to lead the court affairs. After Princess Mingyu was crowned king, she entered the palace openly and began to preside over the affairs of the Qin state. At the same time, the ministers in the court began to attack the three princes. There was nothing unexpected about the charges they made. They were basically embezzlement, robbing women, oppressing officials, fighting against monsters, and killing monks. The three princes were not as self-disciplined as Princess Mingyu. Basically, all the accusations made by those officials were true, and the various evidences were dazzling. All of a sudden, even the king was disappointed with his three sons. Compared with Mingyu, they were not only inferior in ability and cultivation, but also in personal integrity. How could they shoulder the heavy responsibility? The king was so disheartened that he hid in the imperial garden and was no longer willing to manage affairs. He only had a few decades left to live, and he only wanted to enjoy his old age. Anyway, the ones who were fighting for it were his own children, and it would not be good for outsiders if the meat was rotten in the pot, so let's fight. Princess Mingyu felt her father's thoughts and was overjoyed. She immediately summoned all the officials and asked them to invite the three princes to Kyoto to defend themselves in the name of the king. But how could the three princes dare to come to Kyoto at this time? Isn't this sending them to death? They refused one after another. Princess Mingyu issued 13 imperial edicts in half a year, but they all refused to come. Princess Mingyu was furious and ordered the capture of the three princes. She had already prepared an army of 300,000 to attack the princes' fiefdoms immediately. The three princes made their last resistance and raised troops to meet the enemy. The three princes had 90,000 guards, plus the loyal forces of nearly 200,000 troops against the 300,000 Fenghe Legion. However, among the princes' factions, only their 30,000 guards were relatively elite, and the rest were considered a mob, and they were directly defeated in one battle. After the first battle, more than 50,000 people from the princes' faction were killed, 70,000 to 80,000 people were captured, and tens of thousands of people were scattered. The three princes each led thousands to tens of thousands of troops and retreated all the way. The Fenghe Legion fought hard to catch up. After more than a month of hard fighting, most of the troops of the three princes were killed. The eldest prince fled the Qin state with more than 3 people. The second prince had a strong character and died on the spot. The third prince was injured and captured and taken back to Kyoto. Afterwards, Princess Mingyu tried the three princes in the name of the king and completely deprived them of all their rights and positions. The third prince was abolished from his cultivation and sent to the ancestral tomb of the Qin royal family to guard the tomb for the ancestors of the Qin state. The fiefs of the three princes were also taken away and distributed to many generals under Princess Mingyu. All their property was confiscated, and Princess Mingyu rewarded the three armies. Soon afterward, Princess Mingyu used the prince case to purge a number of princes and reshuffle the power of the Qin state. After the political situation stabilized, Princess Mingyu had completely taken control of the Qin state and only needed the king to abdicate before she could ascend the throne. Chapter 736, Qin Integration. Princess Mingyu was only one step away from ascending the throne, but she had no rivals in Qin, so in order to show filial piety, Princess Mingyu did not force the king to abdicate. Anyway, it would only take a few decades. Princess Mingyu led Qin in the name of the Moon King and took advantage of the fact that the wild monsters did not move and began to reform Qin and strengthen its strength. The first step to strengthen its strength was to cooperate with the Beijing merchants. With the support of Princess Mingyue, as long as the Beicheng merchants were willing, they could open a business in the 36 cities and more than 200 markets in Qin, and there were many policies to support them. In addition, 70% of Qin's transactions also began to cooperate with the Beicheng merchants, and the huge resources of Wu State were continuously delivered by flying boats. One of the most important bulk trades was food, but the spiritual rice eaten by the monks was the food of ordinary mortals. Princess Mingyue chose to pay with black crystals, and one black crystal could be exchanged for 300 kilograms of rice. Princess Mingyue traded 3 million black crystals of rice with Wu State in one breath, and sent it to Qin State in 30 years. A huge amount of grain entered the Qin State of Zizhao. Princess Mingyue sold it to the mortals of Qin State at a low price, which improved their living standards, and allowed the people to recuperate. At the same time, thousands of mortal craftsmen from Wu State were hired by Qin State to enter Qin State to build water conservancy facilities, bridges, and roads for them, improve their agricultural level, etc. As for the monks, Princess Mingyue did not fall behind. On the one hand, she accelerated the mining of minerals in various places, and on the other hand, she cultivated new monks on a large scale, and formed more legions. These legions all entered the wilderness to fight in rotation, on the one hand to obtain resources, and on the other hand, to exercise their combat power. The number of monks in these legions is not large, and each time it is maintained at the level of tens of thousands of people. Compared with the past, this is a small fight, and will not completely stimulate the wild monsters. In 3 years, Mingyue went from a princess to the Moon King. Lin Xiao has always kept an eye on the Qin State of Zizhao, and the Qin State has entered a new era. Lin Xiao's investment also began to pay off. There are about 3 million cultivators in Qin State. Zizhao 70% of the resources needed by these 3 million cultivators are traded with Beicheng merchants. This is an extremely large market. Adding Wu State itself and Wei State, the market directly controlled by Beicheng merchants is close to 5 million cultivators. In addition, Beicheng merchants also occupy a large share of the market in more than 10 countries in the southwest of Nanzhao. The efficiency of Beicheng merchants has once again begun to improve. After the situation in Qin State, Zizhao stabilized, Lin Xiao turned his attention to Zhongzhou. In Zhongzhou, Yinan had a very bad head. After he designed to capture Lan Yu, the Immortal Alliance began to take countermeasures and followed suit. Moreover, when they could not capture the high-level leaders of Yixiao, they went to capture the talented disciples of the major sects. Over the years, more than a dozen people have fallen into the hands of the Immortal Alliance, and the number of cultivators killed in the conflict is as high as thousands. Not long ago, the Immortal Alliance had just reached an agreement with the Five Continents Alliance to exchange Lan Yu for a captured disciple. Although Lan Yu was half useless, because Yinan had defeated his psychological defense, it also proved that the Five Continents Alliance did not win in this round of confrontation, and it could only be considered a draw. Moreover, this kind of thing has become regularized. The senior and core disciples of both sides no longer dare to enter and exit at will, for fear of being captured or killed. These disciples hiding in the mountain gate is actually not good for their practice. Not walking around and seeing a wider world is not good for their state of mind and will affect their practice. As the confrontation between the alliances escalates, Lin Xiao has become worried about the Wanzhou Gate action in more than 10 years. At that time, it is hard to say whether Lin Xiao's surprise attack on Wanzhou Gate will trigger a war between the alliances. For this reason, Lin Xiao prepared multiple models for prediction, but he did not dare to guarantee whether these prediction results were true. The decision of the Immortal Alliance's senior management was not something Lin Xiao could figure out. The super battleship must be destroyed or taken away. This super battleship is too harmful to the warships of the Five Continents Alliance. Originally, the Five Continents Alliance had only more than 100 warships in total. In the past 100 years, Kunlun and other sects have also begun to build warships independently. They have built dozens of warships, and may eventually exceed 200. But according to the design of this super battleship, when it is really built, it can at least be comparable to 20 or 30 warships. The Immortal Alliance has more warships. If there is another super battleship, the weakness of the 5 continents alliance will be very obvious, and it will be very disadvantageous in the battle. For this reason, Lin Xiao came to Kunlun specifically to discuss with Lu Liu on how to deal with this action, and whether the Immortal Alliance will launch a decisive battle. Lin Xiao, I tell you the truth, I can't answer your question. Then Patriarch Lu should give me a clear indication. What if I take action at that time and they are determined to have a decisive battle? I don't know. Then who should I ask? How about this? I'll go find the Supreme and ask. How about you come with me? Okay. Lin Xiao nodded, and then Lu Liyuan took Lin Xiao to find a Supreme Cultivator of Kunlun, and explained the situation. Whether the Immortal Alliance can launch a decisive battle depends on 2 issues. Please let me know, old ancestor. The first is whether the power of the Immortal Alliance has been integrated. Many years ago, the power of the 7 sects had been integrated. Now they have begun to integrate the second-rate sects and their vassals. Among them, the second-rate sects are the most difficult. They are very afraid that the 7 sects will use this opportunity to completely annex them, so the current situation is not satisfactory. The second factor is the situation of the 7 supreme monks. The supreme of the Haodi family paid the price of his life and used his magical power to hurt their souls, causing them to suffer severe damage. This problem has not been solved for more than 100 years. Only when they have solved it will they have the courage to fight. May I ask, old ancestor, since the souls of the 7 supremes are severely damaged, why don't we take action first? You know this question well in your heart. Kunlun, Penglai, and Wengsan sect have the advantages of time, place, and people. We have no intention of competing with them for hegemony, and we don't want to see a catastrophe for the human race. So over the years, we have been trying to communicate with them. Unfortunately, the conditions of the 7 people are too harsh, and we can't agree to them. Kunlun Supreme replied that in the world of immortal cultivation, the 3 sects were already ranked in the top 3, and could be said to be at the peak of their power. It was almost impossible for them to grow stronger, so they would not really want to start a war. More importantly, they all had missions to carry out, the mission of human inheritance and human safety. The 3 sects each guarded a place. Kunlun supported the western continent and the southern continent. Penglai suppressed the East China Sea, and Wengsan guarded the Jiayu. These were all their missions. Once they took the initiative to attack the Immortal Alliance, their strength would be greatly damaged, and they would be unable to suppress these places. The reason why they did these things, in addition to the mission given to them by their strength and status, was also related to a secret, that is, ascension. There were not many people who ascended in the world of immortal cultivation in the past million years, and it was estimated that there were less than 10 people. However, except for the Green Emperor and the Hao Emperor, all of these people were the supremes of the 3 sects. Why? It was because they had made great contributions to the human race, and concentrated the luck of the human race, so they succeeded. Not to mention the Green Emperor and the Hao Emperor, they were directly recognized as the human emperors in the world of immortal cultivation. Only the 3 sects knew this secret, not even the King Di Haodi family knew it, so since the King Di Haodi ascended, there have been supreme cultivators in every generation, but no more ascended cultivators have appeared. This secret also made it impossible for the 3 sects to take the initiative to provoke a decisive battle, because in this way, they would destroy the destiny of the human race, which would be extremely disadvantageous for the supreme of this era. For this benefit, they would not really take the initiative to fight. Of course, he would not tell Lin Xiao this secret. Ancestor, back to the previous question, if I launch a surprise attack on Wan Salman, will a decisive battle break out? I don't know how to answer this question for you. The possibility is about 50 to 50, but I still support your action. There are still 15 years left. Within 15 years, we will speed up the integration of forces to deal with the possible decisive battle. Okay, I understand. Thank you for your explanation. After 15 years, I will seize the super battleship. Kunlun must be ready to take over. Even if a war really breaks out at that time, we will not be afraid of the Immortal Alliance. Kunlun has no problem. In that case, Lin Xiao will leave first. Lin Xiao bowed and said, then left Kunlun, returned to Nanzhao, and began to make arrangements and preparations. At the same time, the debate between Wanzhouman Basin City, Xiangangmen, and Wanzhouman has ended. The Immortal Alliance sent out experts and chose the idea of Wanzhouman. What they want is a battleship with unparalleled attack capabilities. As for the rest, some can be sacrificed. In this way, the construction of the super battleship has entered the agenda. The resources of the entire Immortal Alliance were continuously delivered. Half of the Wanzhou Gate revolved around this super battleship. The masters of the Xiangang Gate did not leave either, and began to build the 7th level Zuanjing cannon and the Destroying God crossbow, to provide attack capabilities for the super strategy. Lin Xiao, you are lazy again. What do you want to do? Uncle, I don't want to work for the Immortal Alliance anymore. What's wrong? They bullied you again. What do you mean by bullying? They just don't treat us as human beings. It's obviously a 20-year construction period, but they insisted on shortening it to 10 or 15 years. How is this possible? They work day and night, and we don't have time to practice. If we take a short break, they will scold us. The people of the Immortal Alliance don't treat us as their own people at all, but as slaves. Uncle, Lin Xiao complained endlessly as soon as he saw Yi Jiuji. In the Immortal Alliance, the status of the 7 sects cultivators is the highest. Now there are nearly 200 Immortal Alliance cultivators from the 7 sects in the Wanzhou Gate, who supervise them as supervisors. The Immortal Alliance was very much looking forward to the super battleship, and wanted to complete it as soon as possible, so they wanted to squeeze out time, and finish it early. But this idea conflicted with the Wanzhou Sect and the Tiansheng Sect. The two sects tried to persuade them many times, but to no avail, so the conflict between the two sides became increasingly serious. Their rude attitude and arrogant look were the catalysts for this conflict. Lin Xiao said that it was the inner thoughts of many disciples of the Xiangang Sect which made Yi Jiuji frown again. Chapter 737, Desolate Land, Treasure Land. Juayu. Now the monks of Qingyang Sect have taken over the 6 strongholds of Wengsunmen to guard, with 5,000 monks in each stronghold, and another 20,000 as mobile teams and rotation teams. Li Muxu took the lead, and guarded the most dangerous stronghold. Now Qingyang Sect has entered Juayu for 8 years. In the past 8 years, the number of monks who died, disappeared, and were injured in Juayu added to more than 20,000. Many monks were subsequently supplemented and rotated, and nearly 100,000 elite soldiers were trained for Qingyang Sect. 3 years ago, Li Muxu stopped refining pills in Juayu, because Wengsunmen was really scared of Li Muxu. Li Muxu beat the Wengsunmen business with super low prices, and had no resistance. In the end, they could only negotiate with Li Muxu, and finally exchange the secrets of Juayu for Li Muxu's stopping of refining pills. The secrets of Juayu are not very confidential. Many people know that Juayu has another name, called Baoyu. As the name suggests, there are treasures here. No one knows the origin of Juayu, but some seniors have predicted that Juayu should be caused by a war in ancient times, and is related to the Heavenly Book. The Heavenly Book is a book from outer space, given by the immortals in the upper realm. It contains countless laws of heaven, so the Heavenly Book is not only a treasure for the human race, but also a very important treasure for the demon race. In ancient times, the human race rose up to resist the demon race, and had resisted for more than 100,000 years before the emergence of the Green Emperor. Therefore, the human race was not strong at that time, and if the Heavenly Book came, it would be taken away by the demon race. The emergence of Juayu is related to the struggle for the Heavenly Book. There is a legend that when the Heavenly Book came, the supreme monks of the human race and the demon race fought for it, collapsed the space of Juayu, and also broke the Heavenly Book, causing the current situation of Juayu. The Heavenly Book is also missing. It is said that someone once obtained a fragment of the Heavenly Book, and some people say that the Heavenly Book has been integrated into Juayu. The inheritance of the Heavenly Book can be obtained by retreating in Juayu. This is the first treasure of Juayu. The second treasure of Juayu is those space fragments. This area was once the core area of the demon race. The high-level demon race also had the awareness of transplanting natural treasures. Therefore, some space fragments were the demon race's spiritual medicine garden, or the place where spiritual medicines gathered. These spaces are hidden in the small worlds in Juayu. Finding one is an immeasurable windfall. You should know that Juayu has been in existence for more than 1,000,000 years. Even the worst spiritual medicine in it is a treasure, as long as it can be reproduced. It is not known whether anyone has obtained the first heavenly book, but there are more legends. However, the second treasure domain is genuine, because the rise of Wengsunman is related to this treasure domain. It is said that about 30 years ago, a patriarch of Wengsunman accidentally broke into a treasure domain and obtained unimaginable wealth. Therefore, Wengsunman was able to rise, and the descendants of Wengsunman continue to guard Juayu. No one doesn't like to make a fortune, especially windfall. After Li Muxu learned of this news, her heart was moved. She continued to guard Juayu, and also wanted to find the treasure domain. As for the heavenly book, she didn't need it, because the Li family also had it. On this day, Yi Mi was leading the team on patrol. Just as they returned to their residence in the base, Li Xiao came with a message in his hand and said, "A letter from your master, top secret. Show it to me." Li Muxu was shocked. The message from Night Owl was divided into several levels. The top secret level was already the highest level. It had to be opened by her personally, and there were many secret marks. Muxu, what did Lin Xiao say? My master said that there might be big changes in the world of immortal cultivation within 20 years, so let us be prepared in advance. Big changes in the world of immortal cultivation. What big changes? Could it be that a decisive battle will break out? Not impossible. How could this be? What news did Lin Xiao get to be so sure? My master didn't say, but my master never speaks empty words. He said so he must have his considerations. Then what should we do? Will we still guard this deserted area? Guard? Why not? Someone come here. Sect master. Send a message back to Tiansheng Sect and dispatch another 30,000 people to rotate. Yes, Sect master. Muxu, this. Li Xiao was a little dumbfounded. He knew that there would be big changes in the world of immortal cultivation, but he still lost his men here. Was he crazy? 10,000 rabble are not as good as 3,000 elite soldiers. We will replace them every 3 years and try to train all the cultivators of Li family before the big changes. That's it. What about you? I want to go back. I don't want the treasure in Juayu anymore. I want to go back to the sect. I haven't been back for a long time. Then what about Tiansheng Sect? Uncle, I'm a disciple of Tiansheng Sect after all. There are so many people in the Li family. It won't matter if I'm missing. You just need to operate as usual. Okay, that's the only way. The Wengsun Sect will definitely get the news. In the next 2 years, the Wengsun Sect may make a big move and enter Juayu to kill monsters and demons. Although they can't kill them all, killing a batch can keep them quiet for a long time. Our people must cooperate with them to eliminate the threat here as soon as possible and let the Wengsun Sect draw more strength. Okay, I'll tell Patriarch Yuanzhen and ask him to cooperate as well. Well, that's it. I'm leaving first. Li Muxu nodded. The next day, Li Muxu arranged everything and left Juayu. A few days later, she returned to Tiansheng Sect. After Li Muxu arranged everything for Tiansheng Sect, she secretly flew to the East China Sea, then turned north and flew all the way to Penglai. She took the teleportation array from Penglai to Kunlun, and then from Kunlun to Nanzhou. It took about a month before she finally met Lin Xiao in Xianyang City. Master, Muxu is back. Master, Muxu missed you so much. Okay, sit down. Lin Xiao shook his head. He was not a child. Did he still need him to coax him? Master, do you have any opinions about me? You are so cold. Stop talking nonsense. What's the matter? Don't you miss Master? Go back and rest soon. I have to work. Ahem. Master, what do you mean by big changes in the world of immortal cultivation? Is there really going to be a war? Speak softly. This matter must not be spread. You just need to be prepared. Really? Shut up. Okay, I won't talk anymore. Li Muxu covered her mouth, but she was extremely shocked in her heart. The two sides have been confronting each other for more than 100 years. Are they going to go to war now? Did you go to see Xiangxiang on the way back? No, it's too late. Go and have a look. Don't be idle. When you come back, make more pills. No way. I just came back and you caught me doing hard labor. I'm annoyed now. Don't provoke me, Master. Who provoked you? Why don't you leave? Come on, come on. How is your practice going? Have your internal organs been tempered? How much have you tempered? What about your soul? To what extent have you nourished it? Can it be materialized? What about your martial arts? Where is your withering and flourishing art? Ah, master, I suddenly remembered that I have something else to do. Goodbye. Li Muxu ran away quickly. She knew that Lin Xiao was in a bad mood, so she didn't dare to provoke Lin Xiao. Li Muxu first returned to the gate of Tiansheng Sect, met Jia Mengren and Yuan Ruan, and also reported to Nangxun that she had not returned to the sect for more than 100 years. If she did not show up again, the sect would forget about her. Then she went to Xianyang Mountain to take a look. Seeing the high-level spiritual medicines all over the mountain, Li Muxu felt proud. These were all the careers she, her master, and a group of senior executives had created. What level of spiritual veins was Xianyang Mountain back then? Li Muxu stayed in the sect for 3 months, and specially taught the alchemy of the disciples of the alchemy hall. With the guidance of Li Muxu, a 6th level alchemist, many disciples gained a lot. Li Muxu once again made her presence felt in the sect. Then Li Muxu went to Baeksuju in Kunlun. Baeksuju was named by her. Half of the disciples in it were also trained by Li Muxu herself, so they were naturally familiar with it. Yu Xiangxiang was naturally the happiest. She had just broken through to the 6th grade lower grade alchemy, but her success rate was very low. For this, she had already spent many years of her wealth, and owed a lot of debts, all to the sect. Now that Li Muxu was back, she naturally couldn't let go easily. Yu Xiangxiang was Li Muxu's direct junior sister, so she naturally wouldn't hide anything. They had a very good relationship. They had lived together in Jiansu city of Suyu sect for 100 years. Under Li Muxu's dedicated teaching, Yu Xiangxiang's alchemy skills improved greatly in just 1 year, and her success rate of 6th grade lower grade pills reached 40%, which was no longer a loss. Li Muxu also refined several furnaces of 6th grade upper grade pills in Kunlun. As long as the 6th grade upper grade pills were not very difficult, her success rate was more than 70%, which was already very good. In the 5 Continents Alliance, except for the Dangsha sect, the alchemy skills of the other sects were not very high. There were very few alchemists of the 7th rank in Kunlun. Li Muxu immediately caught the attention of the Kunlun high-level officials. Lu Liuan and others envied Lin Xiao. Having such a precious apprentice was a cash cow. With the help of Li Muxu, the level of alchemists in Baeksuju grew rapidly, and they earned more and more money. Later, even alchemists from the 4 Arts Hall in Penglai came to learn, and Li Muxu still accepted them all. 3 years later, Lin Xiao gave Li Muxu a creation green lotus pill. This was the 3rd time that Li Muxu took the creation green lotus pill. The effect was greatly reduced, but it still allowed Li Muxu to reduce the time of 300 years of hard training, and her internal organs were tempered by more than half, and her strength was further improved. When she came out of retreat again, Li Muxu began to try to refine the 7th rank pill. In fact, she had already refined 2 furnaces when she was in Qingyang sect. As expected, she failed. This time was the same. Looking at the waste residue in the alchemy furnace, Li Muxu's face was gloomy. The cost of nearly 20 million black crystals was scrapped. Big sister, Dangsha sect is the best in alchemy in the world of immortal cultivation. Why don't you go and take a look? Dangsha sect, what do you want to do? Of course, I want to see my future master's wife. Master's wife, is master really involved with Lan Lingayu? I've been there several times. Lan Lingayu has already broken through the golden body stage. If it weren't for master's financial support, she wouldn't have been so fast. I can't leave, but big sister can go and take a look. It seems that I really have to go and take a look. Not everyone can be our master's wife. Li Muxu nodded, feeling a little jealous. No wonder Lin Xiao said a long time ago that he would support her to break through the 7th level alchemist, but now there is no movement. It turns out that he went to support his old lover. Chapter 738. This disciple is really tired. In the mountain gate of Dangsha sect, Lan Lingayu had just come out of retreat. The vitality of the creation green lotus pill was so huge that it took her much longer to refine it than Lin Xiao and Li Muxu. This is also a reflection of the cultivator's skills, qualifications, and understanding. The higher the qualifications, the better the skills, the more transparent the understanding, and the smoother the practice. This is why geniuses can quickly surpass the old predecessors. Lan Lingai's qualifications are only the second tier in the world of immortal cultivation, far from being comparable to Lin Xiao and others, so it took so long. However, a creation green lotus pill also allowed her to successfully refine the membrane and most of the meridians. After all, she did not need to nourish the soul at the same time. Just tempering it must be much faster. This speed is amazing. Especially her father Lanfeng. After Lanfeng broke through the golden body, it took hundreds of years to refine the membrane, but Lan Lingai only had a few years. As a result, as soon as he came out of retreat, Lanfeng called Lan Lingai and asked him what was going on. Lan Lingai trusted her father very much, so she did not hide anything and told the truth. Lanfeng was immediately depressed. Meeting such a rich son-in-law, he, as a father-in-law, probably couldn't stand up straight in the future. Lin Xiao is good, but he is a bit biased towards boys. Mother, this. Haha, Lin Xiao, don't listen to your mother's nonsense, she is jealous. I forgot. Mother, don't worry, I will never forget you when I have good things in the future. Lan Lingaiu covered her mouth and smiled. In fact, Lin Xiao also brought gifts to her mother, but treasures such as the creation green lotus pill were indeed only considered for her father Lanfeng. Originally, the cultivation of the two was similar, but now Lanfeng has far surpassed his wife. Lin Xiao, please don't do anything rash. No matter how powerful Lin Xiao is, his resources are limited. We are all old, and this world belongs to you young people. Father, I know. Yes, Lin Xiao, I just said it casually, just a joke, don't take it seriously. Lan Lingaiu's mother said quickly, it is good for her son-in-law to have gifts as a filial piety, but she should not push it too far. She understands this. It was just a family joke just now. Lin Xiao, this is a secret letter written to you by Lin Xiao. This time he let me read it. Lin Xiao wants you to go to Nanzhao. Father, this is not good. Lan Lingaiu blushed. The relationship has not been made public yet, and she is going to Nanzhao already. Doesn't she care about her face anymore? Don't think too much. I'm not asking you to marry me. I'm asking you to seek refuge. What do you mean by seeking refuge? I don't know. Lin Xiao didn't say it explicitly, but maybe it has something to do with the general trend of the immortal cultivation world. The two sides of the alliance have been getting more and more angry in the past 2 years. Not only are both sides detaining hostages and assassinating monks, but even border patrols have started fighting each other. The war is not far away. Then I'm also from the Tiansheng Sect. I won't leave. No one says you're not from the Tiansheng Sect, but your mother, and I hope you leave. Lin Xiao, you have to know that once the decisive battle breaks out, the golden body cultivators are like ants and have no ability to protect themselves. Nanzhao is located in the rear, and its safety must be much higher. Father, I'm the core disciple of the Tiansheng Sect. If I leave, will the ancestor agree? Lin Xiao, I think you don't know how powerful Lin Xiao is. He is now an 8th level cultivator who is on par with the ancestor, and he is also the leader of Nanzhao's 6 million troops. If he asks, do you think the ancestor dares to refuse? This. Lan Lingaiu was a little dumbfounded. She really didn't react. When Lin Xiao communicated with her, he always created an equal relationship, as if they were friends. Lin Xiao was also very gentle to others, so there was basically no difference in status. At this time, when Lan Feng mentioned it, she realized that Lin Xiao was already an ancestor of the 8th realm. Even the ancestor of Tiansheng Sect did not dare to look down on him easily, not to mention that he was the leader of Nanzhao, and his power and status were higher than Tiansheng Sect. Report, Master. The Mountain Gate receptionist reported that a female cultivator claimed to be Li Muxu from the Tiansheng Sect of Nanzhao Wuguo and came to pay homage to the Master. The sect asked whether to meet her. Li Muxu, Lin Xiao's senior disciple, what did she come to me for? Father, if nothing unexpected happened, she came to me. Why did she come to you? What's wrong with my disciple meeting my master's wife? I also want to meet this precious disciple. Lan Lingaiu replied with a smile. At this moment, Her heart was full of fighting spirit. She had seen Li Muxu when she was in Tiansheng City. Others may have forgotten, but Lan Lingai will not forget that Lin Xiao, this precious disciple, is extremely powerful. Like Lin Xiao, he is a cultivator of both spirit and body, and his alchemy skills are extremely powerful. He has already caught up with her. His identity is even more extraordinary. She also has another identity, that of the eldest daughter of the Li family, and has been unanimously recognized by the Li family. Well, I guess you are here to see the master's wife, Lin Xiao. Don't embarrass me. Father, don't worry, I will never embarrass you. Haha, that's good. Lin Xiao is an excellent man. You still need to work harder if you want to accomplish good things. Father. Haha, no more talking, we are leaving. You entertain the guests. Lang Feng said with a big laugh, and then left. Not long after, Li Muxu came to Lang Feng's house under the guidance of the Tiansheng Sect's welcoming disciple, and met Lan Lingai. Muxu greets Sister Lingai Daoist Muxu. We haven't seen each other for hundreds of years. You are still as graceful as ever. Come and sit here, thank you, Sister Muxu. What is the reason for coming to Tiansheng Sect this time? My master is busy with the affairs of the alliance and has no time to spare, so Muxu came to visit Sister, specially Lin Xiao. Lan Lingai was annoyed. Lin Xiao didn't tell her about this. What was he trying to do? Don't blame me, sister. My master. No, I didn't say anything. Li Muxu saw that Lan Lingai was a little unhappy, so she quickly changed the topic and talked about other things. If girls want to chat, there are too many topics. All kinds of beautiful clothes, jewelry, and famous monks in the world. Li Muxu didn't say the real purpose of her coming, so Lan Lingai had to accompany Li Muxu to chat. This chat lasted for most of the day. Lan Lingai hosted a banquet for Li Muxu and called a few junior sisters to accompany her. After dinner, she took Li Muxu to visit the Tiansheng Sect. However, Lan Lingai's patience was almost gone, because she really couldn't figure out Li Muxu's thoughts. In terms of means, Lan Lingai, who had never been able to act independently, was no match for Li Muxu now. After all, Li Muxu had been the leader of a sect for more than 100 years. Sister Muxu, what do you want to talk to me about? If it's nothing, I'll go get busy first. Actually, there's nothing. I just wanted to see my sister. Why? Of course it's for my master. Lin Xiao asked you to come. How is that possible? If my master knew, he would scold me. This, I don't quite understand. It's nothing. Although the matter between my sister and my master has not been made public, many people know about it. My sister broke through the golden body stage in a short period of time. My master must have contributed a lot. Yes, I will. Don't be angry, sister. I don't mean anything else. My master is a kind and sentimental person, so I came to see him. See if I'm a good match for Lin Xiao? Yes, that's right. This sentence may be a little hurtful, but Muxu doesn't want to lie. My master seems to be cold and cunning to outsiders, but we disciples know that he is actually a. Li Muxu said slowly. She had been with Lin Xiao for hundreds of years, and she knew Lin Xiao's character very well. To outsiders, he was indeed ruthless and calculating, but to his own people, he was very affectionate. Not to mention their direct disciples, even the ordinary disciples in the sect. Lin Xiao was also sincere and open-hearted. When those old men passed away one by one, Lin Xiao was sad for a long time. Lin Xiao also took good care of their descendants. That's why Li Muxu was worried about whether Lan Lingai was a good match for Lin Xiao. If he met a bad woman, Lin Xiao would be in trouble. Li Muxu estimated that this was also the reason why Lin Xiao did not dare to make his relationship with Lan Lingai public. Once it was made public, Lan Lingai might become Lin Xiao's weakness. Alas, being Lin Xiao's apprentice is really too tiring. I have to worry about the master's lifelong event. What a thing. Then, Sister Muxu, have you seen Lingai clearly? Yes, she is fine. My master is so lucky to meet a person like my sister. Haha, that's not something a disciple can say. Don't worry. My relationship with my master has always been very good. He is like a teacher and a father. He never looks down on us. I do believe this, but Sister Muxu should go to Dongzhao, not here. Dongzhao, haha, does Sister Lingai also know you? How could she not know? She is the daughter of Emperor Heo's Yi family and is famous all over the world. Are you jealous, sister? Why should I be jealous? Don't worry, sister. My master doesn't like her like that. How do you know? I'm his disciple. Of course I know. Sister, you don't know. My master. Li Muxu continued slowly. Lin Xiao was a deep-minded person, so he liked his other half to be simple, but Yimi was not simple. She was carrying too many things and had to consider too many people. Her relationship with Lin Xiao was more of a cooperation of interests. As for feelings, Li Muxu believed that Lin Xiao had no feelings for her. After hearing what Li Muxu said, Lan Lingai's eyes lit up, and she felt much happier. She also had some good feelings for Li Muxu. After all, Li Muxu seemed to be on her side in this matter, and didn't like Yimi very much. This gave Lan Lingaiu an illusion that, if she wanted to win favor in the future, she would probably need to please Li Muxu and Lin Xiao's disciples. Otherwise, it would be impossible. She couldn't beat someone like Yimi. Chapter 739. Humans retreat and demons advance. The friendship between girls is unpredictable. When Lan Lingaiu saw Li Muxu standing on her side, their relationship developed very quickly. In a few days, they were like sisters and had a close relationship. They also had a lot of common topics. They were both excellent alchemists, and their level had reached the 6th grade upper level. They could break through the 7th grade lower grade alchemy at any time. They were also of similar age. In the world of immortal cultivation, people with a difference of 1 year in age were definitely the same age. In terms of alchemy, Lan Lingaiu's foundation is more solid than Li Muxu's. The inheritance of Tiansheng Sect is extremely complete, with alchemy from the 1st to the 8th level. Li Muxu's alchemy practice is even better than Lan Lingaiu. Although Lan Lingaiu has made a lot of pills, she can't compare with Li Muxu. Among the 5th and 6th level pills, Li Muxu has made too many. In the past few hundred years in Beiyu City, Zuanayu City and Tiansheng City, Li Muxu has spent most of her time on alchemy, except for cultivation. The high-level resources of the entire Tiansheng Sect are concentrated on her alone. So the two of them discussed alchemy, which was also a mutual reflection, and they gained a lot, which in turn promoted the development of their relationship. Li Muxu felt that she was happy in Tiansheng Sect, and when they were discussing Ymir was not doing well. No, it should be said that the whole Dongzhou was not doing well. There was a feeling of being isolated overseas. At this time, it has been more than 10 years since the split of Dongzhou. Although the 5 major colleges are still allies of the 5 Continents Alliance on the surface, everyone knows that they are actually members of the Immortal Alliance. Since they are enemies, the 5 Continents Alliance will not be polite. Although they have not torn their faces openly, they have already suppressed Dongzhou secretly. Peng Lei's first move was to greatly increase the cost of teleportation to Dongzhou Wanhei City on the grounds of maintaining the teleportation array. The cost has skyrocketed by hundreds of times, causing 90% of the cultivators to be unable to pay the teleportation fee. The exchange and material flow between the two places have entered a freezing period. Then the 5 Continents Alliance took action together to restrict the activities of Dongzhou merchants. They repeatedly expelled them, fined them, and other punitive measures on them under various excuses such as tax evasion and oppression of customers, forcing Dongzhou merchants to leave the sphere of influence of the 5 Continents Alliance and enter the sphere of influence of the Immortal Alliance to carry out activities. The sphere of influence of the Immortal Alliance is much smaller than that of the 5 Continents Alliance, and resources are relatively scarce. In addition, the preparations for war between the two sides have caused resource prices to rise. Dongzhou merchants have not only greatly reduced their profits, but also their ability to transport resources has been greatly weakened. Dongzhou was not wealthy, and the previous Beast Tide War had emptied it. Most of the high-level resources had to be purchased from outside. With this restriction, the monks of the 5 major academies suddenly felt that life was much more miserable. In the past, the middle and higher level people in the 5 major academies of Dongzhou had a trend of thought, that is, they hated Dongzhou and wanted to break away from Dongzhou to be independent. In their minds, Dongzhou had tens of millions of monks and was rich in resources. They did not need Zhang Xiao to develop, and they could also take on the task of resisting the monsters alone. But the previous Beast-Tide War had defeated their confidence in their combat power, and now, their confidence in self-sufficiency had been defeated. Many middle and higher level monks realized that Zhang Xiao was still Zhang Xiao, the basic base of the human race, and Zhang Xiao was simply unable to stand alone at this time. For this reason, the 5 major academies felt a deep sense of crisis. Once a war broke out in Zhang Xiao and Zhang Xiao was defeated, what would Zhang Xiao do? If the monsters such as the Kinyu tribe attacked again, could Zhang Xiao stop them? Therefore, under the guidance of the 5 deans, Zhang Xiao's businesses set up bases in the coastal cities of eastern Zhang Xiao. Zhang Xiao then adopted the form of flying boats and treasure ships to carry out the flow of materials, speed up the strategic resource reserves of Zhang Xiao, and prevent the worst situation from happening. However, the Zhang Xiao monks did not expect the 5 continents alliance to be so ruthless, and used another extremely ruthless trick. That is, Penglai withdrew from suppressing the East China Sea monsters. Penglai's attack on the East China Sea monsters has a history of hundreds of thousands of years. Penglai spent so much time killing the East China Sea monsters from the Penglai waters all the way to the depths of the East China Sea. However, even so, Penglai still did not relax its suppression of the East China Sea monsters. There are always a large number of disciples active in the East China Sea to suppress the East China Sea monsters. Afterwards, the alliance was in opposition, and Penglai withdrew some of its troops and returned to Penglai to strengthen its strength, but the troops left behind were still able to suppress the development of the East China Sea monsters. But since the split of Zhang Xiao, Penglai has taken the initiative to withdraw all the troops suppressing the Donghae Demon tribe. The Donghae Demon tribe has expanded hundreds of thousands of miles and returned to the sea between Zhang Xiao and Zhang Xiao. They are very smart and will never go to Penglai. As people retreated, demons advanced. The shipping routes of Zhang Xiao and Zhang Xiao were immediately threatened by the Donghae Demon tribe. After losing a lot of people and goods, the 5 major academies had to provide armed protection for the fleets on the routes. Every trip required groups and sent experts to escort. Even so, they were harassed from time to time, which further reduced the profits of Zhang Xiao companies. If they were attacked and people died, they would even lose money. But Zhang Xiao could not get rid of its support for Zhang Xiao. Even if it was at a loss, it had to continue, so that Zhang Xiao began to slowly lose blood and its strength was slowly weakening. Penglai's move was equivalent to accidentally hurting their own people, because Haoang Sect also suffered a lot of losses, and Haoang Sect suffered the most. The west and south were all demon territory, the north was the 5 major academies, and the only place for external exchanges in the east was occupied by the demons. Haoang Sect felt like it was surrounded by enemies. Master, think of a solution quickly. This won't work. Our Haoang Sect has a poor foundation. There are almost no resources above the 5th level. Now the inventory is used up. What should we do with the disciples' cultivation? In Haoang Sect, several elders from the General Affairs Hall came to see Yimi and asked her to find a solution. Compared with the 5 major academies, their foundation is weaker. Without resource input, the cultivation of their cultivators above Lingguang is a problem. Now the East China Sea demons have occupied the East China Sea and cut off the road to Zhang Xiao. We can't open this route. The 5 major colleges and the deans are in charge of the route. What can we do? But master, if there is no input of resources, we will only become weaker and weaker. We can't hold on any longer. I know, I will solve it. You go down first. Yimi nodded, then waved her hand impatiently and asked people to leave. She needed to think calmly. After everyone left, Yimi spread out the map of the Xiuxin world. The location of Haoang Sect was in an extremely bad environment. It was surrounded by enemies on all sides. If Haoang Sect wanted to develop, it must have a window to the outside world. To the south, the Demon Clan territory. To the west, the Demon Clan territory. To the north, the 5 academies. To the east, across the sea from Zhang Xiao, Yimi murmured. Going south and west was impossible, or it was a light action. Once it involved the core interests of the Demon Clan, the high-level Demon King would definitely not ignore it. If there was another beast tide, Haoang Sect would definitely not be able to stop it. And to the north, Haoyang sect alone could not stop it, and could not defeat the 5 academies at all, so the only way left for Yimi was to go east and contact Zhongzhou. In the southern part of Zhongzhou, there are the Wengsun sect and the Qingyang sect. Although the area is not large, the strength of the two sects is extremely strong, and can serve as an aid to the Haoyang sect. For this reason, after entrusting the affairs of the sect, Yimei personally crossed the East China Sea and came to the territory of the Qingyang sect, wanting to find Li Muxu for cooperation. Unfortunately, Li Muxu went to Nanzhou, and Li Chaoxun, Li Yuanzhen and others were all in the absolute domain. Although the remaining Li family members reduced their hatred for the Haodi family under Li Muxu's exaggeration, they were not in a place where they could cooperate, and their attitude was extremely cold. After being defeated, Yimei could only continue to go east, and found the Wengsun sect. The vision of the Wengsun sect's senior management was naturally not bad. They knew that the hundreds of thousands of people in the Haoyang sect could not be easily abandoned, so they decided to take action. The Wengsun sect found the senior management of the Li family and came forward in the name of the alliance to let the Qingyang sect allow the Haoyang sect to operate a business base on the territory, and at the same time took out a set of ultra-long distance teleportation arrays to build channels for both parties. However, the cost of this teleportation array had to be paid by Haoyang sect. Haoyang sect still had some money left from selling the secret realm, which was all consumed at once. Wengsun sect sent high-level monks to build teleportation arrays on both sides. After half a year of hard work, they built a small teleportation array that could carry 30 people at a time. Haoyang sect began to send people to Zhongzhou to set up businesses to allow the resources of both sides to flow. At this time, Yimei also received Lin Xiao's hint. She felt that the war was about to break out, and she was also very nervous. After returning to Zhongzhou, Yimei began to prepare for war. Yimei's preparations were slightly different. Her biggest focus was on the wilderness in the south. Haoyang sect, together with its vassal forces, sent hundreds of thousands of monks into the wilderness with teams of a few or dozens of people to hunt low-level monsters. Yimei strongly demanded that high-level cultivators not go into the wilderness and not kill high-level monsters, so as not to provoke high-level monster kings. After so many years of dealing with monsters, humans and monsters have known that high-level monster kings do not value monsters below level 6. Their attitude is no better than that of humans. They regard them as food, so they do not pay much attention to the deaths and injuries of low-level monsters. The materials obtained from hunting monsters were made into materials for the alchemy array. For this reason, Yimei even evacuated a group of cultivators from the 4 Arts Hall of Penglai and returned to the Haoyang sect for production. This move made Lin Xiao very unhappy. The evacuation of the 4 Arts Hall caused a lot of losses to the Tiansheng Sect. The situation that was created in Penglai with great difficulty was about to be damaged again. However, Lin Xiao did not stop it. Zhongzhou was obviously more important than the Tiansheng Sect. Chapter 740, Review of Nanzhou. There were frequent changes in the 5 continents, and Lin Xiao became more and more uneasy. However, Lin Xiao was not a person who would sit still and wait for death. He quickly summoned the senior leaders of the alliance and formed a joint command. The joint command can share all the information collected by Lin Xiao and then analyze the information. The most important thing is to assume that the war breaks out. What should the South Continent Alliance do? The South Continent Alliance has a consensus. That is, it is okay to fight for the 5 Continents Alliance, but it must not be their cannon fodder, so it is necessary to have command power on the battlefield. This was agreed with Kunlun when Lin Xiao succeeded to the position of leader. The South Continent Alliance is not their vassal, but an ally. Since it is an ally, when the South Continent Alliance participates in the war, it must analyze how to play the role of the South Continent Alliance and maximize its own interests. These are all things that the Joint Command needs to consider. Lin Xiao asked them to make multiple plans. At the same time, Lin Xiao led a group of people to review from north to south. The 6 million troops of the South Continent Alliance had been assembled for more than 100 years. The alliance paid 1 billion Zuan crystals every year for the army's consumption. Lin Xiao did not want anyone to deceive the superiors and the subordinates, so Lin Xiao united the high-level cultivators of the Tiansheng Sect and other major sects to start the review from Qin. Qin faced the greatest pressure from Zhongzhou, so their 500,000 troops gathered on the border between Qin and Zhongzhou, divided into dozens of camps. The training begins. The battle formation is assembled. Dong dong dong. One camp. Assemble all troops. Assemble. The drums of war rumbled, and amid the angry shouts of the high-level cultivators, the cultivators in a camp quickly left their tents and gathered in the square. In the time of an incense stick, the troops were assembled, the battle formation was formed, and countless cultivators stood in line, exuding murderous aura. Fellow Daoist Tan, the Qin army is great, very good, I'm very satisfied. Lin Xiao looked at the actions of the army, which already looked like a group of elite soldiers. Lin Xiao was very happy. Tan Minglan on the side was also proud. Qin was the first in South Continent, so it was still necessary to have this level. Alliance Master Lin, this is what Qin should do. We are always on guard against Central Continent. But, very good. The alliance is not rich in financial resources now, so we can't reward them, but there are still some wine and spiritual food. Remember to have a snack in the evening. Thank you, Alliance Master Lin, Tan Minglan said happily. It is very costly to assemble a large army, and eating is also a huge expense, so they can't provide spiritual wine and spiritual food every day. Bu Yanzhang handed over to the Qin cultivators and gave them 100,000 kilograms of monster meat and 10,000 kilograms of spiritual wine. In the evening, Lin Xiao and other senior officials had a dinner with these cultivators. Afterwards, Lin Xiao and his companions went to another camp for inspection. In short, the war preparedness of the Qin cultivators was still very good. Lin Xiao and his companions then left Qin, first heading west and then south. A month later, Lin Xiao and his companions entered the territory of Qi. After Zhuanshanmen left Nanzhao, Qi's strength weakened a lot, and Zhuanshanmen's territory was also regarded as a no man's land, which was controlled by the alliance. However, Qi still had a standing army of 400,000 cultivators. However, when they arrived in Qi, the war preparedness here began to weaken. It took the army half an hour to assemble, and the position was loose, so it was hard to say whether they could form a battle formation. Dao Ao Sun Hongfei, Qi doesn't seem to be doing well, Lin Xiao said, looking at Sun Hongfei. The war preparedness of Qi was the responsibility of Ling Jianmen. At this time, Qi Mei was already old and would be sitting in a few years. Everything was controlled by Sun Hongfei. Lin Xiao's expression was very cold. Alliance Master Lin, the alliance has been in confrontation for more than 100 years. The disciples recruited at the beginning have all passed away. New disciples have to be recruited again. Alas, but the alliance's money seems to have never been short of money. Alliance Master Lin, 6 million troops, 1 billion Zuan crystals a year. How much Zuan crystals does each person have a year? This amount of wealth can only allow them to train for 3 to 5 days a year, and the bulk of the cost is still paid by us. If the alliance is in confrontation for 3 to 500 years, this will be a bottomless pit. Lin Xiao was speechless. He naturally knew that 1 billion Zuan crystals were not enough. It could only maintain the minimum consumption, and the bulk of the cost still needed subsidies from various countries and sects. But why can others do well, but you can't? Master Lin, I'm afraid that Qi can't really be blamed for this. Qi is already in the hinterland of Nanzhao. Unlike Qin, which borders Zhongzhou, there is no sense of crisis at all. The various sects are not willing to pay this money. The situation will be worse if we go south. My Wu country works hard day and night, and it has never stopped. That's because your Wu country is rich. The other countries are not like this. Bu Yanzhang, yes, leader, select 30 people from the alliance to secretly investigate the countries in the southwest of Nanzhao to see how they are implementing the plan and report to me. Yes, leader Bu Yanzhang left quickly and dispatched 30 Tiansheng Sect disciples to investigate the war preparedness of the countries in Nanzhao with the cooperation of Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao and others stayed in Beiyu city of Qi to discuss with the high-level officials of Nanzhao how to implement Nanzhao's war preparation plan. Everyone's answer was the same, that is, money is needed. If the support of the alliance can be increased tenfold in a year, the war preparedness will be much better, and they all set their sights on the unowned land in Tiansheng City and other places. The ownerless land is about hundreds of thousands of miles in radius. Although Zuanshanmen destroyed it before leaving, it was not completely destroyed. Moreover, after years of hard work and integration by Lin Xiao, all places are recovering. This is a piece of fat meat. Just like Tiansheng City, it has hundreds of millions of income every year. Who wouldn't be jealous? Lin Xiao was furious. Lin Xiao's original plan was to use these ownerless lands for war. Before the war, he would sell part of them as military funds, and the rest would be used for awards and pensions after the war. If they were used up at this time, what would they do during the war? So Lin Xiao had nothing to talk about, but Lin Xiao couldn't come up with the money. These countries in the south were unwilling to work hard. They thought it was fair to give them as much money as they could do. As for the War of the Five Continents Alliance, how much did it have to do with them? It was not a war of genocide with the demon race. If the Immortal Alliance won, would they dare to slaughter the entire South Continent? All countries have the same attitude. Lin Xiao almost vomited blood in anger. When Bu Yunshan came back and handed in the investigation report, he was even more furious, because the countries in the south of Nanzhao basically did not implement the war preparedness plan. There were so many people, but they only concentrated and trained for a few days every year, or even did not train at all. They just gathered together for a few days to eat and drink. After eating and drinking the resources issued by the alliance, they dispersed. They still did what they should do. In the whole south, only Wu State was seriously preparing for war. What a bunch of pig teammates. Lin Xiao was also very helpless about this. He didn't even have the power to force them. People didn't care about him at all. What could he do? Lin Xiao encountered an unprecedented crisis when he was in power. There was no need to conduct the next inspection. Lin Xiao and his people returned directly to Tiansheng City. Then Lin Xiao took Qin Jiyuo and other senior officials to Kunlun, met with Lu Liyuan and others, and told them about the situation in Nanzhao. In fact, we have known about this situation for a long time. Except for the front line bordering the Immortal Alliance, the rest of the places are relatively relaxed, and they don't have a big hatred with the Immortal Alliance. It's not that only people on the Immortal Alliance want to remain neutral. Then what should we do? We can't mobilize all the forces at all. We can't do it, and the same goes for the Immortal Alliance. So the real main forces still are 3 sects and the 7 sects of the Immortal Alliance. In this way, our advantage is weakened. It's all the same. Do you have a way? The 5 Continents Alliance has tens of millions of troops. Do you know how much financial resources are needed to prepare for war for a year? Even if we empty our 3 sects, we can't hold on 10 years, and there are still about 10 years left. That's our plan to seize the super battleship. That will be the outbreak point. Lin Xiao replied. Lin Xiao suddenly realized that the consumption brought about by the confrontation between the 2 sides was unbearable for both sides. The 3 sects couldn't bear it, and the 7 sects were the same. Therefore, the super battleship was the outbreak point of the war, whether Lin Xiao went to seize it or not. The Immortal Alliance would also use the super battleship to attack the 5 Continents Alliance. Almost. This matter must be kept secret. The super battleship must be obtained or destroyed. I know. Before the action, I will conduct a final integration of the forces of Nanzhao to cope with the war. Okay, I'll reveal some secrets to you in advance. Once it breaks out, you from Nanzhao will have to send a large army to occupy Zhangzhou. You need to go all the way south to cut off the connection between Shenmu Sect and Tiansheng Sect. It would be best to force the Shenmu Sect to surrender or defeat them. It will take at least 3 to 4 million troops, so you must be prepared. This task is very difficult. We will support you. When the war breaks out, we will forcibly integrate resources, and we will assist you with high-level cultivators. I see. I'll try my best. It doesn't matter if the countries south of Nanzhao are not satisfactory. It's just right for them to guard against the wilderness. We have received news that the monsters in the South China Sea and the East China Sea have made unusual movements and may take advantage of the situation. Has Luo Xinghe been notified? Yes, the 3rd class defense line is being secretly reinforced. If things can't be done, Luo Xinghe will be abandoned. I understand. The Qin port will be open by then. Yeah. I'm leaving. Going back. Fellow Daoist Lin, relax. This is not a war between one country and one sect. If a war really breaks out, they will not be allowed to act recklessly. Lu Liuan said. Now they can perfunctorily deal with the alliance, but if a war really breaks out, they will have no choice. The 5 continents alliance will not kill them all, but it is no problem to control their high-level cultivators. Usually, the major sects control the advanced spiritual objects of all levels and monopolize them. When the time comes to use this killer weapon, all countries will have to obey silently. After Lin Xiao returned, he sent a message to Fenghe Island, asking them to prepare for evacuation, especially to keep in touch with Dafeng Island. As one of the overlords of the Luoxinghe Islands, Dafeng Island is more informed and will need to help each other. Chapter 741, South China Sea Dispute. Luo Xinghe, Tiansheng Island. Luo Xinghe has always had an alliance, and the alliance's ruling means are stronger. Every few hundred years, the beast tide needs the alliance to come forward and coordinate naturalization to fight against the demons in the South China Sea. Otherwise, relying on the weak power of the third line of defense, even the smallest beast tide cannot be resisted. In the alliance confrontation, Luo Xinghe is the most neutral force. Of course, there are also reasons why both sides look down on them. Luo Xinghe's forces are too fragmented and complex, and their strength is not strong. Among the high-level combat forces, Luo Xinghe has not even a monk in the Golden Body period, which is really not worth looking at. It is precisely because of this that the monks of the Luo Xinghe Islands did not participate in the alliance's confrontation and smoothly passed through the confrontation for more than 100 years. However, if the alliance goes to war, Luo Xinghe will also be hit hard. One of the main reasons why Luo Xinghe Islands can gain a foothold is the support of Zhang Xiao. The demons of the South China Sea dare not attack with all their strength, especially the high-level demon kings dare not use their full strength, fearing that they will be killed by the high-level cultivators of Zhang Xiao. Therefore, no matter how big the beast tide is, Luo Xinghe Islands can always recover in the end. Now that the situation of the alliance confrontation is intensifying, Kunlun has also reminded the high-level cultivators in the Luo Xinghe area to be prepared. Once Zhang Xiao fails to provide support and the demons attack again, the cultivators of Luo Xinghe will have to rely on themselves. Tiansheng Island, as the largest island closest to the mainland of Luo Xinghe, has always been the real focus of Luo Xinghe. At this time, more than a dozen major forces with Shengsu period cultivators in Luo Xinghe gathered here to discuss the future of Luo Xinghe Islands. Everyone, news has come from Kunlun that a war between the alliances is inevitable, and the demons are eyeing us covetously. This is the most critical moment for our human race in hundreds of thousands of years. Once there is a war in central China, the demons in the South China Sea will inevitably be restless. What should I, Luo Xinghe, do? I'm afraid I have to discuss a set of rules today. Fellow Daoist Fang, Luo Xingman has many connections with Kunlun. Doesn't Kunlun have any other instructions? A cultivator in the Shengsu period said to Fang Changdu. Luo Xingman and Kunlun have a close relationship. In the past, many cultivators left Kunlun and established forces outside. Most of them failed. Among them, the few who succeeded were Qin's Xianyu sect and Luo Xingman. However, due to Luo Xinghe's situation, Luo Xingman could not grow as strong as Xianyu sect, but their connection with Kunlun has never been broken. Friend Zhang, you mean the support from Kunlun, right? Yes, as everyone knows, we in Luo Xinghe have always been weak. Without the support of the major sects in Zhang Xiao, we would not be able to gain a foothold here. Then let me tell you, this time the major sects in Zhang Xiao are overwhelmed by themselves, and there will be no support. Then are they really going to give up on our millions of cultivators and more than 1 billion mortals? Friend Zhang, you have to know that Luo Xinghe is our Luo Xinghe, not that of the major sects in Zhang Xiao. They will naturally assist to the best of their ability. How can they assist if they are beyond their capacity? Do you have the ability to convince 10 sects not to start a civil war? Okay, no more nonsense. Luo Xinghe can only rely on us. Fellow Daoist Fang, just say what you want to say. Friend Hua is right. Luo Xinghe can only rely on us. The South China Sea monsters are powerful, and we are no match for them. However, we are not without a chance of winning. Once Zhang Sao is in civil strife, even if the South China Sea monsters want to attack humans, they will not land from the Jiaoyu. They must go from Luo Xinghe's side and follow the Qin route to sweep across the human territory. So our Luo Xinghe has become their route of attack. The 3 lines of defense of Luo Xinghe cannot be easily withdrawn. We must block them layer by layer. Fang Changdu stated his strategy. In his strategy, Luo Xinghe will become the main force to block the South China Sea monster clan. Luo Xinghe will withdraw, but it will not be a retreat without fighting, and it will be blocked layer by layer. According to the news Fang Changdu got from Kunlun, the war in Zhongshan will not last long, and it is estimated to be only 3 to 5 years. And Luo Xinghe will have to hold out for that long, withdrawing step by step until it lands in the southern part of Qin State, and holds out until the civil strife in Zhongshan ends. After the end, no matter which side wins, they will support them. At that time, relying on the support, they will have the hope of regaining these islands, and regaining the Luo Xinghe Islands. Fang Daoyao, your strategy makes us cannon fodder. We Luo Xinghe have to independently bear the heavy responsibility of sniping the demon clan. Can we bear it? Yes. Fang Daoyao, your strategy is too unreliable. Fang Daoyao, this is asking us to die. As soon as Fang Changdu finished speaking, the various Shengsu period cultivators became anxious. According to this strategy, wouldn't it be asking them to die? How could Luo Xinghe, with so few people, stop the demon clan army? Be quiet, I understand what you said. If Luo Xinghe Islands resist according to this strategy, there will be heavy casualties, but don't forget that Zhongshan's support for us is also conditional. This is the biggest condition. Zhongshan. Fang Changdu explained his strategy one by one, and why he did this. The Zhongshan clan supported the other 4 continents to open up the human territory. This is an overall strategy. This is also correct, but their support has never been free, and cannot be free. There is no such thing as a free lunch. This time is the same. One of the conditions for the Tiansheng sects to support Luo Xinghe is that they must resist the South China Sea monsters for 3 to 5 years. Only in this way will Zhongshan support them after the war despite its own difficulties. If Luo Xinghe evacuates Luo Xinghe without firing a shot, then the major sects in Zhongshan will not care about them. They will think that Luo Xinghe gave up on his own. If you don't do well yourself, who will be willing to support you all the time? You are not Voldemort. Therefore, if Luo Xinghe wants to get support, he must use blood and courage to prove that he is worthy of support. Only then can they use the righteousness of the human race to mobilize the monks to support him. Finally, Kunlun has made it very clear. If Luo Xinghe evacuates directly, then Qin and the South China Alliance will close the coastline and refuse us to go ashore. After the war, they will also restrict us from traveling to Zhongshan. You can do whatever you want. Fang Changdu said again, and the meeting immediately became quiet. The Luo Xinghe Islands are not as good as any of the southeast, northwest, and have no capital to be independent. If Zhongshan begins to restrict them, then Luo Xinghe will have no choice but to perish. Fellow Daoist Fang, we all understand that the war must be fought, so how should we fight it? Fellow Daoist who are asked a good question. We in Luo Xinghe cannot avoid this war, but how to fight it is indeed a very wise question. The South China Sea Demon clan is powerful, which is certainly true, but we are not powerless. So I think we can do this. First, mobilize all personnel. All the main forces on the second and third lines of defense should be concentrated in the first line of defense. Whenever the demon clan shows up, we must give them a head-on blow. According to the usual practice, when the demon clan launches a beast tide, there will be a vanguard. We will eat the vanguard first. After the main force of the demon clan arrives, we will gradually retreat according to the previous practice, relying on the depth of the big island, resisting step by step, and consuming the power of the demon clan. So the second point is that each big island must start preparing now, in the central area of the big island, to purchase city fortifications, accumulate food and supplies, and even dig underground fortifications, so that mortal monks can hide when the time comes. The third point is also the one that everyone is most concerned about. I have 600,000 places in my hand, 100,000 cultivators, and 500,000 mortals. These 600,000 places can be retreated after the war to Nanhai City in the south of Qin State. Nanhai City has been operated by Qin State for tens of thousands of years. By then, they will gather 200,000 troops. These 200,000 troops are the largest reinforcement for Luo Xinghe in the early stage. If we can't hold on, they will come to support us. And these 600,000 quotas are for each family, but the evacuation of the monks is required to be below the Purple Mansion. No matter who the monks above the Purple Mansion are, they are not allowed to retreat first. Fang Changdu said that the Luo Xinghe Islands have fought too many wars with monsters. There is no need to say how to fight. Only this quota for retreat needs to be taken seriously. Everyone is selfish. The monks fight on the front line to protect their wives and children. Therefore, making their wives and children not threatened is to solve the monks' worries. Of course, this is also a handle hostage. If your wife and children are sent away and you still dare to be lazy, then I'm sorry, your wife and children will be expelled from the rear of Qin State, regardless of life or death. I agree with this plan on Dafeng Island. We are all native Luo Xinghe monks. For Luo Xinghe, we will die. I agree too. Agree, everyone spoke up, which was considered an agreement. War is inevitable, so let's fight. It's not like we haven't fought before. Okay, but don't worry, Kunlun has not given up on us. Kunlun has agreed to support us with a batch of high-level strategic resources, but we need to exchange them with low-level resources. Now I will announce the data. Fang Changdu nodded. This result was not surprising. Luo Xinghe had no ability to be independent. He had no ability to refuse except to agree. Kunlun also used courtesy first and then force. As long as they agreed, they would give certain support. Although they did not send people to participate in the war, they would take out the high-level resources that they usually monopolized, including treasures such as Lingming pills and Kippo pills. Over the past 100 years, Kunlun's old bottom has been almost eaten up, and the consumption of low-level resources is very large, so they need to use high-level resources to make up for this gap. Luo Xinghe is one of their targets. When everyone heard the list that Fang Changdu revealed, they were overjoyed. These resources would be about 10% to 20% lower than the price they usually got, and the quantity was much more than usual. The probability of them obtaining them was greatly increased. At this time, they still had time to digest these resources. At this time, one more point of strength would give them more confidence when fighting, and no one wanted to miss it. Each family took turns bidding, and the 6th level and Thuere was quickly divided up by them. Most of the 5th level resources were also consumed. The remaining things would be divided up by those islands with spiritual light cultivators. It can be imagined that in 10 years, Luo Xinghe will have a large number of high-level cultivators above the spiritual light level, thereby increasing Luo Xinghe's strength. Of course, Fang Changdu also exchanged tens of billions of low-level resources for Kunlun, which could alleviate Kunlun's financial difficulties. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 740 To the Living Dead. Xi'an Temple is located in the southwest of Zhangzhou. To its east is the Juayu where the Wengsan sect sits. Xi'an Temple also undertakes part of the Juayu sitting task, but the proportion is not large, that is, about 20%, and the pressure is extremely light. At this time, in a huge canyon of Xi'an Temple, thousands of cultivators gathered. These thousands of cultivators came from the 7 sects. They have one thing in common, that is, they are gray-haired and have a short lifespan. Uncle, I'm going first. I'll entrust my little cub to you. Don't worry. Master, I can't serve you. Dad, I'm leaving. Hundreds of cultivators said their final goodbyes to their relatives, and then they took out a pill, took it, walked into the canyon, and found a place to sit cross-legged at random. Soon, their breath became faint, and the whole person seemed to be dead. The pills they took were all similar to the resurrection pill, which could put them into a state of suspended death and prolong their lives. This was the same as what the Yi family of Emperor Heo did to the supreme of the Yi family, except that the pills they took were not as useful as the resurrection pill and could basically only prolong their lifespans by about 10 times. They originally only had a dozen years left to live, but after entering this canyon, they could still survive in a state of suspended death for 1 or 200 years. The 7 sects had been doing this for more than 100 years, and at this time there were already thousands of people in the canyon who were suspended dead. The lowest level of these people was Daogang stage, and those below Daogang stage were not even qualified to be suspended dead. The 7 sects, not counting their vassals, had more than 1 million troops, and about 30% of the more than 1 million troops were at the end of their lifespans, and among these 30%, about 30% to 40% were above Daogang stage, which was almost 100,000 people. The 7 sects have used tens of thousands of people as cannon fodder for more than 100 years. If they are cultivators on the 12th level of Zifu, Daogang, Lingguang, or Shengsu who are close to breakthrough, the 7 sects will give them a last chance to fight, support them, and let them break through. If they break through, it will be a good thing. At that time, they can fight for the sect as the vanguard. If they don't break through, the sect will give them a second chance to break through, but this opportunity is very costly, because the sect forced them to break through. Not only will their potential be exhausted, but also when a war breaks out, they will become real death squads. The task of the death squad is to kill the enemy. There is only one goal. Either they will attack with death and break through the opponent's battle formation, or they will self-destruct and kill the cultivators of the same level of the opponent. Anyway, it is a word of death, and they will repay the kindness of the sect with their lives. As for those monks, whose lifespan is almost over, and who are not yet at the 12th level, and cannot break through, they are required to take pills such as the resurrection pill, to pretend to be dead. When the war comes, they will be awakened and incorporated into the death squad, to do the same things as the death squad. This kind of thing was once very popular in Wu State. When the Tiansheng Sect launched the annexation war, several sects would let the open meridian monks forcibly break through the condensed meridians, greatly increasing the number of condensed meridians monks to crush the enemy. At that time, only the Tiansheng Sect did not do so. Lin Xiao felt that it was against the harmony of heaven. The 7 sects have been preparing for more than 100 years. This kind of death squad already has nearly 100,000 troops. Xian Temple is only one of them. The other 6 sects have similar preparations. The 7 sects disrupted the troops to reduce the resistance of the disciples and reduce the disciples' feeling of grief. Elder Zeduo, 382 monks have entered the Valley of Life and Death. Please give us your instructions. Close the formation. Yes, Elder. The Valley of Life and Death is of utmost importance. You must guard it well. If anything goes wrong, you will die. Don't worry, Elder. Nothing will happen. The guarding disciple replied. The 7 sects had put in so much effort for these death squads. Now these people have no ability to resist. Except for the monks in the golden body stage. Even a monk with open meridians can kill them. In addition, both sides have been infiltrating spies for many years. Who knows if they will attack these people? Let's go. Let's go back. Elder Zeduo said to the monks from the other 6 sects who came to see them off. The more than 300 people who just entered were all disciples and family members of these people. They must be in a bad mood watching them enter the Valley of Life and Death. They have to be taken away quickly. In Tiansheng Sect, hundreds of people also entered a pagoda at this time. The Life and Death Valley of Xian Temple is called the Life and Death Tower here. Lin Xiao led a group of people to guard the periphery. Even in Hishite, some people walked into the Life and Death Tower. Lin Xiao, what are you looking at? Seeing Lin Xiao's empty eyes, Zhu Wei said beside him. He found that Lin Xiao's expression was not right. Great Commander, it's nothing. Why do you have such an expression? There are no outsiders here, you can tell me. I won't tell anyone, Great Commander. Since you asked, I couldn't help it. It's wrong for the sect to do this now. What's wrong with it? We have fought for the sect and devoted ourselves to it. This is the oath we made when we first joined. The sect has supported us for hundreds and thousands of years and spent countless resources. This is what we should do, I know, but great commander, we disciples have also fought for the sect and died. Among these people, there are many who have made great contributions to the sect. How can we let them sacrifice like this? Shouldn't they enjoy their old age? Lin Xiao replied. The cultivators of Tiansheng Sect disagreed with this, and even supported it very much. This made Lin Xiao very puzzled and very depressed. He had never been in Tiansheng Sect, but he knew a lot of things about Tiansheng Sect. Every sect would have old cultivators who passed away, and the same was true for Tiansheng Sect, but Tiansheng Sect treated these old cultivators very well. For cultivators below Dao Gang, they can basically retire in 20 to 30 years. After retirement, they can still receive generous benefits and enjoy wealth and prosperity in the mortal world. If they don't want to go, they can be supported by the sect. For cultivators above Dao Gang, they will be assigned some easy tasks in the first 50 years of their lifespan, or they can retire. After retirement, these people can choose to live in seclusion, or go to the mountain gate to teach disciples. Moreover, the Tiansheng Sect has gone through countless wars from nothing, but it has never done such a thing to destroy its disciples. Even in the most dangerous times, it is the young monks who are at the forefront. Lin Xiao once said that the cultivators cultivate immortality for one reason: longevity and wealth. Longevity is unattainable, but wealth is available to everyone. They practice and fight, isn't it just for themselves and their children to live better? But what are the sects of the Tiansheng Sect doing? Lin Xiao, if it were normal, these people would naturally enjoy their old age. But what time is it now? Now is the time when the war is about to break out. Countless people will die, and you and I are the same. These people are old and useless. Their death can bring us vitality. This is their greatest contribution. In the future, we may be like this. If you think this is wrong, then you should practice hard to defeat your opponent, and naturally this kind of thing will not happen in the future, or you can become the supreme, and change this rule, Zhu Wei said coldly, fighting for a lifetime. Even the last moments have to be spent in fake death. This is naturally a very miserable thing. Tiansheng Sect is unwilling to do this, but there is no way, if they don't do this. More young disciples will die in battle. This is something that no one can change, even Zhu Wei himself. If he doesn't have much life now, he will enter the Tower of Life and Death. Yes, Commander-in-Chief, I know it makes me sad, then turn sadness into strength, kill the enemy, and make meritorious deeds. You are still young, you still have great potential. I'm very optimistic about you, thank you, Commander-in-Chief. No, let's go. It's almost time. Go back and discuss it. Our people should start to play a role. The 5 Continents Alliance will also have such a thing. We have to find a way to destroy it, Zhu Wei nodded. Lan Yu's capture caused heavy losses to the Immortal Alliance spies, but not all spies were discovered. They learned the means of system confidentiality from Yu Xiao a long time ago. All the spies were controlled separately, and only the spies in Lan Yu's hand were exposed. The 5 Continents Alliance was also doing this kind of thing called fake death. This was a very threatening force. Zhu Wei didn't want his people to be killed by the other side, so it was best to find a way to destroy this and kill all the fake dead monks of the other side. The 7 sects actually had this concern when they divided the fake dead monks among the 7 sects, so they put some people in each sect to prevent them from being wiped out. Lin Xiao followed Zhu Wei back to the Blackwater Terrace and convened a meeting of the top leaders. Lan Yu was not among them. After Lan Yu was replaced, he had been deposed and monitored, and his power was divided. What awaited Lan Yu was also the death squad. If he could make meritorious deeds on the battlefield and was still alive, he would still have the hope of being valued. If he died, it would be his bad luck. If he didn't even dare to die, not only would he die, but his relatives would also be implicated. It was obviously not enough to rely on the power of the Blackwater Terrace alone, but the other 6 sects also had similar intelligence agencies. They also ambushed countless hidden players in the 5 Continents Alliance. As long as they carried out a joint operation, they still had a great chance of success. Lin Xiao silently memorized some nicknames and characteristics of the hidden players. He had to stop this matter, but he seemed to be more cautious. The last time Zhu Wei used the questioning formation to check for spies in the sect, He found a lot of people, but none of them were from Xiao, which made Zhu Wei very suspicious. He never stopped the internal investigation. Lin Xiao was Xiao's most important hidden player in Tiansheng Sect. He played a very important role. Even Xiao didn't want him to be lost like this. Good steel should be used on the blade. Chapter 743 Ownership of No Man's Land. Lin Xiao has been paying attention to the construction of the super battleship of Wantaman. Because Xiao spies have entered its core work, Lin Xiao can grasp all the information about the process. When Lin Xiao knew that the super battleship was basically completed, Lin Xiao immediately convened a high-level meeting of the South Continent Alliance. There were more than 100 countries in South Continent, and each country had at least one representative to attend the meeting. The purpose of the meeting was to auction the unowned land with a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles, to raise a huge sum of money for the war. All countries had already known the news in advance, so in the Xianyang City Hall, before Lin Xiao came out, the monks of various countries were whispering and talking about today's events. Many sects were ready to take action, especially the forces bordering these unowned lands, which had the strongest desire to expand. The division of power in these places in the north of South Continent has been very stable. If Zuanshanman had not escaped, it would be very difficult to expand. A large-scale annexation war must be carried out, which not only consumes huge military funds, but also requires the death and injury of many disciples. Now that you can expand, as long as you spend money, you are naturally very excited. They only need to buy a piece of land to connect with their own forces, which is extremely convenient in management and is most beneficial to them. It doesn't matter if the forces are farther away. Many forces have reached the bottleneck stage in their territory. It is difficult to expand. There are too many subordinates and insufficient benefits. It is also very cost effective to have a place to accommodate more subordinates. The leader is here, Bu Yanxiang shouted, and the hall immediately became quiet. Lin Xiao walked in with a group of people and sat in the first seat. Everyone, without further ado, today's agenda is to discuss the ownership of the unowned land. The unowned land has been in the hands of the Alliance for more than 100 years. However, the Alliance is also composed of monks from various countries and cannot govern and manage it for a long time. Therefore, this Alliance leader has decided to auction the unowned land. The highest bidder wins. What do you think? Alliance leader Lin is wise. Only when the unowned land belongs to a specific party can it be managed more carefully. This is a blessing for Nanzhao. I agree. No problem. Alliance leader Lin, you can begin. Okay, let's start. Bu Yanxiang. Yes, master. Bu Yanxiang heard Lin Xiao's call and immediately took out a very large map and hung it behind Lin Xiao. The territory had been divided on the map. Lin Xiao had divided the area of hundreds of thousands of miles into almost 1,000 parts. Everyone, please look. This is the territory of all the unowned lands. There are a total of 7 cities, 26 market towns, 116 sacred mountains, 17 mineral deposits, and hundreds of millions of mortals. After our planning, the sacred mountains, cities, and mortals are all sold together. The situations are different, so we can take our time. Alliance leader Lin, are you going to sell Xianyang City too? Friend son, Xianyang City is not mine, Lin Xiao. Whether to sell it or not requires your consent. However, Lin feels that no one can afford Xianyang City. With hundreds of millions in profit a year, it would be a loss, even if it were sold for tens of billions. It seems that they really can't afford it. Everyone nodded. Under Lin Xiao's diligent management, Xianyang City had regained its previous prosperity. With an annual income of hundreds of millions of Zhuan crystals, even tens of billions of Zhuan crystals would be huge profits. Moreover, no one could really afford it even with tens of billions of Zhuan crystals. No one could afford the cash. After all, having money and cash are two different things. Even a powerful company like Penglai had to pay in installments over 120 years to buy the secret realm of the Haodi family. If Lin Xiao were to pay in installments at this time, he would definitely not be willing to do so. I see that everyone is very interested in Xianyang City, so let's start with Xianyang City. I know that everyone can't afford Xianyang City, but they can buy the right to earn income from Xianyang City. Here is the income and expenditure of Xianyang City in the past 10 years. You can take a look. In the past 10 years, the annual gross profit of Xianyang City has been fluctuating between 600 million and 650 million. After deducting various costs such as personnel expenses, the income is almost 500 million, which is similar to the operating situation of Zhuanshanmen in the past. However, this is the result after the 7th level spiritual vein of Zhuanshanmen was pulled out. Afterwards, we merged 3 spiritual veins, but it only reached the 6th level middle grade. Now it costs 500,000 Zuan crystals every year to upgrade, so we decided to sell the right to earn income from Xianyang City at the price of 400 million Zuan crystals a year. Of course, we also have to formulate some rules. The first point is to follow the current management rules of Xianyang City. We cannot charge fees arbitrarily and cannot oppress merchants. We will keep some people to supervise. The second point is that you cannot destroy Xianyang City in a way that kills a chicken to get the eggs. Forget it. You can read the specific rules yourself, just like a tenant renting a house. This is just what you rent, not yours. Lin Xiao let Bu Yanxiang distribute the rules together with the income and expenditure of Xianyang City. Lin Xiao has made it very clear that renting Xianyang City is definitely a profitable thing. You only need to invest a few hundred million Zuan crystals and then manage it according to the current model. You can get nearly 100 million Zuan crystals in income every year, which is better than any financial management. When they heard the rental fee of 400 million Zuan crystals a year, many small countries have backed out. However, for big countries like Pekin and medium-sized countries like Song, it is still very attractive. They can't afford it alone, but they only need to unite a few large sects to afford it. Mykin State is willing to lease it. Let's start with 10 years, but we have a request. Please speak, fellow Daoistan. The people of Xianyang City shall not be replaced, especially the 2000 management personnel. The city guards can do whatever they want. We will treat these 2000 people the same as before. Okay, before the end of this year, I will talk to these people and let them sign a contract. It can be 5 years or 10 years. At the same time, you can also send people to learn. Lin Xiao nodded. Qin's concerns were reasonable. Xianyang City has its current income entirely based on the clean and efficient management ability of this group of people. If someone else comes, it may even lose money. Lin Xiao doesn't want them to lose money and cause no one to take over later, so he agreed to this request. In this case, my Song State will also take 5 years. Qi State doesn't want to fall behind either. Alliance leader Lin, how should this order be arranged? Draw lots afterwards. The person whose turn it is next has to pay a 10% deposit. If they don't want it in the future, the deposit will not be returned. You have considered it carefully. There are also those rules. If the bottom line is violated at that time, the alliance has the right to take it back and only pay half of the rent. That's natural. I agree. Okay, let's talk about the rest of the land. Zhuanshanmen Mountain Gate. Here, Lin Xiao continued to auction the remaining land. This time, Lin Xiao set the price of these lands very high. No matter who bought them, they would not be able to recover their costs within 30 to 50 years. So this cut off the idea of small countries without certain strength. Don't even think about it. 3 days. This meeting lasted for 3 days. No one was tired and no one wanted to leave. In 3 days, Lin Xiao auctioned about half of the unowned land and raised more than 50 billion Zuan crystals in total. The remaining half was not enough for Ningzhao. Lin Xiao decided to suspend the auction and use the remaining land as rewards after the war. When the war broke out, there would definitely be many people who would make great contributions. Lin Xiao was going to cancel the statistics of individual achievements at that time and instead adopt the overall statistics of the sect or the country. As for individuals, let their own sects reward them. In order to show fairness, Lin Xiao did not participate in this meeting. Even Wu Go did not participate. The other sects of Wu Go felt that it was more secure to follow Lin Xiao and there was no need to go back to the northern part of Ningzhao. The management rights of Xianyang City were taken by Qiglo first. Qiglo temporarily increased the stakes and asked for 10 years of management rights. It would take over from 3 months later. In the first year, the management personnel of Tiansheng City remained unchanged. They were all in accordance with the previous ones. They were only responsible for checking the accounts. From the second year, Kigo would send some people to participate until they could operate independently. The management income rights of Tiansheng City were the most popular among the unowned lands. Under the advice of many senior officials, Lin Xiao was also prepared to reward them as military merits. The specific reward still needed to be studied. 3 days later, all the sects of various countries began to pay the alliance and send people to manage the land they bought. However, this year's output still had to be given to the alliance, and it would be counted from next year. When the money was almost collected, Lin Xiao announced a shocking news to everyone, that is, to gather 3 million troops out of the 6 million troops in Nanzhao for joint training. Lin Xiao no longer had hope for the number of 6 million people. This time, according to the principle of voluntariness, those who are willing to send people can come, and all expenses will be borne by the alliance. Those who don't come will not be forced, but don't want the money this year. For more than 100 years, hundreds of billions of resources have been spent, but the expected effect of Lin Xiao has not been achieved. Lin Xiao is very angry. Everyone also figured out Lin Xiao's psychology. There are still many people willing to follow Lin Xiao. Basically, they are countries with some strength. Their leaders have a higher level of vision and know what Lin Xiao's move means. Now it seems that sending people is a disadvantage, but if the Immortal Alliance is really defeated, will there be no reward from the alliance? How many treasures are there in the 7 sects? Just taking a little spoils is enough for them to eat. Now if you work hard, you will have the confidence to ask for benefits in the future. Otherwise, who will care about you in the future? It was with this in mind that Lin Xiao gathered 3 million troops, even though only 20 countries agreed. He arranged all 3 million troops in the ownerless land, with 500,000 troops as one camp, and began to train. Once the number of troops reached tens of thousands, the difficulty of training increased exponentially. Lin Xiao estimated that it would be difficult to train these 3 million troops into elite soldiers without a year of training. However, Lin Xiao was not in a hurry. He asked them to train in groups of 10,000 first, then 30,000 or 50,000, and then gradually increase to form a super battle formation of 500,000 people. Once this battle formation was launched, even the Supreme would have to be careful. Chapter 744, Stirring Up the Storm. 1st Battalion, assemble. Prepare the Yanling formation. Zuoerki, what are you doing? You're still looking. Pay attention, military judge. Step out. How to deal with those who disobey the slogans during the drill. 30 lashes for the first time, the second time. 9th Battalion, we are practicing the Yiki Hunyuan formation today. The ancestor above said that today's formation is ready, and you will be rewarded with 300 kilograms of spiritual wine in the evening in the main camp. 500,000 troops were divided into 50 small camps. The leaders at all levels had been selected and began to drill. There were many problems in the beginning, so Lin Xiao especially stayed in the main camp, patrolling the camp every day without any complaints, supporting the officers at all levels. Whoever dared to disobey the military order, no matter which country or sect they were from, would be captured first. If monks want to form an army, military regulations are the most important. Without the constraints of military regulations, the monks who are used to being free and undisciplined will not pay attention to you at all. So enforcing military law is the top priority. In just half a month, hundreds of monks in a camp of 500,000 people were beheaded by military judges, and their bodies were hung on the flagpoles in the camp. Among them were many descendants of high-ranking monks from various sects, and countless people were whipped and punished. No matter who came to plead for mercy, it was useless. Lin Xiao refused very ruthlessly. It was precisely because of those bloody corpses that the vast majority of monks were suppressed, and the military training began to get on track, and the money of the alliance was also continuously spent. And Lin Xiao's move could not be hidden from people. Such a large-scale exercise immediately attracted the attention of the Immortal Alliance and the 5 Continents Alliance. Lu Liyuan personally came to Nanzhao to find Lin Xiao. 1 day later, Lu Liyuan left Nanzhao. On the other hand, the Immortal Alliance was frantically gathering spies to scout the situation of the camp. Yinan Yu personally led the elite night owls to protect the camp, and fought with various spies and secret agents, killing them in a bloody storm. The Immortal Alliance could not get any useful information, so they could only expect the worst. The 7 sects, with their own cultivators as the backbone and their vassals and other forces as the auxiliary, also recruited an army of 3 to 4 million, stockpiled them at the junction of Zhangzhou and Nanzhou, and began large-scale exercises. 3 months later, Lin Xiao secretly disappeared in the camp, and went to Kunlun. At this time, a substitute appeared in the camp, and continued to sit in the camp instead of Lin Xiao. Dao Lu Dao Lin. This is Dao Zhao King Yuan from Penglai at the Kunlun Mountain Gate. Lin Xiao met Lu Yuan from Kunlun and Zhao King Yuan from Penglai. Lin Xiao came here to discuss the plan to seize the super battleship. According to the insider's report, the super battleship has been basically completed at this time. If it is not stopped, it will be delivered to the Immortal Alliance in 2 or 3 months at most, so the plan must be implemented. Hello, Daoist Zhao Daoist Lin. Let's get started, okay? According to the insider report, the Immortal Alliance has gathered the resources of the entire alliance and spent tens of billions of funds to build a super battleship. It is more than 3,000 meters long, more than 600 meters wide, and more than 100 meters high. It has 7 decks and can carry more than 3,000 black crystal cannons at a time. The main guns on the deck are of the highest grade of the 7th grade. Even if we, the 8th level cultivators, fire a shot, we can't resist it and will be directly blown up. Moreover, the defense of this battleship is extremely terrifying. It is made of spiritual wood above the 7th grade and equipped with extremely high grade kangjin. In addition, its protective shield, even if the 3 of you and I try our best to attack, it will take several days and nights to break a layer of protective shield. According to the design of the Wanzhou Gate, this battleship alone can fight against 35th level battleships, and it is also easy to contain 50 battleships. The 5 Continents Alliance has a total of more than 200 battleships, and this one is enough to contain a quarter of our battleship force. This thing must not be left. If you can take it, and if you can't take it, destroy it. That's right, that's why we have today's meeting. My people have infiltrated the core work of the super battleship, and I also have people in Basin City who can lead the way for us and kill directly into the battleship factory in Basin City. At that time, they will also cooperate to disrupt Basin City and provide cover for us. Since fellow Daoist Lin is so prepared, then I, Penglai, will cooperate. This time, fellow Daoist Lin will be in charge. The same goes for Kunlun. If fellow Daoist Lin needs any assistance, just tell me. Okay, I'll speak directly. This time, the number of people in this operation will not be large, but elite. There will be 30 people, at least at the golden body stage or above, and their bones will be tempered. In addition, I need them to be absolutely loyal and able to self-destruct to kill the enemy. Our 2 sects can afford it, but will the sacrifice be too great? I know your concerns, but I dare not recruit people in the alliance for this matter. It must be kept secret, so I need the support of the 2 sects. Lin can promise that once this plan is achieved to seize the battleship can be shared by you, and you only need to be responsible for awarding and subsidizing my people. Fellow Daoist Lin, are you serious? Of course I'm serious, how could this be false? Lin Xiao replied. The cost of building this battleship is over 10 billion, and its true value is countless. Even if they have money, the 5 Continents Alliance may not be able to build it. Without the joint efforts of the Tiansheng Sect and the Wanzhou Sect, it cannot be done. Therefore, its value is extremely high. If either of the 2 sects gets this treasure, they will have a great advantage in dealing with large-scale beast tides in the future. Relying on this super battleship alone, it is no problem to defeat millions of monsters. I agree, fellow Daoist Lu. What about you? Why not? For 30 people, you and I will each contribute half, and then the warship will be shared by both families. Whoever wants to use it can take it. Okay, Lin Xiao, tell me if you need anything else. Each family among the 30 people must have at least 2 8th level cultivators, and the 2 supreme beings must protect them in secret. If the enemy's supreme beings come to distract us, they must take action. That's no problem. Then it's fine. Lin Xiao, don't we need to mobilize the army for cover? No, as soon as the army moves, they will surely be alert. What we need this time is a sneak attack. Okay, when do we set off? Half a month later. During this half month, you mobilize troops under various excuses and lurk in a stronghold outside Dangsha city and then secretly lurk in Basin city from there. Remember, bring more one-time attack methods such as talismans. If you can't take them away, destroy them. Is the 7th level storage bag ready? I have it. It's ready. Okay. Lin Xiao then made more detailed arrangements, such as secret codes for contact, rules of action and so on. The professionalism displayed by Lin Xiao made the two feel very convinced. While Lin Xiao and Lu Liyuan and others were discussing in secret, Night Owl's men were also gathering in secret in Basin City. Night Owl had been operating in Basin City for many years, and Iron Lion had been in charge here for many years. There were many black industries in Basin City, and many people who came to build warships were swallowed up by the black industries here. The warships of Lu State and Chen State were lost in this way, and Lin Xiao had killed many people here for this. After Night Owl grew stronger, these black industries in Basin City had already fallen into Night Owl's hands. Those black industry leaders were either recruited or killed by Night Owl. It can be said that the black industry people who seem to be a mob are actually all under the control of Night Owl, and Wan Salmon also knows about the black industries, but Night Owl disguises himself very well, and no one knows that Night Owl has unified the black industries in Basin City. According to the order of the leader, the time to take action is half a month later. This time, we must not only seize the super battleship, but also completely destroy the battleship base of Basin City, so that they cannot recover in a short time, or even forever. To destroy Basin City, the most important thing is the hundreds of merchants in the city. It is these hundreds of merchants that provide Wanzhou Gate with the materials to build battleships. Without them, no matter how powerful Basin City is, it cannot build battleships out of thin air. There is also the Sutra Library in Basin City, which contains countless battleship design drawings. Burning the drawings will also prevent them from recovering for a long time. Then there are several important equipment refiners of Wanzhou Gate. It would be even better if we can abduct or kill them. These 3 plans, if one is completed, Wanzhou Gate can be paralyzed. If 3 are completed, Wanzhou Gate will not be able to recover for 100 years. Let's do it. Okay, my people have infiltrated the city guards. Starting tomorrow, I will feed them medicine. The attack will be launched in half a month to completely paralyze the city guards. Then I will burn the shops. My people are connected to many shops, and there are my people in them who can launch attacks. Then I can only go to the battleship factory. I was the one who planted the hidden players in there. I will be responsible for leading the way for the master. After the master and the others take action, I will go to the Sutra Library. Unfortunately, I don't have any people in the Sutra Library yet, so we can only attack it by force. Wouldn't it be too risky to attack by force? Otherwise, I'll lend you a few people. It's easy to deal with the city guards. I'll pick you up after I'm done here. Okay, the next half month is critical. The news must be controlled by the 3 of us and cannot be exposed. Of course, we have been lying in ambush in Basin City for more than 200 years just for this operation. Well, Bossy has already said that this time we 3 will be in charge. As long as we succeed, we can go to the sect to enjoy ourselves. Bossy will ask the master for credit and give us 7 souls pills. With our abilities, it won't be difficult to reach the Shengsu period. That's good. The little brats in the bureau are almost catching up with us. If we don't break through, we'll be ashamed to see people. Yes, I'm the spiritual master. My son has also broken through to the spiritual master. Nowadays, spiritual masters are worthless. Bah, Leo Zhu, you're bragging about your son again. Are you bullying us to singles? You deserve it. Who told you not to save some money? Who would follow you if I didn't have money? Wait until I break through the Shengsu stage. With an annual salary of 2 million Zuan crystals, I can have as many women as I want. I won't give up a forest for a tree. Okay, stop bragging. Let's all go. I'm going to the battleship factory to contact the hidden agent in person. This time, we must not only complete the mission, but also get out of it safely. Haha, that's feasible. Let's show those guys from the Immortal Alliance who is the king of the Dark Knight. Let's go. The three nodded and then left. One of them changed his clothes and became the shopkeeper of a business in Basin City. He drove 2 trucks of goods to the battleship factory. After being checked by the guards, he was allowed to enter the battleship factory. Chapter 745. Everything for the ideal. Wanshaumen Basin City. The super battleship has been built at this time, and all that is needed is a series of inspections. After all, Wanshaumen is also building a battleship of this level for the first time, and it is not known whether there will be any problems, so it needs to be inspected and even tested. Lin Xiao is a middle-level backbone of Tiansheng supporting Wanshaumen, and is also one of the persons in charge of the inspection. In the entire super battleship, although the Immortal Alliance rejected the concept of Tiansheng, it did not completely abandon it. Inside the battleship, there are still many things designed by Tiansheng. For example, the maze array, the trap array, the battle puppet, etc. These are all prepared to prevent the enemy from seizing the battleship in the war. In this regard, Wanshaumen is much worse than Tiansheng in technology. Lin Xiao inspected the decks layer by layer and saw a unique code in the cabin on the bottom floor. He touched it gently and found a secret compartment inside. Lin Xiao took out the things inside and put a jade slip in. An hour later, the inspectors of Wanshaumen came here and took away the things inside. A day passed quickly. As the sky darkened, Lin Xiao returned to his residence. After a busy day, he prepared a table of food and then called 4 high-level monks from Tiansheng Sect. There were more than 100 people from Tiansheng Sect supporting Wanshao Sect, but there were only 4 high-level monks, led by a Jinshan stage monk and assisted by 3 Shengsu stage monks. Lin Xiao was a small leader under them. Lin Xiao, you are cooking again. Uncle Master, except for the fact that these guys from Wanshao Sect are good at building warships, the rest are worse than shit. I can't eat them. Lin Xiao replied. In all these years at Wanshao Sect, their food has always been criticized. It is really too bad. Lin Xiao often cooks for himself. His cooking skills are good, which also makes Yi Jiuji and others enjoy the food. Lin Xiao, how can we have good food without good wine? Where's the wine? It's ready. There are 4 bottles of Beauty Smile in total, 1 for each of us. Beauty Smile. Lin Xiao, what are you doing? Don't you want to pay for the wine? It's okay, uncle. Jiuxinman is having a big sale. I just got a few bottles. Besides, the warships are about to be delivered. The Alliance will reward us handsomely by then. Lin Xiao will also ask the uncles to say a few good words in front of the elders of the General Affairs Hall. Haha, this is fine. We can see what you have done in these years. Don't worry, you will be the core disciple of our Tiansheng after you go back. Yi Jiuji laughed and said, Lin Xiao is diligent and talented. Everyone is very satisfied with him. He will indeed be rewarded handsomely after he goes back. The few people said no more. They swept away the food in a whirlwind, and there was not a drop of wine left. Lin Xiao took out the tea set, boiled a pot of water, and brewed tea. Hey, this tea is good. It must be 5th grade. It does look like a 5th grade spiritual tea. It can purify the mysterious energy and comb the meridians. It is very beneficial to drink it for a long time. However, this tea does not seem to be from central China. Lin Xiao, where did you get it from? A friend gave it to me. Friend, who is it? You are so generous. 5th grade spiritual tea is not cheap. Uncle Master, do you know the Tiansheng Sect of the Wu Kingdom in Nanzhao? Tiansheng Sect, the Tiansheng Sect of Lin Xiao? Yi Jiuji answered subconsciously. He had dealt with Lin Xiao before. When he first met him, Lin Xiao was not even in the Shengsu period. Hundreds of years later, Lin Xiao's reputation soared. He traveled all over the world of immortal cultivation and his cultivation had reached the 8th level while he was still in the Shengsu period. It was really a pity. The other people also knew Lin Xiao's name, but had never dealt with him. Yes, it's the Tiansheng Sect. There is a white mist mountain in the Tiansheng Sect, on which white mist tea is planted. Over hundreds of years, White Mist Mountain has been upgraded from the first level to the 6th level, and so has White Mist Tea. The 6th level White Mist Tea should be cultivated now, which really makes people miss it. Lin Xiao, what do you mean? It doesn't mean anything. It just means that I can drink White Mist Tea often in the future. It's the tea that the uncles drank today. It tastes good, right? Lin Xiao. Yi Jiuji's face changed, and his voice became low. The golden body cultivator of the Tiansheng Sect reacted the fastest. With a tremble of his hand, a long sword appeared in his hand, and the other end was already on Lin Xiao's neck, saying, "You are from Night Owl." "Yes, that's right. Who is Yi Nanayu to you?" "My immediate superior." "Is Yi Nanayu, the king of the Dark Knight, your immediate superior?" Several people suddenly lost their composure. Their eyes became complicated when they looked at Lin Xiao, and they were extremely terrified in their hearts. Night Owl was so powerful and his whereabouts were unpredictable. What did Lin Xiao want to do by exposing himself? "Lin Xiao, tell me why. Maybe it's for an ideal. "Yes, it's for an ideal. What is your ideal? Forget it. There's no point in talking about it now. Uncles, how about we talk about it? What exactly do you want to do? The people from the Immortal Alliance are next door." "I can't tell you. I'll take you there, Grandmaster." "Why do you think I'm exposed at this time?" "I want to save your lives." "Nonsense, Grandmaster. I advise you not to move." "Really? If nothing unexpected happens, my sect leader has already entered the city. The defensive base in city is full of loopholes for us. Tonight will be a bloody night. I have been in Tiansheng for hundreds of years, and I don't want you to get into trouble, so don't move, okay?" Lin Xiao said sincerely. He has been in Tiansheng for hundreds of years, and he is not a person without any feelings. Yi Jiuji and others have been very good to him, so he doesn't want the people of Tiansheng to get into trouble. Boom, boom. As soon as Lin Xiao finished speaking, 2 explosions were heard in the battleship factory, followed by violent fluctuations of mysterious energy. "Let's do it. Elder Lu, you go and stop the Tiansheng Sect's troops. Fellow Daoist Zhao, you go and snipe the Immortal Alliance's troops." "Okay, we are leaving. Be careful. Lin Xiao, if you can take it, take it. If you can't, you must blow it up." Zhao Qingyuan roared, and then the 15 high-level cultivators under his command raised their momentum and rushed towards the Immortal Alliance's troops. Lin Xiao nodded and then used his body skills to come to the super battleship. The protective formation of the battleship factory did not play any role. It was easy for Lin Xiao and his 30 people to enter base and city because there were also people controlled by Yi Xiao among the city guards. They were on duty today and let Lin Xiao and his people in. The same was true for the battleship factory. They used the identity of a company that provided materials as a cover to sneak in. Later, Yi Xiao's people in Tiansheng seized control of the formation and were exposed. "Master, how is the battleship?" As soon as Lin Xiao appeared, 7 monks appeared in the battleship, covered in blood. They took out the tokens representing their identities, and Lin Xiao did not attack them. "We killed the guards on the battleship. There are 3 of us in the formation center. We can blow up the battleship at any time." "No, let them out. I want this battleship." "Yes, Master." The man nodded and then played 2 sound transmission notes. Soon, 3 monks came out. These 3 were monks who built super battleships. They were controlled by Night Owl. Now that Night Owl forced them, they had to betray Tiansheng. In the distance, hundreds of monks were fighting fiercely. The people brought by Lin Xiao were all monks above the golden body stage. Although the monks stationed here by the Immortal Alliance were also elite, they could not compare with them and were blocked by them. Moreover, in the rest of the battleship factory, Night Owl's men were setting fires everywhere and attacking monks. Outside the battleship factory, the black market men controlled by Night Owl were also sniping the Tiansheng city guards. At this time, more than half of the 50,000 city guards were poisoned by Night Owl, and the remaining half were also in a bitter battle. The power of Tiansheng is actually much greater than the number of people in Xiao, and much stronger, but one is in the open and the other is in the dark. They don't know whether the people around them are spies or not, and they don't dare to trust each other at all, because just now, when the 3,000 of them were about to form a battle formation, a spy who suddenly jumped up and killed people appeared beside them, completely disrupting the battle formation and killing dozens of people. Lin Xiao took a deep breath, and then a huge spiritual consciousness surged out, wrapping the entire battleship and rolling it into his head ring. Lin Xiao's head ring was transformed by the system, and the space was extremely large, much larger than the general 7th level storage magic tool. As for what level it can reach, Lin Xiao didn't know, because there was no reference in the world of immortal cultivation. Rise. Lin Xiao's spiritual consciousness surged, and it was still very difficult to roll up such a huge thing, but Lin Xiao still succeeded. The battleship disappeared in front of everyone, and was put away by Lin Xiao. How dare you, thief! When the Immortal Alliance monks saw the warship disappear, their hearts immediately bled. This was a warship that the Immortal Alliance had spent countless resources and 20 years to build. How could it be so easy for the enemy? The Immortal Alliance people were like crazy, and the Kunlun people couldn't stop them. They rushed to Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao said, "You retreat immediately. This is our battlefield," and went to meet him. After advancing to the 8th cave mystery stage, Lin Xiao made his first move. His opponent was also an 8th realm cultivator. He was from Xi'an Temple and a veteran cultivator who had broken through the 8th realm for thousands of years. Lin Xiao did not dare to be careless. He exerted his full strength. The sky-splitting sword technique made the void fluctuate continuously. He fought hard with the opponent, and Lin Xiao also sensed the enemy's strength. "I thought you were so powerful, but you are just like this." Lin Xiao sneered. He advanced too fast, and didn't know that he had surpassed the power of most cultivators in the world. Even this veteran cave mystery cultivator could not take advantage of him. "Thief, give me your life, I'll kill you today, fellow Daoist Lin. Retreat once you succeed." The reinforcement from Wan Zhaoman are dispatched. Lu Liyuan shouted. They had the upper hand in high-end combat power. This time they dispatched 5 8th level warriors, while the Immortal Alliance only had 1, plus the 8th level warriors from Wan Zhaoman. There were only 2. "No hurry, destroy this factory first," Lin Xiao replied. If the factory was not destroyed, they still had the ability to recover. Lin Xiao did not want to encounter countless warships in the upcoming war. Chapter 746, The Sorrow of Wan Zhaoman. In Basin City, there was a sea of fire at this time. The city with a population of hundreds of thousands entered a bloody night. The Night Owl's main force plus the controlled forces were actually only about 1,000 people, but it was these thousands of people who killed the guards of Basin City and defeated them step by step. "Daitsu, haha, it's me." The monks of Basin City all pressed forward together, but suddenly, the people around them suddenly attacked, killed several people in a row, and then rushed out of their range, laughing and saying. The monks of Wan Zhaoman looked pale. In just a quarter of an hour, 7 spies appeared around them. Every spy who was exposed would kill several or even more than a dozen of them and disrupt their offensive. The leading monk looked at the people around him in horror. They didn't know who they could trust. "Director Zhang, the city guards have blocked the way for now. How are you doing here? Not enough. Let's go. Attack the residential area, mobilize the scattered cultivators, and take them to plunder." "Okay." The team of more than 300 people immediately dispersed, deliberately leading the city guards into the residential area, fighting, and overwhelmed the scattered cultivators gathered there. Then they deliberately broke into a business and threw the property inside. "Brothers, the businesses in the city usually oppress us. It's time for revenge. Kill them. Break into the business and rob it. The business in front sells elixirs. There are Lingming pills. Kill them and look for the spiritual light again." The people of Night Owl kept fanning the flames, and soon mobilized the emotions of the scattered cultivators. I don't know how many people let go, and joined the ranks of looting. The chaos in Basin City intensified again, with people fighting everywhere, screaming and flames everywhere. Night Owl's men played a guiding role in this, especially the hundreds of businesses that supplied Wan Zhaoman, which were their main targets of attack. As the protective shields of the businesses were breached one by one, their strategy had basically been achieved. "Director Zhang, it's almost done. Everything that should be burned has been burned. Team Leader Li, take a few people with you to instigate the scattered cultivators, to intercept the city guards. Remember not to let the scattered cultivators leave the city. You have to stop the city guards. I'll help old Wu to take down the battleship factory. Okay, you have to be careful. Don't worry, let's go. Director Zhang nodded. Today was the highlight of his base in City Operations Department. He would never give up until he achieved one strategic goal. Soon, he rushed out of the battleship factory with hundreds of people. At this time, all the guards of the battleship factory were mobilized, including the monks and workers who built the battleships. There were more than 10,000 people, and Lin Xiao and Night Owl's men were only a few hundred people. Lin Xiao's people had not suffered any casualties, but Night Owl's people were besieged. Director Zhang led his men to fight their way out and joined the previous troops. The leader, Director Wu, was already injured, and the two leaned against each other back to back. Old Wu, what happened? The operation failed. My spies are almost dead, and the people of Tiansheng Sect are gathering. Who are those over there? They are from Tiansheng Sect. The spies have convinced them. Tiansheng Sect didn't take action, so they gathered together to protect themselves. Okay, you charge for a while. I'll go and ask the leader for help. Go quickly, we can't hold on any longer. Director Zhang nodded, then led a few people to rush out, and the rest of the people launched a desperate attack to cover them. Master, our people can't hold on any longer. Come and save them. You are Zhang Ziwu, it's me. Master. The Sutra library of the battleship factory is over there. There are many blueprints in it. Burn the blueprints. Tiansheng Sect will be seriously injured. Got it. Leave it to me. You lead the people to retreat. Not yet. I know the weapon refiners of Tiansheng Sect. We have to kill them. Tiansheng Sect's technology will plummet. Damn. You are too greedy. I have to be greedy. This is Boss Yi's death order. Go back and let Yinan die. Lin Xiao was furious. What a bullshit order. Too greedy. Too many people will die. Lin Xiao did not dare to be careless and gave the already seriously injured opponent to Lu Liyuan and others, and then Lin Xiao personally killed into the low-level cultivators. Some of the Golden Body and Divine Void stage cultivators were no match for Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao was like a tiger entering a flock of sheep. He killed thousands of cultivators by himself. No one dared to fight with Lin Xiao. In front of Lin Xiao was the Tiansheng Sect's Sutra library, which was guarded by hundreds of people. When the people inside saw Lin Xiao appear, they all showed desperate expressions. Sun shooting divine bow, give it to me, explode. Lin Xiao took out the sun shooting divine bow, pulled it to the full, and fired 3 arrows in a row. The protective shield of the Sutra library, which was protected by the 7th level formation, suddenly exploded, and dozens of disciples were directly killed. Follow me, kill him. Zhang Ziwu was overjoyed when he saw it and rushed into the Sutra library with the rest of the people. While he was trying to grab the design drawings, he asked his disciples to set fire. Soon, the flames shot up into the sky, and the remaining Tiansheng Sect cultivators fled. Boom, countless mysterious lights fell, and the 8th level cultivator of Tiansheng was killed by Zhang Qingyuan and the other two, and fell on the spot. Countless disciples of Tiansheng were stunned when they saw this scene. The ancestor they usually regarded as a god felt like this. Go, the 8th level cultivator of the Immortal Alliance, was also extremely terrified. Without saying a word, he directly ordered to retreat. If they didn't retreat, they would die here. Tiansheng's reinforcement have arrived. Fellow Daoist Lin, retreat, charge for a while. Do you see those monks who escaped? Kill them. Who are they? The most elite refiners of Tiansheng. We can't let them run away. Kill them, and Tiansheng will be finished. After Zhang Ziwu's guidance, Lin Xiao already knew several core refiners of the battleship factory. They were equivalent to chief engineers, and were the sole figures of Tiansheng's battleships. Once they died, it was unknown how long it would take for Tiansheng's technology to recover. Disciples of Kunlun, kill the purple robe golden body god, and you will be rewarded handsomely. Disciples of Penglai, you do the same. Kill those monks in purple robes, and you will be rewarded handsomely. Kill. Protect Master Fang, stop them. The core weapon refiner of the Tiansheng Sect was escaping, and Lu Liyuan and the other two also issued a hunting order. The high-level monks of Kunlun and Penglai immediately rushed over. Although the monks of the Tiansheng Sect tried their best to stop them, they couldn't stop them at all. Boom, boom, boom. The reinforcement of Wanzhaomen arrived. 2 6th level warships with more than 10,000 elite soldiers came from the mountain gate. They used the black crystal cannon when they were still far away. The 6th level warships were the strongest warships of Wanzhaomen on weekdays, but their power was still not enough to threaten Lin Xiao and others. Lin Xiao turned and rushed to one of the warships. Fire launch. Boom, boom, boom. The black crystal cannons on the warships kept firing. Lin Xiao did not dodge or avoid, but rushed forward. The magic weapon in his hand was replaced with a big knife. The sky-splitting sword technique burst out countless sword ki, which chopped the warship, making the warship's protective shield shaky. 8th realm cultivators. Golden body cultivators go to battle. Kill. Seeing that Lin Xiao was an 8th realm cultivator, the 6th order warship was definitely not an opponent, and all 5 golden body cultivators were dispatched to contain Lin Xiao. On the other side, Lu Liuan also fought with the 8th realm cultivator of Wanzhaomen. Wanzhaomen was relatively rich, with a total of 4 8th realm cultivators. One had fallen before, and now all 3 came. Entangled Lu Liuan and his men, especially the first-ranked ancestor of Wanzhaomen, who had gone very far in the Dongsuan period, and was only half a step away from entering the Supreme period. He was extremely powerful, and one person stopped 2 people. The newly arrived more than 10,000 elites were gathering in battle formation under the cover of the warships. They were not harassed by the Night Owl, and their movements were extremely fast. The vassal forces of Wanzhaomen had also drawn elites, and were on their way. As for the Immortal Alliance, I'm afraid there were already many people on the way. Lin Xiao knew that he couldn't wait any longer, so he immediately became ruthless. The sword in his hand burst into 5 blades that split the sky, forcing the 5 golden body stage monks away. Then he flashed and left the circle and changed to the sun shooting divine bow. Boom. With the first arrow, Lin Xiao aimed at a golden body stage monk and shot him with 1 arrow. Countless mysterious lights sprinkled down. Then, wherever Lin Xiao's arrow pointed, the monks on that side would flee and dare not fight him at all. Boom. With the second arrow, Lin Xiao shot at the battle formation that was gathering. Hundreds of low-level monks were killed on the spot, and hundreds of monks were seriously injured. The entire battle formation collapsed instantly, and countless people fled, and could not gather for a while. Boom, boom, boom. Seeing Lin Xiao so fierce, the 2 warships immediately concentrated their firepower on Lin Xiao, but Lin Xiao had already used his body skills to leave. Although the warship was powerful, its clumsiness was its weakness. The warship was suitable for large-scale battles, and this kind of one-on-one fighting was not very effective. The Immortal Alliance monks have arrived. Retreat, retreat. Everyone gather. Retreat, don't let them get away. Keep fighting. Night Owl troops. Gather. The high-level monks of the Immortal Alliance went ahead. Lin Xiao and others had already sensed the momentum and dared not stay any longer. If they stayed any longer, they might not be able to escape. No matter how powerful they could not stop the thousands of monks from fighting in rotation. Lu Liuan threw out a flying boat, and the Night Owl monks flew up one after another. The monks of Kunlun and Penglai were also constantly fighting and retreating. The monks of the Wanzhao Gate also blocked the reinforcement like crazy when they learned that the reinforcement had arrived. Lin Xiao rushed onto the flying boat first, and then used the sun shooting divine bow on the flying boat to cover the monks' retreat. Lin Xiao's sun shooting divine bow was extremely powerful, and even the monks of the 8th realm could not resist it unscathed. Once they were locked by Lin Xiao, they all fled. Let's go. The troops were almost assembled, and Lin Xiao would not ask everyone to come up. There was no time for that. Lin Xiao could only order them to retreat on their own. Yi Xiao also had a retreat plan. Is everyone okay? 1 died and 3 were seriously injured. No one on my side died, but 1 was disabled, and 4 were seriously injured. It's okay. A great victory. Let's think about how to escape. Now the entire Immortal Alliance has been alarmed. A large army has been assembled on the border, and there are pursuers everywhere. Lu Liuan shook his head. He brought 30 people, only 1 died, and 8 were seriously injured or disabled. However, they killed at least 20 people in the Shengsu period and the Jinshan period, plus killed 1 in the 8th realm and seriously injured 1 in the 8th realm. It is no problem to say that it was a great victory. What are you afraid of? With just the people we have, as long as the Supreme does not show up to intercept us, who can stop us? 1 or 2 8th level cultivators coming out are just seeking death. I don't mind killing the first 8th level opponent here. But you. Oh no, the Supreme Cultivator appears. Lu Liuan was about to answer when he saw a giant hand appear, trying to snatch the flying boat away, but with a burst of golden light, the illusory giant hand collapsed, and the Supreme of Kunlun also appeared, blocking the enemy for them. Chapter 747, Bloody Road. The difference between the 8th realm cultivator and the Supreme Cultivator is only 1 level, but the combat power of the two sides is very different. Even 7 or 8 8th realm cultivators have no chance to contain the Supreme Cultivator. Only the Supreme Cultivator can contain the Supreme Cultivator. The two Supreme Cultivators fought in the void, and the pressure they exuded made Lin Xiao secretly frightened. After breaking through the 8th realm, Lin Xiao's status in the entire cultivation world rose rapidly. Lin Xiao couldn't help but feel a little proud. At this time, he just knew the horror of the Supreme Cultivator, which made Lin Xiao put away his arrogance. He secretly decided in his heart that he had to improve to the Supreme Cultivator as soon as possible so that he could have a real say in the cultivation world. Ancestor, there is a large army of the Immortal Alliance in front of us, about 50,000 people. Do you know which family it is? The flags are confused. It should be the 7 families that are the main ones, and the other forces are supplementary. The people are still gathering charge over. Yes, Ancestor. Soon, the first army blocking the road appeared in front of us. 50,000 people, but this number of people could not stop the cultivators on the flying boat at all. 10 golden body stage monks flew out of the flying boat and bombarded the enemy's battle formation. Before the flying boat arrived, 50,000 people were scattered. Among them, more than a dozen monks above the Shengsu stage, followed behind the flying boat. Not long after, another army appeared, and this time there were more people, more than 100,000 people, and more high-level monks. Lin Xiao and 5 other 8th level monks fought fiercely, before breaking the battle formation and leaving again. We are almost at the border of the alliance. Cheer up. Low-level monks control the flying boat, and all monks above the golden body stage will follow me to fight. Lu Liuan looked at the scene outside. They were about to reach the border of the alliance. The Immortal Alliance had gathered millions of troops here. Even at this point, it was estimated that there would be about 1 million people. Everyone dared not be careless. Sure enough, a moment later, Lin Xiao saw the overwhelming army of monks in his consciousness, stretching for dozens of miles, standing upright there, like sculptures. In the air, there were hundreds of high-level monks standing, even 3 8th level monks. Daoist friends in front, stop them, and don't let them escape. The pursuers behind also arrived, led by the 3 8th level ancestors of Wan Taoman. They brought hundreds of people with them, including more than 10 golden body cultivators. The enemy's troops have exceeded the strength of the flying boat. Ancestor Lu, it's up to you. Don't worry, they are not the only ones with a large army. We are more prepared. Lu Liuan nodded. It was a border. How could only one side have troops gathered? Lu Liuan sent out a message, and soon, countless momentum rose 100 miles away, and countless cultivators walked out of the camp in groups, and pressed towards the direction of the Immortal Alliance. What should we do, Ancestor? One of the cultivators blocking the road in front asked. An 8th level ancestor of Yuxinman showed a tangled look. If they took action at this time, it would mean that the decisive battle would break out. We can't let them go. The battleship of Wan Taoman was taken away by them. We must take it back. Well, stop them and let the battle formation turn around. You guys go to assist the battle formation, and we will intercept Lu Liuan. The ancestor of Yuxinman nodded, and no longer hesitated. He would fight, and couldn't wait any longer. Soon, roars rang out, and millions of cultivators turned around. The drums of war rumbled, and the swords were drawn. Go to the battle. Let's go. You guys should flee at the right time. Be quick. This flying boat can't hold out for long. Lin Xiao said to Zhang Ziwu and others. The 6th level flying boat could only stop the aftermath of their battle. It couldn't stop a single move. Lin Xiao didn't want his disciples to die in vain. Afterwards, the seriously injured golden body cultivator stayed behind, and the rest of the people flew out and fought against each other. Lin Xiao's opponent was the ancestor of Wan Xiaoman who was chasing after him. Lin Xiao, put down the battleship and you can leave. Ancestor Shen, do you think it's possible? You are forcing me. Wan Xiaoman has no intention of intervening in your fight. If we can't settle it today, Wan Xiaoman will fight you to the death. Haha, if you have no intention of intervening, then why did you build this super battleship? What are you bragging about? Lin Xiao said with a big laugh. Wan Xiaoman originally wanted to be neutral, but their attitude was not firm, and they had no strategy to perfunctory the Immortal Alliance. They agreed half-heartedly. In this case, Lin Xiao would not be soft-hearted. Well, then, I will come to ask for advice from brother Lin's high-level skills. Ancestor Shen is the #1 person in Wan Xiaoman, and Lin also wants to see it. Lin Xiao said lightly. The sun-shooting divine bow has been pulled round, and the soul has locked onto Ancestor Shen. Lin Xiao has seen Ancestor Shen's methods. He has restrained two cultivators of the same level before, which is extremely powerful. HMPH Elder Shen sneered, and immediately tore the space apart, making it impossible for Lin Xiao to lock on. Lin Xiao sighed. This kind of one-on-one fight is indeed not suitable for bows and arrows. Unless Lin Xiao keeps avoiding the fight, keeping a distance, and entangled, it will be impossible to tell the winner. Lin Xiao shot the sun-shooting divine bow in his hand. A golden body monk in the distance could not force him away, and was directly blown up. Then Lin Xiao's figure disappeared on the spot, and hid in the void. Elder Shen, who missed a move, entered the void again. Lin Xiao put on a 7th grade top grade battle armor, which made Elder Shen's heart jump. This background was not available in the Tiansheng Sect. The 7th grade top grade battle armor was extremely rare and extremely powerful. Even if it was attacked by an 8th level monk, it would take a lot of effort. With this move, Elder Shen had no way to take down Lin Xiao in a short time, unless he was willing to explode directly. Why are you scared by a piece of armor? Back then, Ren King Iron fought for a long time, but failed to destroy it. Why don't you give it a try? Lin Xiao, don't you call yourself the best in your level? What's the point of relying on a turtle shell? Let's have a real fight. I'm less than 800 years old this year. Who is in the same level as you? Do you have the guts to ask the cultivators under 1,000 years old from your Tiansheng Sect to fight? Looking for death. Ancestor Shen was furious. How could Tiansheng Sect have such a talented disciple? Most of the cultivators around 1,000 years old were still in the Shengsu stage, and the stronger ones had only advanced to the Jinshan stage not long ago. Sky-splitting blade gang thunder method. Ancestor Shen's body was flashing with divine thunder, and blue lightning kept pouring out and bombarding Lin Xiao. The reason why he was strong was because of this asterisk method. Lin Xiao used the sword energy to resist, and the sword energy shattered the divine thunders. However, it was obvious that Lin Xiao's strength was not as good as that of Ancestor Shen. It basically took two sword energies to break one divine thunder. Soon the divine thunders wrapped around Lin Xiao's body and were blocked by the 7th level battle armor. Let me test my magical power on you. Human and sword become one. Split the sky style. Lin Xiao's expression turned cold. In the past few decades, Lin Xiao has acquired a new magical power from the system. Lin Xiao has already comprehended the first level of splitting the sky style. Lin Xiao held the sword with both hands, and a black sword light appeared, spreading towards Shen Laozu, destroying all the divine thunder along the way. Thunder method, heavenly punishment. Shen Laozu was not to be outdone, and soon he also used a magical power. A huge ball of lightning appeared in his hand, forming a giant dragon shape, swallowing the black sword light in one gulp, and then there was a crackling sound. Heavenly punishment, go 5-element divine light. Before Shen Laozu's magical power dissipated, he commanded the giant dragon to rush towards Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao used the 5-element divine light, and colorful light appeared, directly piercing the giant dragon. Thunder method, heaven punishment. However, Elder Shen immediately used this move again, and once again condensed a giant dragon of thunder and lightning, and rushed towards Lin Xiao with high spirits. Lin Xiao used the 5-element divine light in succession to break the giant dragon. See how many times you can use the 5-element divine light. Heaven punishment. Go. Elder Shen only knew this magical power, but it was enough. With this move, he defeated countless opponents. You are so cruel, Lin Xiao said lightly. The power of the 5-element divine light increased along with his cultivation, but Lin Xiao's profound energy was also limited, and this big move could not be used continuously. Lin Xiao knew that he was not Elder Shen's opponent yet, so he chose a delaying tactic. 8 iron shields appeared in front of Lin Xiao, protecting him layer by layer, and the sky-splitting sword gang in his hand was constantly used. The Thunder Method Dragon continued to attack Lin Xiao, but was basically blocked by the Iron Shield. After finally breaking the Iron Shield, Lin Xiao's sky-splitting sword gang also wore out the giant dragon, and it was at the end of its strength. Heavenly punishment. Are you competing for wealth? Haha. Lin Xiao took out a 7th grade top grade defensive magic weapon without any regret. This 7th grade top grade defensive magic weapon is extremely precious, with a market valuation of at least tens of billions, and it is the kind that you have money, but can't buy anywhere else. With the foundation of Wan's Alman, there is only one 7th grade middle grade robe, but Lin Xiao casually scrapped one, which made Shen Laozi's heart beat wildly. Is Lin Xiao so rich? Oh, there are more. Shen Laozi was furious in his heart. It took him 3 times to blow up Lin Xiao's defensive magic weapon, but Lin Xiao took out a new one without blinking an eye. Shen Laozi turned around and left. He couldn't play anymore. His Zuan Qi was not infinite, and was almost exhausted. Want to leave? How can it be so easy? Lin Xiao took out the sun-shooting divine bow and shot arrows one after another to stop Shen Laozi. Lin Xiao didn't dare to let him harm other cultivators. Ancestor Shen couldn't get away, so he could only turn around and fight Lin Xiao again. Lin Xiao once again took a defensive stance, which made Ancestor Shen feel like he had nowhere to start. At this time, the war outside had completely broken out. Hundreds of high-level cultivators were fighting in the sky or in the void. The two sides had more than 2 million cultivators forming dozens of battle formations to fight together. The battlefield stretched for hundreds of miles, and there were sounds of fighting everywhere. The mysterious light in the sky never stopped from the beginning, and it sprinkled like a rainstorm, and countless cultivators were bleeding in it. Lin Xiao, don't fight, let's go. Lu Liyuan got rid of his opponent, and saw that Lin Xiao was still fighting with Ancestor Shen. He couldn't help but remind him that, as long as Lin Xiao and others left the battlefield, they would win, and today's strategic goal would be achieved. Ancestor Shen, you must not let him leave. The reinforcements are on the way. The ancestor of Yuxinman didn't want to stop fighting at this time. Since he had already started, he would fight to the end. There was no way to end it peacefully, and he would fight to the end. Chapter 748, Tower of Life and Death. The news that the 5 Continents Alliance raided the Wanzhou Gate and a war broke out at the border spread throughout the entire central continent at the fastest speed. The Immortal Alliance, led by the 7 sects, mobilized urgently. Hundreds of thousands of cultivators from the 7 sects headquarters were already on the way, and the rest of the troops were also gathering. In the Tiansheng Sect, Chen Kaixing got the news and asked Liang Wendao to guard the sect. He personally led a large number of high-level cultivators to set off. The Tiansheng Sect and the other 6 sects were connected by teleportation arrays. They first went to the Yuxin Gate, and then set out from the Yuxin Gate to quickly reinforce the battlefield. Most of the high-level cultivators left, and the remaining cultivators were in a panic. However, under the guidance of the high-level cultivators stationed, countless disciples gathered at the mountain gate, and according to their usual training, they assembled into battle formations, and rushed to various parties. Some went to the border battlefield, while others went to strengthen the defense of Zuanyang City. The Blackwater Terrace cultivators also quickly gathered together. Lian Fu personally led the team to inspect the sect. If a cultivator with an abnormal expression was found, he would be detained and interrogated personally, or even arrested directly. Sir, the Tower of Life and Death is ahead. Go on. Yes, sir. The sect's order is that the Tower of Life and Death is not under the jurisdiction of the Blackwater platform. Nonsense. That was in normal times. What's the situation now? There's a war going on ahead. It's easiest for spies to take advantage of the situation. If we don't go to investigate, who will? If something goes wrong, will you be responsible? Yes, sir. Lin Fu scolded, and several of his men didn't dare to say anything, so they had to bite the bullet and go forward with Lin Fu. Stop, who are you? Lin Fu, the manager of Blackwater Station. Let your garrison ancestor come out and speak. I'm Chen Li, Manager Lion. The Tower of Life and Death is not under your jurisdiction. Please leave. Ancestor Chen, the sect's order is indeed correct, but Blackwater Station is responsible for counter-espionage. Now is a time of great chaos. The commander-in-chief has ordered that the spies must not be allowed to succeed. When did Zhu Wei give this order? An hour ago. If you don't believe me, you can send a message to ask. No need, the Tower of Life and Death is fine. Please leave. Ancestor, this is our inspection document. We can leave. Please sign your name. Blackwater Station is no longer responsible for any accident in the Tower of Life and Death. Lin Fu took out a document and handed it to Chen Li, which immediately made his face ugly. He had received news that Wanzhou Sect was raided. Wanzhou Sect was not weak. The reason why they succeeded was because there were too many spies. No one could guarantee that Tiansheng Sect did not have enemy spies. If something happened, he would be held responsible. This old ancestor won't sign. Old ancestor Chen, you don't let us inspect, and you don't sign the documents. This makes it too difficult for us. Please don't embarrass me, Humph. You are not qualified to embarrass me. Then I can only ask the commander-in-chief to come forward and ask him to find the general affairs hall. Stop. How do you want to inspect? Chen Li immediately stopped Lin Fu. He was a relative of Chen Kaixing. He was sent here to guard because of his relationship. Guarding the Life and Death Tower is a safe and well-treated position, but also a position that offends people. If those people in the General Affairs Hall know about it, they will definitely embarrass him. It's difficult both ways, so it's better to let Lin Fu go in and take a look. It's not a big deal. Just go through the situation and ask some questions. Please be flexible. Old ancestor, come in. Yes. Old ancestor Lin Fu led people into the Life and Death Tower. There were many cultivators on the first floor and the periphery of the Life and Death Tower. In addition to the guards, there were also many cultivators who were resting. Lin Fu asked people to interrogate those resting cultivators. Ancestor Chen, can we go up there and check it out? There are some living dead up there. What are you looking at? I'm mainly worried about something. What is it? Are the living dead safe? What do you mean? Are you doubting me? I dare not. Ancestor Chen. We at Ishite discovered that the Night Owl of the Namshao Kingdom has been laying out in the sect for hundreds of years. When the leader King Dian made mistakes, there were many loopholes that were not filled. So we strongly suspect that there are enemy spies among these living dead. They may not have taken the elixir. It's best to check them out. You are exaggerating. Maybe. If you are worried, you can go up with Lin Fu. The ancestor's golden body stage cultivation is enough to solve the problem, even if there is a real problem. Okay, come up with me. Be careful. Chen Li thought about it, then nodded and said that with him, he could control the situation, even if there was an emergency. Then, Lin Fu followed Chen Li and walked up to the Tower of Life and Death. The first 3 floors were all Daogang cultivators, sitting cross-legged on the ground, as if they were really dead, and had no perception of the outside world. Grand Master, who is a cultivator in the upper left corner, it seems that his eyes moved a little bit. What? Which one? That one. The one in black clothes in the upper left corner. Stay still, I'll go check it out. Yes, Grand Master. Chen Li went forward to check, but Lin Fu stood still. However, after a moment, Chen Li did not find anything unusual. Lin Fu explained very embarrassedly that he might have seen it wrong. You can even see this wrong. Let's go. Get out. Yes, Grand Master, please forgive me. Lin Fu nodded repeatedly and followed Chen Li down the Tower of Life and Death. However, when he got outside, Lin Fu was shocked because Zhu Wei was outside, looking at him with a smile on his face. Commander-in-Chief Lin Fu, why are you here? Commander-in-Chief, Lin Fu is worried that there is a problem with the Tower of Life and Death, so he came to take a look. What problem could there be with the Tower of Life and Death? Commander-in-Chief, Yi Zhao is elusive and has been planning for our Tiansheng Sect very early. I was afraid that one of them might be among the living dead, so I went up to check. Ancestor Chen Li can testify. I didn't say anything. Why are you feeling guilty? Commander-in-Chief, Lian Fu, look behind you, Zhu Wei said calmly. Lian Fu looked back and was immediately horrified because two cultivators had walked down from the Tower of Life and Death. If Lian Fu remembered correctly, these two people should be the living dead in the Tower of Life and Death. Senior brother Zhu, thank you for your hard work. Junior brother, how are you? He is a traitor. He just put these 6-level explosive beads, 3 of them, which can blow up the Life and Death Tower in one go. I saw it with my own eyes. One of the monks took out 3 black beads. Just now, they saw with their own eyes that Lian Fu stuffed the explosive beads into the cuffs of the 3 living dead. Chen Li did not notice. Which layer did you put them on? 6th layer, the Shengsu stage layer. The Jinshan stage is not afraid of this thing. Lian Fu, do you have anything else to say? Commander-in-Chief, I said I was wronged. Do you believe it? If you believe it, come back to Blackwater platform with me, okay? Commander-in-Chief Lian Fu's face turned pale. He knew he had fallen into a trap. Yi Zhao did have a mission, to let him try to destroy the Life and Death Tower, but he did not force him to do his best. However, the previous missions were completed smoothly. Lian Fu looked down on Blackwater platform in his heart, but he did not expect that Zhu Wei was so cunning that he really made a move among the living dead. All his tricks were exposed. Lian Fu, if I remember correctly, you are a native cultivator of Tiansheng Sect. Why did you betray the sect? Has Tiansheng Sect ever done anything wrong to you? Commander-in-Chief, I can explain this problem. Zhu Wei had just finished speaking when a man walked out. It was Lan Yu, whose psychological defenses were broken by Yi Nanyu. When Lan Yu saw Lian Fu, his eyes were red. If he guessed correctly, his capture was also the work of Lian Fu. Please speak. Deputy Commander Lan Yu. Yi Zhao had already laid out plans for the Tiansheng Sect hundreds of years ago. Not surprisingly, Lian Fu's father, Lian Feng, was a spy trained by Yi Zhao himself. However, he had never spied on intelligence. Instead, he trained his son to be a more outstanding spy. With the identity of the 2nd generation of Xiu, we will not easily suspect Lian Fu. Yi Zhao is capable of this kind of method. It takes hundreds of years for a hidden chess piece, and even several generations. Indeed, only Yi Zhao can do it. It's wonderful and powerful. It was not unfair for he should to lose before. Zhu Wei nodded. Each sect planted spies for a long or short time, and some even lurked for hundreds of years. However, they only paid attention to the 1st generation of spies and never thought that the 2nd generation could also become spies. For safety, they even had to keep it secret from their wives and children. This kind of patience really makes people admire them. Deputy Commander Lan Yu is really powerful. The capture of Senior Tishu was a big mistake of Yi Zhao. You admit it? Is it useful if I deny it? That's right, Lian Fu, surrender. If you surrender, I guarantee that nothing will happen to your parents and relatives. Grand Commander, can you catch my father? In terms of ability, I'm not even half as good as my father. You've already made arrangements. Zhu Wei then remembered that Lian Fu had a plan before. In order to show fairness, he even sent his own parents to lurk in Nansao. Now that he thinks about it, Lian Fu had actually made arrangements for his escape. In consideration of the Commander-in-Chief's kindness to me, Lian Fu will give the Commander-in-Chief another piece of news. Deputy Commander Lan Yu has betrayed the Tiansheng Sect. Lian Fu, Lan Yu, don't get excited. I won't be fooled by such a small trick. Thank you, Commander-in-Chief. Lian Fu, surrender. Commander-in-Chief, how many people in the Night Owl have you seen who are afraid of death? Here, you don't even have a chance to self-destruct. Haha, if you want to commit suicide, why use such a low-level method as self-destruction? Lian Fu replied, and as he spoke, a mouthful of black blood spurted out of his mouth. Zhu Wei and Chen Li immediately took action, appeared beside Lian Fu, cast a spell to seal his danshan, and prevented him from self-destructing. Soul eating grass, his soul is melting. There is nothing we can do, Lian Fu. Boom, boom, boom. Zhu Wei was filled with hatred, but before he could finish his words, 2 explosions suddenly sounded in the Tower of Life and Death. Lian Fu had 5 explosive beads in his hand, 2 of which were placed among the living dead at the Dao Gang level, and 3 were placed among the living dead at the Shengsu level. This was also because Lian Fu was too greedy. If he was not so greedy and only wanted to destroy those living dead at the Dao Gang level, he should not have been discovered. Unfortunately, there is no if. Dad, Fu has repaid your debt. Lian Fu could no longer speak. The poison was eating into his soul. His eyes became empty, and the only remaining memories were all the words his father had said to him over the past hundreds of years. National hatred and family feuds. This was what they owed to Night Owl, and they had to repay it with their lives. Now that he has repaid it, his father should be able to enjoy his last moments in peace. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 749, 7-Star Pavilion Yun Clan. At the moment, when Lian Fu committed suicide, similar things happened to the other 6 sects of the Immortal Alliance. The spies ambushed by Night Owl in each sect received Lin Xiao's order to destroy the fake dead monks, asking them to take action when the time is right. However, because Lin Xiao led people to raid Wanzhou Gate, most of the forces of the 7 sects were mobilized, making them feel that the time has come, and they all chose to take action. This is also related to the training model of Night Owl. These people are trained by the elite personnel of Night Owl. They have received the same courses and training, so their thinking and work habits are similar, and their value judgments will naturally not deviate much. In Xi'an Temple, in the Valley of Life and Death, hundreds of monks fell to the ground. The monks who had originally faked death were completely dead. They all had many long needles as thin as cow hair on their bodies. At the edge of the valley, 2 corpses were lying there, holding the modified god-destroying crossbow in their hands. These long needles were fired from the god-destroying crossbow. Thousands of them were fired at a time. It was like a massacre to deal with these unconscious fake dead monks. Investigate. Investigate thoroughly. If you don't find out all the spies in the sect this time, you will be put on the death squad. An 8th level ancestor of Xi'an Temple had a livid face. The 7 sects had secretly discussed using fake dead monks as traps to lure spies into the trap, but they didn't expect that they still lost more than 100 people. Although most of them were Dao Gang monks, the loss ratio was too large. At the same time, in Suayu sect, after a loud bang, 3 figures flew backwards, all spitting out blood in the air. After falling to the ground, many monks rushed to rescue them. What happened? Replying to Patriarch Tang, the spy blew himself up, and the 3 brothers were seriously injured. I'm afraid they need some time to recuperate. Arrange them to rest, and let them rest assured that the sect will not treat them badly. Thank you, Patriarch Tang. I'll take my leave now. A group of monks left, and Tang Xuan looked up at a blazing mountain in the mountain gate. Tang Xuan knew that Lin Xiao was always cunning, so he divided the fake dead monks into 9 parts and hid them at 9 places in the mountain gate. However, he didn't expect that Yu Xiao was still omnipresent, and all 9 places were exposed, and one of the opponents was completely destroyed. The spy hiding in Su Yuzan was extremely vicious. He used the means of alchemy to destroy the alchemy room in the sect and caused underground fire. In addition to the fake dead monks, hundreds of disciples were killed by him. Lin Xiao, it's really terrible to be your enemy, Tang Xuan said lightly. He and Lin Xiao have been friends for hundreds of years. Before they broke up, the relationship between the 2 sides had always been very good, so Tang Xuan was very familiar with Lin Xiao. He had suggested to Yu Pingcheng many times not to be hostile to Lin Xiao, because Lin Xiao's potential was too terrifying, but Yu Pingcheng did not listen to his advice. For the sake of interests, Tang Xuan had no choice but to obey the orders of the sect, so he wanted to kill Lin Xiao himself that time. But he didn't expect that Lin Xiao was well prepared. Not only did he not kill him, but his golden bones were broken. After Xiang Wuming's death, The sect was short of high-level cultivators, so Yu Pingcheng spent a lot of effort to restore Tang Xuwen, but he still wasted 100 years. Father, have all the relatives of the spy been arrested? Yes, they have, but it seems that they don't know the identity of the spy. He hides very well. Night Owl does things. We are used to it. Our shadow is too bad, Father. The situation is tight at the front. The ancestor asked us to send more people to support. Do you want to go to the battlefield? Yes. What about you, Lin? I don't know you. Tang Xuwen was helpless. His son was good in every way, but he didn't know how to express his emotions. Since Lin Xiao left Xiansu City, the Tang family suffered a lot of losses, and Tang Yulin's business was basically bankrupt. The same is true for G-Leveler. The alliance confrontation makes everyone feel uneasy. Not many people are willing to spend money at G-Leveler. Without Lin Xiao's supervision and the departure of Lin Xiao's people, the management level of G-Leveler has declined rapidly, which feels a bit terrible. The chaos in management has caused a large number of Xian'an monks and servants and maids to leave, which has further aggravated the weakness of G-Leveler. Now, only the casino and the prostitutes are left in the Paradise Villa. The brothel is still running, but for Tang Yulin, this is not the career he wants. The first one to collapse is Tang Yulin. He has returned to his previous style of eating, drinking and having fun, and he has abandoned himself, which makes Tang Xuwen and others very disappointed. They have tried to change Tang Yulin many times, but they have failed. Okay, you lead the team. Tang Xuwen felt tired and agreed. He knew about the super battleship and understood how serious it was. The front line may have been bloody now. The Kaixing Pavilion and the Mountain Gate were under martial law, including the Kaixing City under its command. Countless patrols of the Kaixing Pavilion were patrolling, as if they were facing a great enemy. In a street in Kaixing City, Yunzong stood on the roof of Duobao Pavilion, looking at the chaos in the city and smiled. Many patrolling monks in the city saw Yunzong, but they did not dare to come to question him. Yunzong was the most famous genius in the 7-star pavilion when he was young, but later he was also a waste hated by everyone in the 7-star pavilion. For him, the 7-star pavilion has countless memories. Brother, since you are here, why don't you come out for a drink? Yunzong, this matter is led by you, right? Sorry, there is no Yunzong here, only Yunzong Shu. Brother, you called the wrong name again. Yunzong replied. After escaping from Lin Xiao's hands, he was slowly brainwashed by Yu Xiao, and the main reason for him to become a spy of Yu Xiao was that Yu Xiao promised to help him get revenge. After returning to the Yun family, Yunzong spent a lot of effort and used many self-torture tactics to get the forgiveness of the Yun family, but the Yun family did not dare to let him show his true face. So Yunzong changed his name to Yunzong Shu, changed his appearance, and bought a lot of industries in the 7-star city, lurking secretly. Yunzong, you are destroying the Yun family, brother. Drink less at night. You are talking nonsense again. You still don't admit it. What should I admit? Yunzong replied calmly. Not everyone in the Yun family believed him. Many people doubted his purpose. Therefore, in the past few years in Kaixing City, Yunzong has been under countless surveillance and suspicion. For example, the man in front of him is one of the backbones. The high-level people of the Yun family suspected Yunzong, which was not groundless. First of all, Yunzong's temperament changed drastically. After returning to the Yun family, he took in several concubines and never touched other women. Secondly, Yunzong's management ability skyrocketed. Yunzong had never managed the family and sect industries. He was a novice in management, but after he came back, he gradually bought a large number of industries and managed them very well, which was surprising. Finally, of course, Yunzong continued to support the impoverished monks of the Yun family. This behavior was carried out openly and above board, under the beautiful name of helping the weak. They were all Yun family members, so they naturally had to support each other. However, in the eyes of those who were interested, this was buying people's hearts. Yunzong, brother, are you going to do it again? Wasn't the punishment last time enough? I think the law enforcement hall of the 7-star pavilion has become a decoration, right? Yunzong saw that the other party was going to do it, and he shouted angrily. His elder brother wanted to get rid of him more than once or twice, but he failed every time, and was caught by the law enforcement hall of the 7-star pavilion several times. The man knew that he couldn't do it at this time, so he had to snort coldly and turned away. Yunzang smiled and returned to the Duobao pavilion, where a Duobao pavilion manager was waiting for him. Mission failed. Yes. 3 hidden players who have been lurking for more than 300 years are gone. The manager's face was at 10. Each of the long-term hidden players was extremely important. If they lost 3 at a time, they would lose half of their layout in the 7-star pavilion. I've already said it, you just don't trust me. If I were the leader, how could this happen? Yunzang replied. This steward was from Yu Xiao's group, and he was at the same level as him in terms of position, but all of Yu Xiao's people were under his command, and Yunzang could not interfere. Yu Xiao's people in the 7 stars pavilion were divided into 2 groups. One group was composed of Yu Xiao and the core group, led by the elite of Yu Xiao, and the other group was led by Yunzang. However, Yunzang did not gain the real trust of the 7 stars pavilion, so he had been lurking, all under their surveillance, and could not play any role. Before, Yunzang guessed that they were going to attack the fake dead monk, and Yunzang tried his best to stop him. Yunzang knew that the 7 sects would use this as bait to trap spies, but Yu Xiao did not follow his advice. 7 sects acted together tonight. The other 6 sects have achieved results, but I failed. The punishment from the organization will come later, and you will have a new colleague. Who? I don't know. The news didn't get through so quickly. But this is the rule of Night Owl. The capable ones go up, and the weak ones go down. I can't do it, so I can only send people who can do it to do the job. Then do you still have a chance to make a comeback? Night Owl won't kill you, will it? No, except for betrayal or mistakes of principle. Night Owl has no tradition of killing its own people. I should return to the sect and sit on the bench for a while. Zhang Qingxuan is my senior brother who trained in the same batch. We have a good relationship and there is still a chance. It seems that you will be the focus of training when you go back. The Shengsu period is just around the corner. Yunzang said with a smile. He had witnessed the speed at which Night Owl's strength grew. When he was captured, there was no one in the entire Night Owl who had reached the Shengsu stage. But now, Yunanyu has already broken through the golden body, and Tishi, Zhang Qingxuan, Arking and other senior leaders have also broken through the Shengsu stage. According to his understanding, the people in charge of Night Owl deployed in various places are the next batch of candidates for advancement. I don't know. I came here to tell you that the sect may have important uses for you in the future. Your chance has come, and the test for you has also come. I hope you can grasp it well. Got it? Yunzang waved his hand. With such a big thing happening tonight, even a fool could guess that there would be a big change in the world of cultivation. Chapter 750, Fight or Not Fight. Zhangzhou, the border of the alliance. The 2 sides have been fighting for 3 days. During these 3 days, both sides have continuously increased their troops, and the total number of both sides has exceeded 15 million monks. However, within the border of hundreds of thousands of miles, the only ones who are really fighting are Lin Xiao and his men, which is only a few thousand miles. The rest of the places are still in a tense confrontation. The reason for this is that neither side is ready for a decisive battle. The troops and horses supported by each sect are in waves, and they are not in sync with each other. They can't form a battle formation at all, and can only fight a bad battle, which neither side wants to see. On the battlefield, Lin Xiao hid behind a battle formation of 100,000 people, swallowing pills to restore his profound energy, and the opponent's 8th level ancestor did the same. The ones who are really still fighting are still low level disciples, but at this time there are no battle formations of more than 100,000 people, and they have all collapsed. In 3 days, hundreds of thousands of monks died on both sides, and the blood flowed like a river. The huge number of casualties is unacceptable to both sides. Fellow Daoist Lin, how are you? Nothing. Is Elder Lu injured? Yes, I was almost tricked, but the elder of the Jade Immortal sect came to support me. Where are your people? Not here. Then do you want to continue fighting? That's enough. Let's stop while we're ahead. Okay, then I won't charge. Lin Xiao nodded. After both sides calmed down from their passion, they both wanted to temporarily withdraw. They couldn't fight any further, and the casualties were too heavy. Even the Lin Xiao sect, which had the highest hatred value, was in great pain at this time. After another hour, the Five Continents Alliance blew the horn of retreat first, and countless cultivators began to slowly retreat. On the way, they collected the bodies of their own people, took away the storage bags of the enemy's bodies and the scattered magic tools, and the other side did the same. The high-level cultivators monitored in mid-air and stopped fighting. Elder Shen of the Lin Xiao sect looked at Lin Xiao with extremely resentful eyes, but he didn't dare to take the initiative to attack, for fear of being surrounded and beaten. Retreat at the command of Patriarch Shen, the monks of the Immortal Alliance slowly retreated, leaving behind thousands of miles of ruins. After the fighting, this area was already horrible to look at, and countless cities and sacred mountains were broken. The Five Continents Alliance also slowly brought the monks back to the camps in various places, and began to treat the wounded and bury the dead. The camps were filled with a sad atmosphere. This is the super battleship. Lin Xiao took out the super battleship. The huge battleship occupied the empty space in the camp, and a group of high-level officials were watching. It is worthy of the name of the super battleship. This kind of killing weapon is too terrible. Lin Xiao, is there anything special about this super battleship? I don't know. Let me ask someone to come and explain it. Lin Xiao shook his head. He really didn't understand this, but someone did. The spies of Night Owl mixed into the core work of building the super battleship, and participated in the whole process of building it. They understood it very well. Half an hour later, Zhang Ziwu came over with a spiritual monk. After saluting, he said, "Master, he is Jiang Chenhua. He participated in all the work of the super battleship." Jiang Chenhua greets the master. "No need to be polite. All the ancestors are here. Tell me, how to operate this super battleship?" "Yes, master. This super battleship is much larger and more complicated than ordinary battleships. Even the most basic operation requires more than 10 people. If it is fully armed, it may take 3,000 people, not counting the guards. To fight on the battlefield, it should be about 5,000 people, and they need to be familiar with the many functions of the battleship." "Okay, I get it, Jiang Chenhua. I originally wanted you to go back to the sect to rest, but I hope you can help Kunlun's fellow Taoists get familiar with the battleship." "Okay. Yes, master. That's fine. Patriarch Lu, let's transfer the monks here for training." "No problem. Patriarch Zhao, what do you think? One family will provide 5,000 people, and we will train together. Whoever wants to use it can take it away." "No problem." Patriarch Lu nodded. This super battleship is not owned by one family. It is best for each family to train a group of people. Patriarch Lu quickly transferred 5,000 people, and then Jiang Chenhua took several Wan Haoman disciples who surrendered to drive the battleship back to Kunlun. Lu Liuan sent 10,000 people to escort, including an 8th level ancestor. 3 days later, in the Immortal Alliance camp, the results of this battle have been counted. In Basin City, Wan Haoman suffered more than 20,000 casualties. The entire Basin City was almost destroyed. Hundreds of businesses that supplied Wan Haoman were looted and burned. 70% of them were burned. The Sutra Pavilion and the battleship factory was burned. Hundreds of thousands of battleship design drawings were destroyed. 3 core refiners were killed and 1 was seriously injured. It would take 200 or 300 years for Wan Haoman to recover to its previous level. On the border side, the number of monks killed in the battle reached 200,000, and there were more than 100,000 injured. In addition, thousands of people were missing, and the loss of property was incalculable. Ancestor Tang, Ancestor Chen, Ancestor Shen. More than 10 8th level ancestors appeared in the camp. After exchanging pleasantries, they gathered in a tent. "Let's get started." "Okay, Ancestor Shen, you speak first." This time, the Lin Xiao sect suffered heavy losses, and the super battleship was taken away. Even if the Immortal Alliance can provide another set of materials, it cannot be built within 100 years. Our Immortal Alliance is already in an absolute disadvantage. Ancestor Tang, the Suyu sect is the leader of the alliance. Do you think we should start a fight? Ancestor Tang, I advise you to make a decision. In a month at most, the 5 Continents Alliance will be able to use super battleships proficiently. It will be bad then. Ancestor Shen, do you have any way to restrain the super battleship? Yes, the super battleship is not invincible. I have a way to restrain it. In that case, let's start the fight. We can't wait any longer. Wouldn't you like to confirm with Elder Shin's method, Elder Tang? No need to confirm. The longer we delay, the lower our advantage will be. Let's prepare to fight according to the previous plan. Okay, it's time to fight, but what about the Supreme? The Supreme will not go down easily, and the Supreme has his own enemies. We don't care. Let's fight our own first. Okay. The 7 ancestors all nodded. The 5 continents alliance took the lead in provoking and raided the Wanzhou gate. If they didn't show any attitude at all, it would be too damaging to their morale. They all felt that they could start a fight. According to the plan, we will defend the north and attack the south. In the north, we will focus on Suyu Sect, Shanzuan Sect, Yuzian Sect, and Guan Crossing Sect. We will mobilize all the vassals and second and third rate sects to gather all our strength to stop the 5 continents alliance from moving south. Xian Temple, Kaixing Pavilion, and Shenmu Sect will form an army of more than 5 million people to move south to sweep the Wenxian Sect and the King Dili family. The 5 major academies of Dongzhou will unify Dongzhou, Tang Shuwen said. They had already discussed how to fight the decisive battle. The strengths and weaknesses of the 5 continents alliance were that the territories were not united, so the problem of the retreat must be solved. The Qingyang Sect and Wenxian Sect of the King Dili family must be dealt with, and then we can turn around and fight the 5 continents alliance. Everyone nodded and agreed. This result was also in line with their strategic needs. After several people discussed, they began to return to their own sects and issue mobilization orders. With the issuance of the mobilization order, the monks of various sects are now gathering in their own territories, and then heading to strategic locations in various places. There are 2 bridgeheads for the southern attack. The first is Xian Temple. The 2 million troops of Shenmu Sect gathered at the Xian Temple and joined the 3 million troops of Xian Temple to press eastward to contain the Wenxian Sect. The army of the Immortal Alliance, led by the 7-star Pavilion, mobilized all its forces to attack the Qingyang Sect in the south. As the news spread, the 5 continents alliance also mobilized vigorously. The Qingyang Sect had 200,000 troops, plus the vassal of the Wenxian Sect, and assembled 700,000 troops to block the Kaixing Pavilion on the way south. They set up a camp and the monks began to train. As the Immortal Alliance continued to move, the Immortal Gate began to bear tremendous pressure. The Immortal Gate had less than 300,000 people and less than 2 million vassals. The entire 5 continents alliance in the southern part of Zhongzhou had only about 3 million troops, while the Immortal Alliance had gathered about 7 million troops, more than double their strength, and the power disparity was extremely large. For this reason, in addition to drawing troops to guard the Jiayu, the Immortal Gate also asked Kunlun and Penglei for help. The teleportation arrays connected by the 3 sects continuously teleported monks day and night. After half a month of teleportation, 500,000 reinforcement appeared on the territory of the Immortal Gate. These 500,000 troops all went to Qingyang Sect. As the second largest force in the 5 continents alliance in the southern part of Zhongzhou, Qingyang Sect must not be defeated by the Immortal Alliance, otherwise the Immortal Gate would also be defeated, and the 5 continents alliance would really be defeated one by one. Before the war began, the monks of both sides were trying their best to mobilize, and countless supplies were taken out of the treasure houses of each family and distributed to each monk. In Wenxian City, a large number of independent cultivators began to evacuate. There were at least tens of millions of independent cultivators in Zhongzhou. However, independent cultivators were scattered and could not gather strength. They hid in various cities. Once they were breached, they would also be slaughtered. Therefore, independent cultivators began to become refugees and fled to various places. Feiksan Ridge is the junction of Wenxian Sect and Xian Temple. At this time, there were tents everywhere under Feiksan Ridge, stretching for hundreds of miles, and more than 1 million troops were stationed here. On the opposite side of Feiksan Ridge, the million-strong army of Xian Temple had also assembled, and there were also continuous reinforcement from Shenmu Sect, and the number of people and horses increased. A figure appeared on Feiksan Ridge, and a group of high-level cultivators saluted one after another. The Supreme of Wenxian Sect moved. No need to be polite. Sit down and discuss matters. Yes, ancestor, I have already found out. Xi'an Temple has mobilized all its forces. They don't even want the South China Sea route. 1 million troops are opposite Feeksen Ridge, and another million troops are stationed near Xi'an City, and are conducting emergency exercises. Ancestor, the Five Continents Alliance has only 3 million people in the southern part of central China. Even with the support of Penglai and Kunlun, it only has half the number of the other side. We should be on the defensive, with Kunlun and Penglai attacking from north to south. As long as we defeat the main forces of Suayu Sect and Tiansheng Sect, the crisis will naturally be resolved. I know this. They are already mobilizing, but how to stop the other side's first wave of attack is a problem. What can you do? In a war with more than 1 million troops, conspiracies and tricks are useless. It depends on overall strength. The only way is to fight to the death. Ancestor, Feeksen Ridge is only the first line of defense. I don't think we need to defend it for too long. We have to confront the other side under Wengsan City and extend their supply lines. When the time comes, we will send troops to attack and harass their supply lines to have a chance of winning. The higher level monks of Wengsan came up with suggestions one after another. The supplies required for an army of millions of people could not be brought in full at one time and must be replenished continuously. Harassing the grain supply lines was a good way to do this. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.